Hello. Hello.
Here, I guess.
This is exciting. It's time for Sly 4. Finally, I've waited so long.
That it is, Gandy. You could say that again. Hello and welcome, all of the beautiful people in chat and everyone who has been here to what is going to be my personal favorite section of the run, just because I love Sly 4. It's such an underrated speed run, but thank you all for sticking around. Hopefully you have enjoyed the speedrun content thus far. We just saw a epic conclusion to the Sly 3 race with both Bacon finishing up right now and This Is Not Jake getting a pretty good time for Sly 3. I believe he just PB'd? Question mark?
Yes. And
I think
also
so.
seems like we're playing in German for Sling's side, which is a good pick because it's the average fastest language.
It's debatable. Some people will prefer to run Swedish for reasons we can explain to newer people later, but first we should explain ourselves. So hello everybody. My name is Shadows, as you can probably see from the usernames. I am joined by some wonderful voices and, shall I say, very experienced Sly 4 runners as well. The Gandy Man and 6600 preceded by Power Man. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah,
I'm great.
feeling kinda good. It's been a long wait for this day, but yeah, even though I'm not here the whole Live 4, but it's actually went into this early game because I'm most familiar with the current early game because I was running EP2 lately and I've seen Mappy a lot of EP1, so now it should be
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, Mafio, dude, seriously. Dude has gotten better at episode 1 than I ever was, but that's a discussion for another time. But yeah, Power, regardless of how long you are here with us for, which I believe it's the first 2 episodes, like you said, I'm very happy to have you here. Like I said, also a very experienced runner who's gotten some very respectable times, even on hard disk drive, allowing for some slower loading times, but still a very capable runner in his own right. And we, as I said before, we will be switching commentators a little bit into the race. I believe after the conclusion of episode 2, we'll actually be getting another up and coming Sly 4 runner into the commentary booth, someone who I think has a lot of potential, Mr. Zick, who's been running a lot of episodes lately and he's been looking to improve his any percent times. He's up and coming, as I said. He's doing pretty good, but yeah. So, gentlemen, what are you most looking forward to for Sly 4? I guess we should start off with that.
Obviously, the
Well,
scene skips are. We'll
yeah,
see.
absolutely.
Do our runners get those? Do we get loot?
I'm looking to fulfill a lot of bingo squares in this run. I missed, almost all of Sly 3. I gotta bring it back. Very important. Bacon Man, just about to finish. Sly 3.
There it
GG's
is.
the Bacon Man. Very
GG.
strong run in the end.
And now
Only a little
starts
bit
the
behind
coolest catch
Slink.
up.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
think.
guessing he made up time.
Oh, he absolutely made up time. So I'm not trying to diss anybody on either side by comparing times, but from what I've seen, if you do exclamation point times, I think Sly 1 was pretty close. It was like 3 minutes apart, if that. And then Beaver, despite a hard lock or a sound lock in episode 1, just completely tore Sly 2 a new one. I think the difference in the race times was like 12 minutes, something like that. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Sling is here going for the loot, restart checkpoint, and he
He
double
got
loot.
2 loots.
Oh,
Actually, I wonder if I'll take both here. He does get cheese. This would be interesting since there are 2. I would imagine he just kills the guys. Yeah. Oh, missing one there is a little unfortunate, but yeah. Mostly, that was the biggest thing I was worried about early game is obviously loot routes compared to Sly 2 and 3, a little bit different, whereas the power-ups aren't quite as influential as, say, rocket boots or jump attack as we just saw in Sly 3, but power-ups can still be pretty essential, and getting loot in Paris can sometimes be really, really annoying. I've had times during a no reset race where I've had to restart checkpoint there like 4 to 5 times trying to get loot, so it can kick you, but luckily for Slink, I think he got it in like 2 or 3 tries, so good start for him, and a good start for Killa too, who's now starting up and making up tracks real quick.
that loot cannot be annoying, especially if you do Platinum Trophy, and then it's gonna be pain to get all the loots here.
Platinum trophy. Thankfully, that's not the category. Otherwise, we'd be here for a long time. That is no offense to either of our runners. It's just platinum trophy runs are like, what is it, an 8-hour long category? It's kind of absurd.
It's actually under 8 hours.
Also, I'm just seeing in chat now as well. Final time for Bacon was a 6:01:43. So, yeah,
That's
folks,
a really good time.
that is an amazing time for Sly 3. So GG's to Bacon and GG's to Jake as well. Both of you guys did amazing, and I hope you had fun. Thank you for being here, and I'm glad to see that you were on both teams. And now we are coming up on Slink's side, I should mention, to what is probably going to be the most influential skip of the early game, not just for bingo cards, but also for the run as a whole. So, coming up here, we have what we like to call an instant cutscene skip, or an ICSS for those of you who are unfamiliar with the term. Basically, after he kills a certain amount of rats, normally you enter a cutscene where you have to mash circle to get the rats off you, but there's one frame where you can pause the game to skip a cutscene, and we're going to see if Slink's going to hit it here. This would be absolutely massive if he could get it. Taking a few pauses here. Usually not a good sign if you have to do this many, and he does
Oh
not
man,
get it.
unfortunate. That's
Very
a hard one.
unfortunate. Mhm.
But you know, it's still frame perfect, so it's difficult.
Yeah, no, I'm one person who has started resetting runs to Paris ICSS in full game, and I've started using. I don't know if it was Beaver who coined the idea. It might have been Beaver, or it might have been Slink, but a lot of people, what they like to do is use a metronome at like 167 or 68 beats per minute. And that usually, if you start that timer right after you slam the last guard, it'll take like 2 full cycles, you could say, of the metronome, and then if you press start, that'll usually get you within like a frame or two of it. So that is still a very hard skip to do, obviously, especially running at like 60 FPS and everything. We'll see if Killa can end up getting that, but obviously still a long run to go. We'll see what happens.
And also Kula the 200 loot, so they both are on the same loot route. And also Kula is playing in Swedish, so we have a language difference.
Yeah, that is interesting though. Also, sorry, Gandhi. The loot routes, I believe Slink got 100, right? He got the cheese, and then Killa got the grenade.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. Slink is on the 100 and Kula is on the 200. I was gonna say something about Kula playing in Swedish, but I honestly was just sitting here this entire time trying to like make 100% sure that that was definitely Swedish, so I didn't make a fool of myself. So, Powerman, I'm glad you know your languages.
I actually saw the hop over, yeah, that's Swedish in the menu.
Well, ask the Nordic guy, right? I mean, he. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, the the difference, I guess. Should we talk about the differences between Swedish and German now, or should we hold that
They're certainly
until?
minimal. They're certainly minimal.
Yeah, it's
That
definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can talk about that when the time comes in duty calls.
Yeah, the
So
language.
we can say that the Oranzi kind of matters for the language, so it's kind of interesting when we get there.
When we get there, though, like I said, language isn't huge in Sly 4, at least not compared to the differences between like running Norwegian and Dutch in Sly 3 and Korean and English in Sly 2. Definitely a little bit less time save. It probably saves like, excuse me, around a minute or so in the full game, but time save is time save, and like I said, especially when we get to episode 3, we will end up seeing how much that matters, and if Killa made the right choice by picking Swedish, we'll also see if he can get the ICSS here.
No,
And he also misses it,
He
so.
also misses it. Man, rip the
yeah,
bingo
it's
dream.
tough.
hmm I wonder how
So
many people had that as a bingo card, yeah? We're off.
it's it's a big skip, like it saves around 40 seconds. So if you wanna really go for it, you can reset here like hours before you get it. So
hmm
yeah, frame perfect. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I guess the only thing worth noting there is, I guess, like, I think Killa, that took around 2 or 3 pauses. Slink had to the pause upwards of 5 or so times. So Killa, especially considering I believe he got first try loot, getting what he needs for the team, considering he's a little bit behind, bit of a faster Paris. We'll have to see if that can make up for things, because I don't think the 200 and 100 difference. Obviously, there's differences, but that is not as monumental as if like Slink got the cheese and then Killa got the 500 loot route. For those curious, there are a few different coin routes in Sly 4 based on what you can do with what you can buy based on how many coins you get, obviously, as you might imagine. And with the 100 and 200 loots, it's not really that different. You can only really buy a whole lot of stuff if you get lucky in future jobs, but once again, we will cover that when we get to that and talk about what the implications might be if somebody gets loots in those jobs.
And even if you are, able to afford all these fancy gadgets, I mean, they're saving you like maybe a second if you're lucky.
Mm,
The
with
core gadgets will save you a bit more, but we can expect our runners to get those. But once we're in the realm of like charge shot and all of those sort of gadgets, I
And
mean,
Swing does the
those are
new
saving
Mobile
very
strat.
minimal amounts of times.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we've said before, Sly 4 is a bit different in that regard, but also the fact that honestly, Paraglider only is still perfectly viable. So if Killa doesn't get every power up in the books, also he's destroying Sly's model there on top of the van. That
Yeah,
looks
something
hilarious.
interesting is going on the left side of my screen here.
Yeah, you can if you like jiggle the analog stick back and forth, Sly's model just gets absolutely destroyed. I know Augie loved doing that for the longest time. It's
Yeah,
just
he
funny
would.
looking. Yeah, it's just funny looking. But what were we talking about? Power ups? Yeah. So the the one power up that everyone needs to buy, of course, is Paraglider because it's not required until like episode 3 in Unexpected Ties, but it does save a lot of time in the next job, especially as you'll see coming up because of some movement tech we can do with it, like paraclimbing, which is basically just climbing up a bunch of slopes by spamming the heck out of it. And besides that, not a whole lot of the other power-ups are really that influential besides Trigger Bomb, because with how much new time save we as a community are finding with Trigger Bomb, I would almost argue that might be the second power-up in Sly 4 that's like, okay, we can't put this aside anymore. We have to get this. I'm not sure what you guys think about that, if you agree with that or disagree with that.
Yeah, Square Bomb is really good, and then also we get AP, even though the AP is not so good as in the other games, but it still saves the time, obviously, to use it.
Yeah, no, for
Yeah,
anyone who just
no, I don't think I'm familiar with all the new Trigger Bomb strats. I'm wondering if are people buying Trigger Bomb like earlier now? Um, because I pulled up the coin route spreadsheet here that I made just off of Remo's tutorial, and it's looking like you're meant to buy Trigger Bomb for Jurassic Thievery. And I'm
yeah,
wondering if you think they might go to buy it earlier, even if they don't get loot here.
yeah, so that unfortunately I don't really think is going to happen unless we see some major mix-up from the coin routes. So, like I said before, I think Trigger Bomb it's getting to the point where yes, like forget AB and forget some of those other power-ups. If we can find a way to get the coins and not destroy our time save, we should be able to get Trigger Bomb. The problem is like Paraglider obviously is 100 coins, right? So you can buy that as soon as you get to EP1. That has never been a problem. Trigger Bomb is 600, which getting that
Yeah.
really quickly in the game when you're trying to just go really fast, especially considering in Sly 4 that like power-ups already don't save a whole lot, so if you try to like stop and loot a guard, you're probably losing a good portion of the time save if you just got the power-up anyway, if that makes sense. So if it's going to happen where we can consistently buy Trigger Bomb earlier, something is going to have to happen where like we're going to have to find more places to break objects for coins, or we're going to have to find somewhere to fit a treasure in that doesn't lose us a lot of time. Again, I think with like another major trick or so that we can discover, it can be plausible because some of the trigger bomb stuff we're finding, like Candy, you said you hadn't seen a lot of the new strats. There's some big new strats in Operation Jurassic Thievery and especially in Ice Ice Bentley, both in EP3. Jobs like that, Trigger Bomb can be extremely influential, and to Powerman's credit, he mentioned AB before. Trigger Bomb is also starting to take away some of the time save from AB, because instead of just like boosting along the ground, now we have this jump where, okay, we can just hit ourselves with Trigger Bomb and get ourselves over these obstacles and such. So it really is an interesting conversation to have, and I'm really excited for y'all, if you haven't seen the new strats, to see some of the stuff we do with Trigger Bomb, should anyone get it. Because, as I said before, I think if they have the money for it by the end of Jurassic Thievery, that is most likely going to be the time you're going to see people get Trigger Bomb, unless people get lucky in Cooper for Hire, which is going to be the next job. That's a job early on in episode 2, which again we'll talk about implications of what it means if you get a loot there and what type of loot you get there, if they can buy Trigger Bomb or not. Slink there nearly getting spotted by a guard. Holy, but he gets past it. Very clean start to breakout for him. And we will see what kind of implications the loot route has, as I said, once we get to Cooper for Hire, and then how that impacts what they can buy in Jurassic Thievery, depending on what coins they get in duty calls there. Whew, take a breath.
Yes.
Yeah,
Slink
talking
here now
about
in the
breakout.
inside section of Breakout. Yeah, this is probably the first, like, very difficult part of the run. There's a lot of high skill movement and tricks that you need to do here. And you can see Paraglider allowing Slink to skip a lot of this level.
Yeah, this right now, Slink looking like he's on very good cycles here. This is the hardest part here. Let's see if we can get around these cycles. That one too. Very nicely
Very
done.
well
That
done. Wow.
those hitboxes on those streams of fire can be deceivingly big, so very, very good. Good job by him to avoid those, get past those. Off to a really good start here.
Yeah, lots of people like to use the costume there just to be safe. And certainly in a relay race like this, where you're already ahead, playing safe is maybe the play. But Slink is very confident, apparently, that he can do that without the costume, and he's right.
Yeah, Slink, this guy, you don't have to listen, you don't have to worry too much about either of these guys. Like, I knew when Slink was getting picked for to be my replacement for the any percent race, I knew this was still going to be a very competitive race. Slink, before I took over his time on the leaderboard, not to flex or anything, but Slink for the longest time, he's been one of the big Sly 4 guys alongside myself and Killa and like Remo and Beaver, guys who have destroyed the game. Slink is a very capable runner. I believe he still has a lot of confidence in himself, and despite us not really seeing him play much or stream much, I have no doubt that he's been practicing, he's been preparing for this, and as you can see from the very clean breakout section to start here, he still got those moves. He still shows you why he was able to get a 434, and honestly, even without, I haven't really thought about this, I guess, for either of the runners, but yeah, like, even with the ICSS miss, I think it's still well within the realm of possibility that Slink can PB by quite a bit here, since we haven't seen him in so long, especially if he has more splits like this one, because that was a very good breakout he had there.
Kula now
Very good.
is entering the inside portion.
Mhm. Yeah, so I don't. I'm trying to think of how big the gap is now, because the outside portion of Breakout, I want to say, only takes you like 2.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes, something like that. It's not extremely long, and then you finish this job on average around like 7-1XX. So most likely the gap is somewhere within the realm of 5 minutes, and if Killa continues to have an optimal breakout, and if he does well on the cycle section that Slink just breezed through coming up, I don't think we will see that gap get any bigger. So Slink is going to have to continue to play at a high level, and Killa as well, to see if he can pull this back. So let's see how he does this. Some good cycles there for the first one. Here's the hard part. Go wide. He gets caught by the fire.
That is
I think he
unfortunate.
I think he cut a little bit too far back to the left there, so very unfortunate, but nails it the second time. Yeah, gets over there. Like I said before, that is how that fire ends up. It's deceivingly big. Sometimes it's very hard to judge where the hitboxes will actually be, but not terrible for Killa. Of course, he's still doing pretty well on the rest of the split, and he had a very good outdoor section as well, so not the end of the world, just a little unfortunate to see that sting happen right there, but it's a long run. I'm sure he can come back from that given the circumstance. And now we'll see Slink going to now Spiked Sushi, which, Candy, have you seen
No,
the
it's
faster
to see
strats
how
for this job?
startup.
Oh, I can
I have. We're not going to
Okay.
Spike Sushi, but
No, we're not.
but when we get there, I have seen the relatively new strategy. I I I definitely bang my head against trying to find a consistent way to do it for myself.
Yeah, no, this job, doing it very optimally, it does require a lot of practice, and it can still cause you to bang your head against the wall. And apologies for that. You think after I'd speed run this game for like 3, 4 years now, I would know the order of the jobs and what the jobs are named. But sushi, like Sushi House Startup, Spiked Sushi, sushi's in the middle of both names, and it just flips in my mind always. I get those mixed up, so
Yeah, I'm
apologies for
gonna
that.
be honest with you. I've got the splits pulled up on my other monitor here. I do not trust myself to remember the job order.
I think I'm pretty confident in remembering most of the job order. It's just those two names always, mess around in my head. Killa, now we just see finishing up Breakout, so not too far behind. And despite the one miss on the fire cycle, which honestly isn't that uncommon, you will see still a lot of high level runners occasionally get tripped up there because of how deceiving the cycles can be. Still a very solid Breakout. I would still probably put that in the range of like just under 720, so solid split. Shouldn't be too far behind even still.
Slink broke some plates there, nearly got spotted, but
Oh, he
I
did.
spoke too
Oh,
soon.
Oh,
Broke more plates. That is
that is a
unfortunate.
commentator's jinx if I've ever seen one. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about that right there is if you break the plates, you can still get the key in time, but in all likelihood, the guard is just going to be able to turn around anyways, and he'll catch you as you're going to the door. And it didn't
I
help.
I think what happened there is he broke another plate after
Yeah,
pickpocketing. I think because he was not in the position that he usually is, he had to adjust to avoid the guard's light. He sort of just held the angle he normally does and ran through a plate. That's usually not a problem. Very
yeah, no, you're
unfortunate.
Yeah, because that is another property of guards in this game is like because of those breakable objects, if you break something and they're in their state of like, what's that? And then they turn around and try to see Sly or whoever you're playing as, and then you proceed to make noise again, they don't even have like a surprised animation. They just instantly turn around on a dime, and so no time for Slink
Yeah.
to really escape that there.
You did an interesting route in that last room. I mean, maybe it's not interesting to those of you who pay more attention to this game, but I hadn't seen it before.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. That's the standard strat that, well, I guess Killa, our wonderful runner on the left side for Team Finland, he standardized those strats. That is the most optimal way to do it. Is you do a circle boost off of that sandbag there, get the checkpoint, and then you can do a very tight jump, not super tight with practice, but a tight jump nonetheless, off of that plate, and then circle boost up to the spire there. And it's very, very fortunately for Slinky hits that because if you miss that, the closest backup is across the room, and it's very easy to get spotted on your way over to that. But very nice execution. We'll see if Killa can follow that up.
And I'm guessing that's you only get one shot because you have to jump on the plates and they break.
Yeah,
Is that true?
that is
That is
true.
rough.
hmm Yeah, so the backup there is you run like down and to the right. There's another guard there, and there's a sandbag that's right underneath another spire point. So what you can do is you can slope jump off of that onto the spire point, and then you can drag and leap your way back over to where you would have been. But that's slow because that still loses you like 5 to 7 seconds. So yeah, but good for Slink. He got it first try, easy. We don't worry about that.
yeah, and Sling is now going for fishing.
Oh yeah, now here we go. This is there aren't too many like pure this is I wouldn't even call this like purely dependent on RNG. There aren't too many sections in Sly 4 that are purely dependent on RNG outside of like episode 3. As we see Killigan and ICSS on that door there, that's pretty swag. But this is one of the heavier sections of RNG in the run. Unless your name is Mappiotho, then you just get a 57 on the fish, monka what. But yeah, you will see later in this job, Slink will have to play a mini game where you have to go catch a bunch of fish using the six-axis controls, and sometimes it can be very good where you'll get like a 53 or a 55 left on the clock as you finish. Other times the fish can just be really annoying, can never lock onto your magnet, and as we see there, Killa missing the first circle boost, but getting the backup there. Very nicely done to know his backups there. Can he get the plate jump? He does. So
Nice.
very nicely done there, yeah.
Well done.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
before we get to the interesting part, we have to do this alter ego hack, which is auto-scroller, mostly.
Yeah, these are unfortunately a little bit of the resident sleeper sections of the run, as implied by Mr. This Is Not Jake down there. Jake as well, welcome to the stream. Very nice job on Sly 3 if you did not hear us earlier. But yeah, the alter egos, I've said this a million times, and I will die on this hill if you've watched my streams at all. These sections would be so fun for the speedrun if you could just scroll the screen by yourself, trying to whittle in between all the blocks and seeing what ion bits you can collect and then killing the boss at the end as fast as possible. They could have such speedrun potential, but as they are, like, once you've seen one alter ego hack, you pretty much get the gist for all of them, with the one exception being the alter ego hack in episode 5, 40 Thieves, because the boss is on a different side. So the quick kill, which we'll talk about in a minute here, is a little bit different, and also there are some lasers you can run into that will stop the screen from scrolling and can just lose you time that you have to try not to hit. But besides that one alter ego hack, they're auto scrollers, and auto scrollers, as most of you are aware, since you're all smart people, people happy, are just boring in a speedrun. And this game it's just a shame because this game is a very underrated speedrun anyways, and this is, kind of bogs it down.
I'm sure everybody, lots of people in chat are wondering, what about my bingo board? It says damageless alter ego hack, and I'm wondering, I'm pretty sure doing the quick kill guarantees you take damage.
It does.
So I'm not sure that we will see a damageless alter ego hack this run.
I mean,
So
if Slink or Kill, I mean, if they want to do it for the fans and they just want to,
it seems unlikely. It seems unlikely.
I mean, we'll see.
Although
here.
I will say Beaver did.
Oh, he missed the quick kill.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
As you can show, apparently took damage there, so not damage, less.
Beaver did miss a square boost in Satellite Sabotage just for the bingo boards. So maybe somebody will do it.
Thank you, Yandy. Yeah, so I think Nist in chat, who did run Sly 4 for a time, he's saying you can do it damageless if you can. Forgive me, I am just one of the new kids who usually you just do it by taking damage anyways because that's the way you do it. Slink also not going for the ICSS there. There's a 3-second cutscene skip if you open that door, but the main way you do those quick kills nowadays is you can kill those little eye bosses. Every single one of them for all the alter ego hacks is the same. You can kill them in one cycle instead of waiting for their shields to go up by just like ramming your whole body into his eye and just aiming directly to the right. And just that, usually, if you just whittle his health bar down all the way in like a split second and then trigger a bomb at the last minute, that usually does it. Slink, I think, might have just given him a little bit too much space, or he might have started to shove himself into his eye. That's a disgusting sentence. He might have just waited a little bit too long in order to, get up close and personal and start really pouring it on. But he's got a long way to go. Like I said, some more alter ego hacks to redeem himself for that one, and he's already on his way to the fish minigame. Jeez.
Yeah, not a bad cycle there. Those bugs can really get in your way sometimes. He waited a little bit, but he didn't get electrocuted. Made it safely across.
Yeah, the bugs, Gandhi, thank you for mentioning that. The bugs are also the next big portion of RNG in this job. Is depending on how the bugs line up with the cycles, you can either completely avoid getting zapped by any of them and have really clean movement, or they can just zap you all the time and force you to adapt to different cycles, and that can really slow you down. Some people seriously underestimate how much time that can lose you in this job, but some bug cycles, he couldn't have just done that fancy jump if the cycles weren't good. Thankfully, was able to do it pretty quickly, but can really harp on your time. That's another big part of this job.
We're looking for 50 seconds here, at least, remaining.
I think
for the
if
bingo
he gets the next one pretty quick. I think he's just gonna.
Oh,
no,
man.
49.
Just barely missed it.
Not quite.
Nah.
Let's see if Kula can do any better.
Yeah, we'll see. He shouldn't take too long to get there. He also misses the quick kill. That is very rare to see. Wow, okay, so both runners not getting the first quick kill. I don't know if it's nerves or whatnot, but we'll have to see if they can make up for that into the future. Normally, the quick kills don't lose you too much time if you miss them. There is one exception to that rule where there's an alter ego hack in the ultimate job, the conclusion of episode 2, where if you miss the quick kill there, the boss will do some other movement, and that can lose you upwards of 10 seconds, but we will cross that bridge if we get there. Hopefully neither of our runners will miss that quick kill when the time comes. It's like
Not a
they're
bad
getting...
cycle there for Slink. Taking one electrocution on the island, but no threat of getting electrocuted over the water, which is the real worry there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely so. Did Killa get the ICSS in the first gate? I think I missed that.
I do not know.
Forgot to skip that one.
All right, that's all right. Yeah, but no. So, all things considered for Slink, I don't know. I don't want to harp on it. That's a pretty average fish. Just missing the ICSS, missing quick kill, and getting a 49 fish overall. That's probably not going to come out terribly, but thankfully nothing super major happened. Like he didn't drop the fish bucket or anything, and that can just
Speaking of
absolutely
super
fuck you
major,
over.
Let's scrap. Oh
Yeah,
no.
as
Killa
Killa
not quite making
falling
it
a little
onto
bit
the
short of
ledge
the
there.
platform there. Hey, I'll give him props though for going for that jump. I don't see a lot of people do that, and I think that might actually save like a second or so. So good on him for
And he
going
does
for
make
it.
it.
Just didn't work out.
He does make it past the bugs without any problem.
All right, so now, yeah, so bingo watchers, get ready. We'll have to see if Killa can get a much better fish than Slink got. 49 is pretty average. I wouldn't call it atrocious. It's only really bad if it's like a 46 or a 45. That's like a really bad fish. Anywhere hovering around 50, I'd say is like pretty middle of the road. Not amazing, but you'll take it. So I'd say that wasn't bad.
Thing is
Killa
gonna
here.
do some interesting royalty movement with the job trigger.
Killa's getting... He had really good RNG there
This
for the
is
first
the
half
circle
of
boost
fish.
there.
Like using
Attaches to the
Dragon
wrong
Leaps,
thing.
that route is faster than normal running.
Very clean movement there by Slink. All right, yeah. Yeah, no, that movement, I've always loved that movement since I started speedrunning it. It takes a while to fully line up everything, and there's your 52 fish for all the bingo watchers. You got it, so
Let's
kill
go.
slightly better fish.
Oh
No!
no!
Oh no!
That is
That,
not
that's
what
where
you
next
want.
time because we need to finish the voice line.
Oh, okay.
No!
Okay, so all right, all things considered, that's not the worst spot he could have dropped the fish. If he had dropped the fish after the second checkpoint up here, that's really bad because then instead of being at the end near the cart, you get sent all the way back to that checkpoint. So not great, like not atrocious for Killa, not as bad as it could have been, but oh man, very rare. I don't think in all of my time seeing him run this game, I don't know if I've ever seen him make that mistake just like an inch or two. And Slink
And
getting
Slink got
caught.
spotted. That is
Yeah.
rough.
That rat cycle can be really annoying there. Those rats can walk in random circles, and that's like the one cycle where if you jump down, he can spot you. So annoying there, and I don't think he's going to get the fast cycle either. Nah, he's just going to miss. Oh!
Wow.
Oh! That was amazing. I thought he
Wow.
went...
You didn't believe in him for a second.
No.
And he
Listen, every time...
was 100% confident there. Wow.
Oof. Slink, my apologies. Like, every time I've tried to do it from the way you ran it, I've missed that trick. But nah, he believed in himself. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. This man has confidence.
That is a tight cycle to hit there. Lots of runners will just restart checkpoint to get a better cycle, but of course, you know, that's slower if you
Hacking
can,
where we
if you
actually
can make
use
that
more
cycle.
mouse controls.
Oh, yeah. What are your thoughts on these hacks? I think these are better for the speedrun, but I remember when I first played this game, I hated these sections.
Yeah,
It's
they're
fair,
not,
but it's gonna be kind
not
of
especially
annoying us.
interesting.
So you can easily mess up. Like especially if we do the episode 3 arcade for the maximum points, like that one, there's always to just fly off if you do a mistake when controlling the control. Like,
Yeah, so very, very interesting, like, past two jobs we've had here. You normally... Oh, man, I don't want to harp on Killa too much, because like I said, I really respect both these runners. They've both had times that better than me, and I love both these players, but I can't remember the last time I've seen anyone drop the fish in that job. And I'm just amazed that of all people, it was Killa, you know? I can't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just, you know, you just take the line a little too tight and suddenly
We
you're
also
in the
see
water.
Killa having a little
trouble
bit of trouble there with the movement. Yeah. Oh man, I hope nerves aren't getting to him after after he missed that fish, after he dropped the bucket. Hopefully he's not too upset with
Hopefully
himself because
not.
he's got a
Yeah,
long way to go.
only lost a few seconds from that, so it's really not a big deal. But that kind of stuff can get in your head sometimes.
Also,
Slink
we
heading
saw some
into a
dancing in
fan
slide
favorite part.
2. Now we get some more dancing.
Yeah, a little bit of Murray dancing here for those who are into the fan service. But Gandhi, I actually want to harp on that point you made real quick. Is that I so every Sly run has its difficulties, right? Like every single game, you're gonna have different things to it. The main thing after running, I can say this about Sly 4, right? Because I've been running this for like 3, 4 years, as I said. Sly 4 mistakes in Sly 4, you can watch the game and you don't think they're nearly as bad, but when you're actually running, even if you make like one little mistake with movement or something like that, it just feels a lot heavier. Like it can really hark on your confidence if you miss
Kula's
something like
going for
that.
the fast cycle here,
He is, and he's gonna get it.
and he
Yeah,
nails it. Wow.
yeah. Both forerunners getting that very easily, but yeah, no, it just feels like with how precise some of the movement tech in Sly 4 can be, little mistakes like, well, I guess not little mistakes, but mistakes like that, however the size or the cost can really get in your head sometimes. Killa, however, to your point, looking like he kind of cleaned himself up there. That was a very good indoor segment, and he got some good RNG with the guards there. So getting it, still not really losing much ground in comparison to his adversary on the right. I think all things considered, this is still a very, very close race, and all it will take is one big error or perhaps some RNG later in the run, and this could easily just catch back up. But crazy, crazy start here.
I can also agree that in Sly for the mistakes, they kind of feel kind of bad in the like especially episode run and everything. Like my EP2 grind, I kinda stopped it already because I wasn't getting anywhere, but it's kinda yeah like that. And Sly 4 is kinda also like a solid-ish run. Like the strats are obviously consistent and everything, but obviously man you can still make mistakes and yeah, it's kind of a different from the other games.
It it's debatable. I think a lot of people will go back and forth on okay, how difficult really is Sly 4? Because one if you're just watching Sly 4 and you haven't seen the game at all, your first thought is probably like, wow, like there isn't an ultimate gauntlet level of trick in Sly 4. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing quite on that level. The main challenge from Sly 4 comes from consistency because you can have absolutely flawless movement in one job and, like nail every single little thing and get all these frames perfect. And then you can go to the next job and you mess up this little bit of movement, and that really starts to add up over time. So, the challenge from Sly 4 compared to the other Sly games, especially from Sly 1, is not really the fact that there's like these monumental tricks you have to hit at every waking corner of the run, but it's just how consistently and how good are you at holding it all together. Because even in runs like this, like if they were just doing episode 1 that's only like 42 minutes long, which is the shortest episode in the game, there's a lot that can go wrong, not just with RNG, but like you can screw up some tiny movement here, a guard cannot flash his light here, you can miss the El Jefe 1 cycle. I've done that way too many times to count in the past. You know how frustrating that is. You guys have both run the game. It's a different beast for sure, and I think the debate between what speed run is like quote unquote better or what speed run is quote unquote harder is a fascinating one. And I'd love to talk with more experienced runners in the community, especially guys like you two who have both run like a lot of the Sly games. I've only dabbled in one and I've mainly run four. I'd love to hear what you think about that debate.
I would argue that I would argue that all all speed games, maybe not all speed games. Maybe there are some that are sort of just solved. Like I know Five Nights at Freddy's, the world record is like several ways tied. Um, but I would say that most speed games, um, they all get to the point where it's really hard. And for some games, that point is like, you know, quite a ways off some of best. For some games, there's a lot of hard tricks that you had to do, and it's just about, getting them all. But then some games like Sly 4, It's about doing, so many little things exactly right because there aren't those big swings. So you don't have the same amount of like leeway, right? I mean, I definitely talked to Beaver about this. I told Beaver I thought this game was the easiest, and he completely disagreed because he said, you know, just a few mistakes and like you can't PB. And obviously that's not true for me because my time is nowhere near Beaver's. But I think it's just, the way speedrunning is, we're always going to push these games to their limit. We're always going to keep getting better at them to the point where it's really hard.
Yeah, no, Gandhi, Power, I'm sorry to cut you off before you can respond, but as someone who, I sound like a broken record here, has been running this game for so long, I can hit that point home on a hammer for so long, as we've seen Slink there having a little bit of bad luck with the guard cycles there. But yeah, no, to your point, just take a look in the chat and look at how many like high level and like world record holders of Sly 4 any percent or just Sly 4 episodes in general. Like in this chat, like I was briefly like 3 or 6 seconds away from world record in this EP. Mappiotho, as I said before, just absolutely crushed world record. I think Power for a time had EP1 record in this game. Frizz on HDD had that record. Avatar, like Beaver, Remo had it tied for almost like a year plus. Like the when you just come into the game and when you come into Sly 4, you can take stuff like that where you think, oh, okay, I messed up this little bit of movement or I messed up lamp jump. And that's not so bad at first. But then you get a run where you start to hit all of those tricks and your time starts falling from like in episode one's case to the 44s to the 43s and then to the 42s. And then it's only when you reach that upper echelon of like where you're at in the episode that like once you start making one little mistake per run, as you said with Beaver, it's like, holy crap, I only lost like 3 seconds, but now I literally can't PB. So I would personally, like I said, this is why this debate is so fascinating. But and granted, maybe I'm not the best person to ask about this because, like I said, I primarily run Sly 4. I haven't run Sly 2 or Sly 3 extensively, so perhaps it's better to ask someone like you or Knuutti or Remo or Nist who's run all four of the games extensively for a long period of time. But personally, just from what I've seen and what I've experienced, I would definitely agree with Beaver that like I don't know what I would say is the quote unquote easiest speed run of the Sly series because I don't know if there is an easy speed run in the series. Like you can talk to anyone who like runs Sly 3 extensively or who runs Sly 2 extensively and they will tell you like, "Oh, here's my argument for why this game is or isn't the hardest game in the series." But personally, as someone who does run this game and someone who has choked multiple world records of episode 1, I will fully admit that. I cannot say with full confidence that this is the easiest run in the series. Mic drop.
Slink now heading into Sushi House Startup. No, I'm joking. He's heading
Spike
into Spike
sushi.
Sushi.
Oh, sorry. What was that, Shadows? I had you muted. What were we talking about? uh, yeah, sorry. I did. I like getting into big conversations like that. I feel like it's entertaining to both talk about the game and talk about bigger pictures like that. That's why a lot of people really enjoy commentary. But yeah, Power, I guess before we talk more about the actual game, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Well, really, I can really agree with your both too. I got nothing to say when that Sniper is kinda free and beginner friendly like Ostrava says, but the mastering it's difficult.
Facts.
We'll see if Slink goes for the. I don't know what that kind of attack is called. I'm not really sure what this is named,
I'm gonna
but we'll
call it the
see what he
Shuriken
does
strat,
here.
and he gets the
There you
worst
go.
outcome.
That
So
is
okay,
exactly why this Shuriken strat is a pain.
I actually call this Avatar strat because Avatar found this.
yeah, but that unfortunately, I had to burp. Excuse me, but that is the one thing that can go wrong with that strat. Now, for the most part, that is very consistent, and you can get really consistent times and good times with that strategy. The problem is that rat cycle. Like, depending on what way he's walking, Ryuichi, if you hit him out of the way and he's like facing a certain way, Ryuichi will lock onto the guard. and then if he starts throwing his shurikens at the guard since he's locked on, like there's just no backup. You have to kill him, and I mean it only loses like 6 seconds on average. But as I said, in
The
this game,
strat's not saving very much yet to begin with, so
I mean,
you have to. I mean, it's
I
certainly like in that range. I'm sure it's faster to do it the old way than to mess up doing it the fast way.
also Avatar mentioning it's a strat he found. Omega lol. Sorry for not giving the proper credit that was earned there. So thank you, Avatar, for finding that skip. But yeah, I think it's a consistent strat, but as he said, it's just super annoying when you miss it. Because it's just like, really? And Killa! Oh my gosh, he's going for this? Hold on a second. I actually need to see if he hits this.
Whoa!
Oh,
Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. Alright. That works, I guess. So, not really
Yeah,
the
I don't know what
optimal.
I'm seeing.
Okay. So that is, I like to coin that the
That's
R2
insane.
strat. Yeah. So, how do I even explain it? I don't even know if I can explain what happens there. Slink is also coming up to big ICSS, but the best way I can describe that is like, I guess if Ryuichi gets like stuck on an object going to a spire point with a dragon leap, there's some time where you can jump off the spire point but maintain the speed, and so you can do crazy stuff like that. Kill unfortunately getting not a great outcome though. He landed on the roof. Slink also missing a fireball. Can he get this actually?
oh.
And he just misses the ICSS. That's
Man,
unfortunate. 10 seconds lost. But yeah, unfortunately, what you're meant to do there is you're meant to just continue flying in like the hands waving motion through the air until you can double jump and get back on the path towards the job.
Kula,
But
very lucky there. The guard stopped,
that
and
can also
Kula's
happen.
able to kill it early.
Yeah,
So all that's left is to not miss, and Kula nails it.
yeah, there you go. That can also happen sometimes. That is very rare though, like more rare than messing up because the guy's walking on the run cycle, but good for him there. So yeah, no, I've seen some ups and downs in terms of RNG in this run, in terms of fish guard cycles. We're going through everything here, guys. It's been a really fascinating episode 1 race.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
no. Go ahead, Power.
Talking of around sea, this next coming rat fight can be little around sea for Sling here in the bridge.
Yeah, so this is one of 2 main rat fights in the game. We won't see another one of these until late into episode 5, but this can sometimes be really annoying if Murray doesn't decide to lock onto the rats and you can't kill the guards quickly, you can actually lose a sneaky amount of time here, more than some people would expect. Not really on this rat fight because of how much I've grinded EP1. I think I've kind of gotten into the motions of it, but I remember when I was grinding episode 5, I realized that my personal best gold for the operation was like 15 seconds off of the community best. And I was thinking to myself, what am I doing wrong here? Slink gets a pretty fast rat fight there, it looked like. But I was wondering, what am I doing wrong here? And, Remo and other people will tell you who make the tutorials, there's like a very certain way you have to do it. Like, you got to anticipate where the guys are going to land. You got to go there, make sure you do all this optimally, yada yada. And it goes to show that if you don't follow the tutorials and you don't do that, then you can lose a lot more time than you think. So, go watch Remo's tutorial series is the bottom line. No, I'm kidding. Well, I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
Go watch
no,
the tutorial
not
series.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If anybody in chat is looking at this and thinks it's interesting, Remo's tutorial series is a fantastic way to learn this game. Very well done. I personally used it to learn this game, and it's a huge help. This game is very approachable, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that point, the reason
And
why I sucked
Hula,
at
Kula
that,
gets the
I
Instacart
think
6
hits the
gift.
ICSS.
he did. Yeah, sorry
Look at
for
that.
interrupting there.
Sorry, I don't speak Swedish, but I'm pretty sure that says
Yeah,
all
it
over
films.
the film sequence.
Apologies for cutting you guys off there. I didn't mean to interrupt it. I was thinking about the rat fight and the tutorial series, and I got distracted. Got to focus on the game more. I'm sorry, guys.
No worries.
But yeah, I was just gonna say like the reason why I sucked so much at that rat fight was because that is the one episode of Remo's tutorial series that I failed to watch before the big community race we had the 1 year. So go watch the tutorial series, kids.
That
That's the
is the
lesson there.
classic. That right there is the classic.
Yeah. And yeah, Sling is going to the interesting LHV boss fight. Actually, it might be even the best boss fight in the whole game.
I think that's a reasonable claim. I think so. Yeah, so there is most of this boss fight hopefully pretty consistent and Slink will be able to get it down pat. The big thing here at the very end is of course the not one frame cutscene skip, but there is a cycle skip you can do where you can kill El Jefe in the final phase of the fight in one cycle as opposed to two by letting go of the shield and deflecting a fireball at a very particular time with the proper visual cue. Can be tough, but most experienced runners can get it down consistently with the proper timing. So we'll see if Slink can get it. I think it saves like at least 20 seconds or something like that, somewhere in that ballpark. So big skip. Hopefully both our runners will be able to hit it there.
Yeah, watching this fight in the run it's very nice. The way we we take down El Jefe is very efficient. Here you can see Slink taking damage here intentionally in order to skip one of El Jefe's longer attacks. And they're reflecting the ball instantly. And then just beating the crap out of them.
That's pretty much all there is to it, except like I said, the last
Yeah, the
phase.
last one is
the tricky
the big
one. The big one. Ah.
And Fire has had a bingo since Sly 2.
Huh.
Wow.
Omega lol. Hey, congratulations though. And to anyone who has gotten a bingo so far in this race, I believe we've seen some people who've had bingos already. Congratulations. Hopefully there is more to come. I think there are some pretty substantial bingo slots for the Sly 4 run. I think there's one related to like getting skip 4 and duty calls and some other important stuff, so we'll see some more bingo slots for sure.
I just need somebody to miss menu while trying to skip cinematic. And I think that might be kind of a difficult one to spot.
Yeah. I need. Did somebody hardlock in Sly 2? Did that count as a hardlock, or was that?
I think I'm
Sound
pretty
lock.
sure a sound lock counts as a hard lock.
I'm putting it. Screw it. Okay, so
I've
I need.
put it, so
So, oh my
better.
god. So my one bingo slot, ironically, was get a successful quick kill on an alter ego boss, and nobody has gotten that yet because they both missed the first one.
we will surely
Oh
see
well,
a
still
successful
4
quick kill in
chances
this
for
run.
that.
I just think that's really funny. Wow.
Yeah, now
Slink is
Sling
coming
is
up here
going
on
for the
the
last
last
phase. Can
cycle.
he get the cycle skip?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like I said, this man has balls of steel, so we will have to see if he can get it. But I got confidence in him. I also got confidence that Killa, once he gets there, can do just as well. Starting the fight now, getting over there. 2 electric jumps, then he has it, so let's see if he can get it. Big moment here for Slink. That looks good. Unless he was too far away, that looks good.
I like that.
Nicely
Yes,
done.
Well
There
done.
you
Well
go.
done, Slink.
All right.
That is a precise trick.
Yeah,
Very precise trick. So all things considered, like besides the mishap with the guard, and well, the mishap with the guards, I suppose, in Spiked Sushi and in Pretty and Pinker, very solid episode 1 for Slink for full game. I would definitely, the most, I think I would put that in the range of like 43-10, somewhere around there. That might have been a 42 though. Still a very solid episode for Slink. Let's see if he can keep the pace up as we go along.
yes, because we're going to the Wild West.
Yes, Knave 357 favorite episode, as we all know, because I know everybody and their mother apparently. Does everyone really hate episode 2 that much? I remember playing this game casually, and I didn't think the episode was that bad. What do you guys think?
It's kind of meh, and it also does have kind of a hard jobs a lot. So like, I had a tough time trying to get a new beeper, so I kind of give up already.
Knuutti says he likes the trains, and I could not agree more with him. I also just had an image of how funny it would have been if he had just said that out loud, like out of nowhere.
If Nudie, yeah, because he is for reference. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but Nudie does have to be inside of the commentary booth. He's just muted, so we can watch the stream and see how he's keeping up with everything. So Thank you to Knuutti for allowing us to watch the stream in real time so we can provide very good commentary. But yes, I think it would have been really funny if he just like forgot to mute and then he's like, I like trains. And that's just the ASDF moment where all of a sudden the train from EP2 just comes out of nowhere and just instantly kills both the runners.
Yeah, he's
Killer
just
there getting
sitting
a
here in
very
the.
unfortunate frame jump.
Yeah, that is rough.
Thing
He's sitting
is
here in the corner of the booth on
getting
his little
the
stool. He's got his
under.
headphones on and his little volume mixer.
Yeah, Sling is
He's just
starting the
looking at
under
us.
arrest, which is very momentum heavy job starting the episode too.
Very much indeed. But before we talk about that, as Slink is going to clean up the first couple of posters there, big moment for Killa as well. Can he follow up on Slink and can he get the cutscene skip? We will have, or the cutscene skip, the one trick. Oh
Ooh,
no!
that is unfortunate.
No! And
Oh
Too
no,
that,
early on the
that's
release.
bad.
dude, that's the worst way to miss it too. Oh no, that is
That feels so
so.
bad.
I
Yeah.
kill. Oh.
Oh no.
Can he clean it up on the second time? I think that should be good on the second time. Yeah, he cleans it up the second time. Oh, dude. Earlier I was saying when I was playing this game on hard disk drive, I had choked world record for that drive. That was literally how I did it right there because that was the way I failed that cycle skip. So I feel him there. It's tough, but
So,
didn't look like it was too bad on the cleanup. Just unfortunate miss there for Killa.
so now that actually did note that Sling ended the Hellway fight at 12:40:40. So Sling actually have been making the gap. It's under 3 minutes difference now actually. So it's getting a bit closer overall.
Slink really wanted to grab those coins there, yeah. Oh, Slink actually, he's being smart right now. So, this is one thing that is consistent between both the 100 coin route and the 200 coin route is you'll see after he finishes this job when he goes back to the safe house, he needs 300 coins to buy Adrenaline Burst, and so he was a little bit short. I don't know if he got bad coin RNG on the dance, if that's possible, but just making absolutely sure that he cleans up the coin count there to get to 300. So very smart by him, playing it safe. We should be able to see him buy Adrenaline Burst now at the start of Jailhouse Blues. Good for him, as Killa is just coming out of EP1 now. See if he can catch up to him.
Yeah, that is a heads up play for Slink. I think a lot of runners would just take for granted that they will have enough coins, and in their situation, they'd be unable to buy Adrenaline Burst. But luckily, Slink is keeping an eye on his coin count, and he will have enough.
Yeah, the brain is definitely awake for Slink. I've definitely done that once or twice in any percent, admittedly, where I haven't thought twice about the coin count, and then I've had a time where I've entered the safe house with 299 and didn't realize what my coin count was.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
rough.
yeah. Ugh. So get your coins, kids. That's lesson number 2. Watch the Remo tutorial series, and if you watch the Remo tutorial series, that'll help you with step 2. Get your coins. They're still important.
This episode, which is
Like now,
kind
it's
of
like
interesting story-wise, is that so Sly is getting now busted. Sly goes to jail after this job.
And that's a Sly 2 reference.
Yes.
technically, yeah. I mean, though statistically improbable, gentlemen, we had to face the facts, and it's that Killa missed the one frame skip. Sly has been captured, and we're not alone. We have the 3 of each other. People happy, and we have chat, but references, yay. Anyways. Yeah, so now we see Slink getting the second costume of the run, and he'll be going on to Jailhouse Blues, where, barring a miss menu in ThiefNet, which would give some people a bingo slot, so maybe better for some people, worse for others, but Slink will be able to buy Adrenaline Burst now, which, as Power Man kind of alluded to earlier, not the most influential power-up in the run now, especially with some of the new Trigger Bomb time save we found, but can still be helpful, for sure.
If you've seen Adrenaline Burst in the past 2 games, it is nothing like that. It is so underwhelming compared to both of those.
So after Sling bought the AP, he actually did scroll up the menu a bit more because he actually want to set the trigger bomb as seen. So when we get the recalls, he can actually then possibly buy that gadget faster because it's already in the spot when he opens the DeepNet. So that's some menu strats.
Uh, Oh god, can you guys imagine this game if we had Sly 2 and Sly 1 Adrenaline Burst?
That would be amazing.
That
Did
would
you say
be
Sly
like
One Adrenaline Burst?
yeah, slide one adrenaline burst. Could you imagine this run if we had copy, we had decoy, the best ability from Sly One? The speed run potential would be unlimited. Nah, if we had Sly 2 and Sly 3 adrenaline burst, you can see how underwhelming it is there. It's just this dinky little like thrust forward as compared to the like omega boost get you halfway across the map that it was in Sly 2 and 3 that made it so impactful for the speed run. But yeah, no, that would be amazing for Bentley. Would definitely make a lot of his sections way more fun. But,
So in this
Sag.
game, the caster meter actually refills after you use it, so you actually don't need to hunt for more HP if you use all the meters. So that's kind of handy.
Yeah, that's another point, dude. Like, Sly 2, Sly 3 Adrenaline Burst, as we see Slink kind of forgetting where the picture trigger is there. Sly 2 and Sly 3 Adrenaline Burst with unlimited juice. That sounds like a ROM hack. That sounds too good to be true. So sad.
Obviously, in this game, you can actually buy a meteor recharge for every slime and then ready to actually speed up the meteor recharging, but sadly, they are too expensive for the any percent run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that is something else we should kind of allude to with the coin route is those are some of the more influential power-ups in the game. Like in the 100% run, we get meter recharger for Sly because we get a lot of coins anyways from getting treasures because we have to get them all. And so as you imagine, even though we do a trick that makes it so you get the treasure but don't get some of the coins, you still end up with most of them and get a lot. And so those end up saving a lot of time when some of the costume abilities require you to just wait around to recharge your juice or gadget meter, as some people call it. But nah, it's just 1,000 coins, which again, without routing in multiple things, which just wouldn't be worth it. Not incredibly useful. So cool to see
Slink
what
here
we
is
have
in
it.
the Yeah, Slink here is in the inside portion of Jailhouse Blues, and just like episode 1, the second part of the second job, which takes place inside a jail, is very movement intensive, or at least it has some very movement intensive parts.
So yeah,
Um,
actually have a lot of cutscenes. You have to skip cutscenes a lot during this job.
Yeah, no, this is one where it's like you walk into a new room and then boom, gotta skip a cutscene. It gets annoying after a while.
Especially in EV grinds gets so much pausing.
No, for sure. But yeah, this actually coming up, speaking of hard movement sections, this is one that can mess a few people up, especially if you destroy the barrel. There's going to be this barrel in the back of the room that Slink will have to jump off of in order to get up to that little platform there he just threw. So let's see if he has any trouble with this. Hopefully not. Nah. No worries there. Just waits
Not
for
a
the
problem at
spotlight
all for
circle, gets
Slink.
out. Not a problem at all, yeah. That, however, obviously is not the hardest section of movement we will see in this job. There is yet another one that I'm sure both of you are well aware of at the very end. That,
Yes.
by the yeah, which Mr. Jake also found a strat for. People happy, so we'll get to see that hopefully soon.
Yeah, better jump is a bit tricky, kind of be how you time the double jump and analog stick move. But once you get the feel for it, it's kind of a okay jump to do.
Slink is just taking the opportunity here to farm some coins, since you have to wait for these fire vents to finish. Not sure I've seen a fire vent before in my life, but
That would be pretty inconvenient, wouldn't it?
I guess it's a real thing.
Yeah. Just in the middle of winter, you turn on your heat one day and all of a sudden just start spewing flames.
Here you can see
Stay
Sling
warm.
actually is going on the ball. So the ball momentum actually was a bit faster or tied bit running, but actually to get the ball to accelerate actually makes it slower overall, if I remember correctly.
I'm not entirely sure on that. I do remember someone saying for a long time that they thought the ball was faster, but I don't think that's true because otherwise I think we'd be using it a lot more in the run, which clearly we're not. So, bleh.
It does take a long time to equip it.
That
So
too.
I could see it being faster, and it's just, there aren't any opportunities for us to like run for a long amount of time that make it worth it.
I mean, we do use it for a race, so who knows? Maybe the ball and chain is the way to go. If you could just somehow instantly change into it and get on the ball in like 2 frames, maybe we
Slink's
would
coming
see.
up here on
Yeah,
the
also Hugh.
difficult part.
See if he has to hit this trick.
This is the interesting part of this job.
Then it goes for the Jake part.
Oh,
And he
not,
falls short of
no,
it.
Ooh.
not
Ah,
quite. Oh.
Nailed everything up until that point, but
yeah.
rolling onto the last platform is very difficult.
Yeah, this actually is kind of a big skip because
Try.
normally you will
There you
need to
go.
actually go around the whole room to hit all the blocks, so that obviously is slow.
Yeah,
But that strat
that skips a
is,
lot of gameplay.
but that is kind of difficult jump because there's so many things you need to do, and well, in the top level, if you fail it once, it's just reset for episode run.
Kula
Yeah.
nails the jump off the barrel, just like Slink. No problems there.
Second try for that trick, all things considered, especially in a marathon setting, that's not bad at all. Just a little unfortunate that the part he had to fail was the part at the very end, but
Yeah,
he's still
so
doing all right. Still
it
got a bit of
actually
a chunk.
it actually took me 4 tries in my Hanto veteran to get that skip. Oh well.
Yeah, Killa also taking the time to farm a lot of those coins there. I think a lot of people don't realize those boxes and objects exist over there, but can be a nice place to just pick up a few extra coins while you're waiting. If you're playing any percent, no real reason not to, so good to know.
Unlike the previous two games, I don't really think there are any, auto scrollers where we just take the time to farm breakable objects in this game.
There
So
is,
we've
well,
got to take
technically,
those moments.
you're saying there's two.
To the goals
Yeah,
you
there
actually
are.
go for loot, and you can also hit mushrooms and break some more stuff there.
Oh, I suppose
Mhm.
yes. Sorry. I'm forgetting. Cooper
No,
for
you're fine.
hire. That's
Don't
my
worry.
bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are technically two. It
And
is Cooper for.
obviously duty calls. I mean,
Yeah.
duty calls. If you don't spend the entire duration of the scroller focusing on getting the dialogue skips, then I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah. No, if you're playing, I guess like yeah, well yeah, especially if you're doing episode runs, the part you want to be focusing on is the big skips, which is the influential part. That's why there is somewhat of a language debate in this game about, oh, do you want to pick German or do you want to pick Swedish? But it is still pretty important to farm coins for that job, especially if you don't have trigger bomb by this point, which, without getting lucky in this job that Slink is on right now, you most likely will not get. So Slink right now, he can get around 100 coins in Cooper for hire without
Oh,
Oh
farming his
no,
killer
gonna
there.
also
He got
failed.
very
very
unfortunate
similar
collision
mistake.
there. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him there. He must have gotten stuck on some weird collision on that
I
post.
think he might have. Yeah, the post
Maybe he
behind
went
him
too
there.
close to the edge. But
Yeah,
second
Nails it
try
second
also,
try.
so
yeah.
so
That
good
was
bowling
interesting.
skips for both runners.
That was interesting though what Killa did. It looked like he had a there's some more collision there. Wow. He looked like he had a very distinct setup there. Like he went to a very peculiar spot instead of just going like halfway between the crate edge. I've never seen somebody go to the post like that and then line it up like that. So I think he had a plan. It's just like that usually doesn't happen where you get such terrible collision. So unfortunate there for Killa, but luckily for him, Slink made a similar mistake. So no problems there. And his Slink, no. The guy back there had loot, but I don't think he can go back and take that without failing the job. So that 100% is not worth it because if you fail this job, you lose a significant amount of time. So don't blame him for playing it safe at all.
Because also
And
imagine
also,
that when Toothpick was gonna moves his gun, he's gonna do the animation where he turns around. But obviously, if you do some noise while the animation, that it actually cancels Toothpick to turn around, and it actually saves time, like 12 seconds or whatever you do it for all the when Toothpick stops.
Mhm. Yeah, not amazing time save, but over 6 times that does add up. So it's a nice little tech that people remember to do. Very cool to see and remember to do. Slink just gets to that. No loots for Slink, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to buy anything until Jurassic Thievery, but gets out of episode 2 without much issue, so good on him for that.
very unlikely to find a loot here simply because unless it's changed, we're really only looking for the 500 loot. If you find the 1 or 200 loot, it's actually not worth your time to pick it up.
Yeah, I think 200 might be worth it in some coin routes. I think
I believe it's only in the 500 loot. If you got the 500 loot in Paris, then the 200 loot in Cooper for hire is worth grabbing because that's gonna get you enough to get Trigger Bomb.
Yeah, you're right. No, I was just double checking my notes, and you are right. So that's the only instance where you would pick up the 200 loot. Otherwise, the Nugget is useless and the Sheriff badge is useless, those being the 100 and 200 loots respectively. Killer, was he going for some risky pickpocketing there? Hopefully he doesn't get caught, which he doesn't. Good for him. But
Of
yeah.
course, the reason that they are not worth the time is because when you pick up the loot, the whole game freezes. And I'm sure we've heard this before in the other games, but just know it is the same in this game. So even though it's an auto scroller, grabbing a loot does lose a little bit of time, a couple seconds.
With one
So
exception,
it's-
one
yeah, with
exception
one
being,
exception in duty
yeah,
calls, which we will see in the next episode.
yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there as well. But yeah, no, Killa looks like doing a pretty good job coin farming here. You don't have to go crazy with coin farming in this job, but you never know if he can only afford some power-ups by a slim margin later on in Operation Jurassic Thievery, we might look back and say, oh, huh, he did a really good job coin farming in this job. So we'll see. Also,
And yeah, look at this.
oh,
Getting
what a
coins
genius! Look at that.
with the bomb thrown here.
I've
They kind
never
of didn't fly to him, but he did get one or two.
That's, yeah, honestly though, like I respect him for doing that. I've never seen anybody do that, and I think that's such a sick strat. We'll see if he has
Doing
better
it
luck
some
with this
more.
push. Yeah. I mean, why not, right? There you
Yeah,
go,
you
we got
simply-
two.
You simply have no idea how many coins you're gonna be getting in duty calls. So, you know, every little coin has the potential to make a difference.
Yeah, my point exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if he might only be able to afford some power-ups in Jurassic because of some few coins, but whoever knows? Those pretty pennies could really add up over time. Slink also very nicely done with the hack, getting past the firewall without dying. Dying in that hack can be a really big problem because you have to do that entire section over again, but thankfully gets through without too much issue. See if Kill has any similar problems with the hack there.
It is pretty funny that how you can just juke the firewalls in this game
So
by
it's
just moving side
also
to side. They lag behind you, and you can sneak in around them.
so fun fact. So this job actually is longer than the operation in this episode.
Yeah, this is a very long job. I mean, you've got the shooting section, and then you've got the hacking section, and then after that, there's like an entire job's worth of gameplay.
We get to
Yeah.
play as Tennessee the Kid Cooper soon.
Get to play a Sly with the gun. I mean, no, yeah, Tennessee, you know? Unique and original character. Totally not just a copy and paste clone of Sly with one unique gimmick. Does Killa hit the thing? He does. So Killa also, forgive me, Slink, if you hit that little firewall skip there and I missed it because we were talking about the coin farming stuff, but that's a little thing you can do is with the speeder code there, with very precise movement, you can completely skip past that firewall without having to shoot any dots. That's a little bit tight though, and sometimes it's very easy to mess up, so good to see him get that.
So what
And now we
Tennessee
see,
actually starts here. Tennessee actually starts and helps how to actually shoot the gun. So while you wait, you can farm coins. Because there's like bags and stuff to break.
yes, indeed there are, and I think, as I said before, I don't know if it was entirely accurate what I said, but I think you can get, like, I swear it's around 100 coins, especially in Killa's case with how good his coin farming was on the outside. If he just, you know, takes his time and ends up breaking a lot of objects, like I'm sure he will, he could very easily end up getting like 100 coins in this job, which in the long run could seriously help him out, because, you know, it's basically like he got 100 loot again without losing any time. Duh. So, congratulations, yeah. That was probably one of the stupidest things I could have said. I'm sorry. That was like a no duh thing, but you know, I'm just trying to say he's doing a very good job of coin farming, and his count will be a reflection of that. There. That's all I tried to say.
So that section where Tennessee actually talks about the language actually matters there. So for this episode only, German is the fastest language, but Finnish only was a fun frame. That's kind of funny.
Wow. Yeah, it's just a testament to how close the languages are in this game compared to the previous two.
And it's like I was saying, because how much I think Korean over English in Slide 2 saves like 9 minutes at least. And then what is the
Yeah,
combination of
not counting health and safety skip, it saves 9 minutes.
yeah. And then what does Norwegian and Dutch save? Isn't it like 5.5 or is it more than that?
I don't know that one off the top of my head.
Somebody who's better
Yeah,
who has
somebody
more
does.
knowledge. Yeah. Knuutti or somebody who has more knowledge of Sly 3 than I do, you can correct me on that if I'm wrong, which I might be, but I think it was somewhere in the ballpark of like 5 minutes, the combination. And then in this game, I think compared to English, Dutch, or not Dutch, German or Swedish, whichever one you pick, duty calls notwithstanding, only saves like a minute or so, so not incredibly essential, the language, but obviously some languages can still be slower, and some languages can be faster if by a smaller margin. Hey, 5.5 minutes. See, there we go. I know my stuff. See? I'm not just the Sly 4 guy. Let's go. Slink there also we see doing a pretty good job. I don't know what happened to that guard. He just got like zoomed into the water, but
Yes,
doing a very good.
yeah, sometimes that card actually jumps to the water there. It's kind of funny.
I've never seen that before. That is actually really funny. But yeah, Slink did a really good job there of managing all the guards. He got through there with pretty clean movement, so good on him. We'll have to see if, as I once again sound like a broken record, if Killa can follow him up on that and can have just as good, if not better, movement through this job. Because this job, it is pretty consistent for the most part, but depending on how some of the guards act and if you don't shoot something quite as early as you want to, it can throw you for a loop.
One technique we saw Slink use and we will surely see Kula use up here in a second is if you hold the aiming button, which I think is L1, um, then the guards cannot like knock you back. So we use that to move past them while they're shooting at us without them interrupting our movement.
Yeah, that's one of the absolute most essential things you can do in that job, because if you're not in aim mode, then as Gandhi alluded to, you can just get absolutely juggled by bullets, and not only is that going to be really low because you're going to be running back to where you were, but you're also going to lose a lot of health really fast, and dying in this job, as you might imagine, is, slow. So, don't want to do that. Yeah, so Kill, it looks like, though, got some little good luck there with that guard not popping out immediately, so that allowed him to get through pretty quickly. As we see Slink also with pretty clean movement to this job, and gets that trick too. Nice job.
Even the aiming mode is kind of helpful, but it also is kind of slow. So we actually use it when we have like guards in front of us only. Like, yeah, it slows you down the aiming mode.
Yeah, no, well, because you
Yeah.
can only go at walking speed in that. But we will see one instance at the end of this rail sliding section for Killa where it's pretty essential, because there's this one flashlight guard that will come around and he'll just instantly start opening fire on you. So if you don't get into aim mode quick enough, he can just shoot you back, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to end up falling into the water, and that's not fun. So
Slink here
see
has
if
arrived
he
at
ends up
the
doing
best
all right with that.
mini game in the series.
He has, yeah. If we have any more Nist chuggers or any Shadow chuggers, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, feel free to put them in the chat. Not exactly lemonade, but sarsaparilla, the sweet kind of drink in some regard. Not too far off, I guess. But yeah, nice, unique little minigame here. There are some optimizations you can do here where after the first 5 guards have spawned, every single guard will only spawn once in a particular spot. And then once a guard has spawned in every single spot, it repeats itself. So you can kind of use that knowledge to predict where the guards are going to show up and slide them a drink if you know what slots have been taken up on the particular cycle and which ones haven't. So I believe
Yeah,
Avatar was the one who discovered that knowledge, or at least brought it to the community's attention. So thank you for that.
you could see it in action there a couple of times. Slink was staying far to the left because he knew that guard had not spawned yet.
I think also, yeah, not going for the.
Chair
I
jump.
wonder if anyone's gonna go for the chair jump. If Killa totally might be the guy who goes for that. I don't know. We'll see though. It's like also getting the binoc skip there.
Binox
Very nice.
cancel. Nice.
Yeah. So that is one thing I guess we haven't really mentioned a whole lot. We saw one of those, well, two of those technically in Jailhouse Blues, but instead of skipping the cutscene in the menu, sometimes what you can do is you can just open the Binocucom as Sly or whoever is running into the cutscene trigger, and that will sometimes be faster because it'll just like allow you to instantly cancel the cutscene and get a move on instead of having to pause the game, go back, and skip the cinematic the normal way. So that actually there, pretty influential skip for the job. Saves around like 6 seconds or so. Pretty nice. You see Killa here getting a little bit stuck, having some bad collision, but getting a better hold on it as he goes along. He goes for the chair. Yeah. In this section here, not a whole lot to say about the RC car. Just like as long as you don't get hit by the fans there, which can be a pretty influential death if you do get taken out there, can be pretty bad. But Slink avoids it, so good on him. And now our runners are like, I want to say, not even 5 minutes apart. This gap still hasn't grown or shrink much since the start of this run,
The
despite
gap,
some bumps in the road.
actually. According to
Yeah.
According
Knuutti,
to
the gap
Knuutti,
actually is 2:36 after Cooper for higher, so Kyllä does have done his little comeback.
yeah, it's certainly still anybody's race. It is going to come down to the wire.
I mean, yeah, boys, tell me about it. We still have a long way to go. We haven't even gotten to the race yet in Grand Key Larceny, and we haven't even gotten to duty calls or the ICSSs in getting stronger. So we still have a lot to go that can go wrong for both our runners, but we'll cross different terminology. We'll see what happens. Yeah, that. I'm trying not to use that phrase for like the 100th time this commentary. Got to diversify my vocabulary, you know? Don't want to sound like a complete broken record. Kill it looks like also making good use of the sarsaparilla knowledge of how to slide his drinks properly, and we will see if he does go for the chair jump. I'm interested if he at least attempts it. He does not go for the chair. I
He
don't
did
blame him.
not.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
pretty easy way to fail the job if you do mess it up. It's a precise trick, so usually only see that if you go for episode runs. And he also gets the binoc skip, so very nice.
Plus, the chair jump only saves like 2 seconds, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Unless you're going for calm gold, then it is essential, but nah, not for a race like this, I feel.
So
Speaking of which,
Germany does
now,
have a blind date is actually blind date in German as well. Kind of funny.
yeah, it's weird what some languages, how they have direct translations, and some of them are just like you don't know what to put for another language. I don't know, it's weird. Like sometimes I remember when I was taking Spanish is it's weird to see us talking about the United States some stuff where you have all these words in Spanish and then somebody will just break out into English when they have to say like a state name or something like that. I don't know. It's cool to see how all the different languages change the dialogue in this game since there's so many dubs.
Yeah, blind date is basically kind of an auto scroller. There are some sections for speed actually matter, but mostly we are riding on this rail and then we not shoot obstacles. So the thing where the Carmelita is actually gonna go through without any problems.
So that coin and I was
Yeah.
really thrown off by that coin and Killa's face.
I kind of.
I
Let's
don't know if I've
maybe
ever seen that
avert your
before.
eyes. Luckily, it's over. Jeez,
Oh.
that was rough. I've never seen that.
Me neither. That's definitely a first. How did he even get that coin over there? Did he collect
Oh,
Oh
it's
that?
man,
back!
we're
It's still
back.
there.
No.
Did he like collect that as he was going to the trigger? How is it there? There's like no enemies or anything there that can spawn one.
I don't know. Did somebody need to clip that or something?
Please, somebody. I've never seen that before in my life, but that's actually kind of funny. I wonder if it's gonna be in the job complete screen too. Is it just gonna last forever? Oh no, it went away. Yeah,
Oh, it's gone.
the coin has been murdered. It's okay. You're free to look at the screen again, guys. It's gone. It can't hurt you anymore. It's like,
Slink's currently playing through Grand Key Larceny.
did he shoot everything there? Also, no, this is blind date. Andy.
Like I said, blind date. Man,
All right, listen,
jeez.
I got it wrong earlier in the run. Don't worry
They're
about
all
it.
called the same thing in this episode. I mean, there's like 5 jobs that have jail in the name. It's it's
Well,
too hard.
it's Jailhouse Blues and Jailbreak.
Yeah, 5 jobs.
You need to forget diversifying the vocabulary, like diversify the names. Damn it. Yeah. Uh, we need an epilepsy warning for the YouTube video now. Oh my god. Uh,
Maybe.
yeah, but I guess to talk a little bit more about this job. So, the beginning of the job, obviously, your movement does matter quite a bit, and most of this job, as Powerman kind of alluded to earlier, it is mostly an auto scroller, but there can be some time save you can get from sliding on the quote unquote correct rails, where most of the time the rail that's like the inside one is faster to slide on. So even if you're only sliding on it for like a few seconds, it is faster, and that can actually speed you up a bit more than you think. Like I think my gold for this split is like 604, but then community gold is 6 minutes flat. So by speeding up your movement on the rails and just knowing which rails to jump on, like which ones are the innermost ones and which ones are the outside ones, it can actually help you a lot more than you might expect for a job that otherwise seems like you can't really do anything to help yourself. But nah, there's like little tips and tricks you can do there. Slink, not to disrespect him or anything, but I feel like he hasn't done a great job of demonstrating that. He's been jumping a lot more on the outside rails than the inside rails. I want to see if Killa kind of gets more on point with what I'm talking about as he goes through this job, as Slink now is going to finish the auto scroller.
Yeah, those are the kinds of small optimizations that Cool is going to need in order to catch up. You know, he can't rely on Slink, missing the big cutscene skip in this game. You just gotta consistently play better.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, when you're playing a person who is top 5 on the leaderboard, you can never expect something like that to happen. You've got to also be at your best, and you can't just expect someone to give the time save to you. You got to make it up where you can, and to the point of Sly 4, that's it's a lot harder to make up that ground in Sly 4 because there's not as much wiggle room to work with. So you've got to really be on your A game in a race like this.
And after episode 3, things will definitely. Well, I say definitely. Nothing's definite in episode 3, but it's very likely that we will see some. We will see this race shake up a bit in episode 3.
Yeah, which I know sounds like a long time away, but trust me, like, even towards the end of this episode, like now we're really getting to the point of episode 2 where there's a lot that can go wrong. We have the quick kill that can lose you time in Operation, as well as a bunch of other things that can go wrong in Operation, like the Carmelita section and Murray with the van. We have some big skips in Jailbreak that can really twist your run. We have the race in Grand Key Larceny, which if you get hit by an unexpected dynamite, it's one hit death, and then you start the race over, which can lose you like a minute. There's still a lot left in EP2, and then as you said, Gandhi, EP3, we've got so much left. EP4, I will always say that's where we start to separate the boys from men. That's where we're really going to see who's going to pull away. And then EP5, despite only being seven jobs long as opposed to like 8, there's a lot of crazy movement tech and there's a lot of skill to be had. So we'll have to see as this race goes on and now really starts to develop who can keep the pace up and who can close this thing out.
Slink is now headed to Jailbreak.
Hey, there you
Yes?
go. Yeah, you got it.
Nice. First try.
Woo! Yeah, no, you got it.
This is
All right,
a
yeah.
job where if by some miracle you can acquire auto fire, you can use that gadget. However, I'm sure Slink did not. Had he... No, Slink's on the 100 route,
Yeah,
right? Kula's on the
yeah,
200.
yeah, it's links on 100. So let me just double check my notes. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Gandhi,
auto fire was never in the picture for Slink. If Kula had
mm-mm.
gotten the 500 loot in Jailbreak, then he would be picking it up.
Yeah,
But
good memory.
unfortunately, we're not. Oh no, I've got it open. Don't worry,
Oh,
I've got
okay.
it open.
I
Yeah,
was gonna
no,
say like,
I
damn,
don't
Gandhi,
remember
you know
that.
your
I
stuff.
don't
But
remember that at all. No, not at all. Do I
uh,
still have my splits open? I do. Yes. before, when I called the job the wrong thing, that was with my splits open. That was looking at my splits, seeing all of the names of the jobs, and then saying the wrong one.
Uh, okay, wait, no, it's actually like 3 more jobs down. It's all right. That's the name of it. That's cool.
it's,
That's cool.
it is not nearby. Nope.
Yeah. Now we're on to Jailbreak, as Gandy alluded to, as Killa will be getting there soon. Neither of them are going to be able to buy any power-ups. If either of them had gotten to 500 loot, Slink would have been able to buy Trigger Bomb before this job, and Killa would have been able to buy both Trigger Bomb and Auto Fire, which Auto Fire not really that great considering you use Carmelita like twice in the entire game, but still a pretty handy power up to have. It just feels nice, and especially for this episode's operation, it can be really, really handy. So it can be cool,
Yeah,
but Trigger Bomb, of course, yeah.
It saves very little. It saves, I believe, it saves so little that it is not even worth buying if you aren't also buying something else at the same time. Like the trip to the thief net takes longer than it saves.
That's Sly 4 power ups, ladies and gentlemen.
Which is why, for the rest of the run, probably all of the gadgets we'll be buying will be for Jurassic Thievery. Perhaps if they can get enough money for Trigger Bomb before Ice Ice Bentley, they will buy it early.
I wouldn't count on that if I were you.
But
Especially
yeah,
considering
barring
we're
that, they're gonna get all the coins they can in duty calls. They're gonna make one last trip to the shop before the operation in episode 3.
Oh
Oh,
no!
Slink there as well. He missed one of the grabs on the pole there. That's very interesting. Very rare mistake to see somebody like him make. So a little bit more leeway room for Killa. But sorry, Gandy, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, yeah, that is a rough mistake to make. Not a difficult part of the job, and there are difficult parts of this job.
Oh, for sure. That's not even the worst part of it yet. Is the next Tennessee trick? There's a few different ways you can do it. Oh, but what's happened on my mouth there? Oh my god! It's like ooh. Like an ooh. The ooh just took over my mouth for a minute there. I didn't even try that. But nah. There's a few different strats that people can do. I'm interested to see if Slink goes for the strat where you jump off the boat or the strat where you go around the giant drum. We'll see that in a little bit. But yeah. Putting to.
I also wonder, will Adaptrons actually go for the newest strat in the next section? Because there's a strat where you do the air cane stalling jump and then you pass the lasers and go around one guard and hit the...
That's right. Matt Biotho just found that, right? He was the one who discovered that.
Actually, it was Jake who found it.
Jake, excuse me, but yeah, Jake's really good at finding optimizations like that. As we see as well, Slink doing the strat where you jump off the boat so the guards will be there, but very nicely done. Gets up there without much real issue.
Slink is not doing the new strat. I mean, new strat is kinda difficult, and also if you fail it, you go back down, so it's kinda risky as well.
Which I guess maybe that was his mindset. Like in an 80% run, I don't know if he would have normally gone for that, but in a marathon setting, as Gandy mentioned earlier, you've already got a little bit of a lead. No need to go absolutely balls to the walls. Just know when to call your shots and know when to hold your poker hand, if that's what some people say. I don't know. But y'all get what I'm saying.
I don't think that's a phrase.
Y'all get the punch, right? I hope y'all get what I mean by that.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, no, so, Gandy, the only other thing I was going to say about the coin routes is there's one little mix-up that's, I guess, people talk about, and it's that if you haven't bought Trigger Bomb before Shell Shocked Heart in Episode 4, you can still buy it before that job if you haven't yet, but I don't think we're going to see that either, most likely, because, in all seriousness, if either of our runners have the money for Trigger Bomb, which I hope they have at least the money for that, after duty calls, then you should just be getting that in Jurassic Thievery, because then you have that, because then you have that for Jurassic Thievery where, by the way, there is also a new Trigger Bomb skip that Jake also found, which we will hopefully be seeing both our runners do if they have Trigger Bomb there, but yeah, no. Trigger Bomb, as I mentioned before, I think it's getting to the point where it's really good to just have, so if they have the option to buy it, you just should. Slink there getting a little unlucky, the last lock not really going for him, but not too big of a deal, cleans it up, and he's out of this job.
Kula's coming up on the most difficult part.
Yeah, he is. I'm interested to see what strat he goes for too. If he's gonna do the thing where he jumps around the drum, or if he's gonna do the same thing Slink did.
Yeah, there
Or,
is
or
a
it's actually going
alternate.
to do the all out of bounds movement on the invisible platforms.
Let's see here. Killa, he's also doing the boat strat. I Zick is gonna talk about it a little bit when he goes in here because he was thanking me for being the only other person who he's seen that does the strat, but I can't find many people
You
nowadays
go
who
the other way,
do. Yeah, I
where the
I'm the one
guards don't
who.
spawn. Yeah, I go
Yeah,
that way
I.
too.
You do? Okay, so there we
Yeah,
go.
yeah, I find it easier.
Gang gang.
It's so hard for me to get onto that post.
I was just curious, Gandy. I'm very happy to hear you do that because for the longest time, like in the realm of like a lot of modern day, you could call them Sly4 runners, Zick and myself, and I think like maybe one or other two people, that was the list of people who did this trap. And now we got another one, so that's cool. That's really cool. See Killer there also doing a little bit of a swag jump to get down to the boat. Very nicely done. Not very easy. And Slink, or go ahead.
Sling is going to the Grand Key Larceny itself, where we have some boxing with Murray, the famous race, and then Carmelita shooting mini game.
Mhm. So what do y'all think of Grand Key Larceny in any percent?
I feel like I feel like it's probably like a bad job, right?
I think
I mean,
yes.
I don't think I
yeah, because
like
it
it.
does have that orange sea, so it's so easy to just lose time because bad orange sea.
Mhm. Yeah, so like duty calls and other RNG jobs notwithstanding, in my opinion, this is like one of, if not the single hardest split to play to gold in the entire run. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I personally feel like between the race and between Carmelita, and especially between here where, excuse me, sometimes the guards can just not act the way you need them to. There's a lot that can just go wrong and lose you a little bit of time in this job. So I've never liked this job personally, and it just sucks that, especially for episode runs, it's near the end where a lot can just go wrong unexpectedly.
Well, so this box view might actually seem kind of familiar for the Sly Gold's channel followers, because in the optimal loot tournament, some runners actually use the strat to get the optimal loot here as Murray.
Yeah. As we see a lot of people looting to the optimal loot tournament. I'm sure we had a lot of optimal loot tournament watchers and participants actually, both in this Discord call and in the chat. So if you know, you know. Like this was a pretty well-known strat that who was it? Kaluk made pretty popular from just going here as Murray, who otherwise didn't see a whole lot of action in the Optimum Loop tournament. Made it a really fun thing that was going to come up whenever somebody came up or whenever somebody decided to do it. Beaver also
And very
mentioning,
important, on the left hand side of your screen, we just saw quite a lot of Carmelita. So if you've got that on your bingo board, don't forget to check that off.
Sling also got alright Wildman, because Wildman fight also can be little around, see how you get bounce back when a Wildman hits you, because they only just do mass square.
yeah, I think somebody also did Killa earlier. He ICSS'd a cutscene in um Sushi House Startup. I almost said Spiked Sushi again there. So if you have that on the bingo card too, thank you, Gandy, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah, very, very important to get the job names right. Be professional commentators. You had that, there's it too. So I'm in the operation waiting room on my bingo board because if I have a successful quick kill and an alter ego. Actually, wait, the stream has dropped frames by this point, hasn't it?
It
No,
has.
nobody
Alright,
has
so
the cutscene skip.
I
No,
have
no.
bingo
Beaver
then.
DM'd me. He said, Gandy, my OBS says I dropped some frames. Make sure you mark it off on your bingo board.
What a Chad. Just making
Yeah.
sure all the people have their bingo boards filled out. Now I have bingo,
It
so
wasn't the
thank you.
Sly Gold stream. It was Beaver's stream, but it doesn't specify on the board which stream needs to drop frames, so I'm counting it.
Also,
And
Slings gets
I believe
through
it
the
was
race
asked,
first
was there a
try.
Parasite
Nice.
CSS? There was not.
No, there was not. Also, we see Slink thankfully getting past the race, so he will not be losing a minute of time save, at least not to that. Good for him. And now he moves on to the Carmelita section, which, believe it or not, this is like the third to last time we see Carmelita gameplay-wise in the entire game. So,
Also,
We're
enjoy
looking
it
for
while it
30
lasts.
seconds or better here.
Yes, and this is also a lot of runs you can hear. Like
That's a
sometimes
terrible
you get
spawn.
you get really good spawns, sometimes you get really bad spawns with those targets.
Looks like he's got a decent setup here now. The rough was the
Ooh,
start was a little bit
-1.
rough. Oh,
Yeah,
now
these
this
are
is not
bad.
going
I
so
mean,
well.
that guy was
Under
unhittable.
30.
28.
That was
Mm.
a lot of bad
Yeah.
luck there.
Yeah, he did get some pretty terrible spawns to start off there. That one moving guy where 5 points was behind like 3 separate negative targets. So unfortunate, but like I said, like we said, that's Grand Key larceny where you have one part that doesn't go terribly, and then you have a bad Carmelita section, or you gotta waste 3 seconds in race trying not to get killed, and it's just terrible. So now we'll also see, speaking of race, hopefully for Killa's sake, he doesn't get blindsided here by any sort of dynamite or whatnot, because it'd be very sad to see him die on this race.
Going to the
Slink, on the other hand,
operation,
moving on to
so
Operation Gold Digger.
I wonder where our runners actually do the new strat in the Tennessee section that Mapio found just a few days ago.
That is a good question. I don't even know if either of them would have been able to have practiced it yet. Question mark. It is going to be interesting, Power. I definitely agree with you on that. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's basically the first Tennessee room where we actually skip shooting one of the crackshot boxes. Doing some tricky attempts to actually pass the lasers to the next platform.
Jeez. Sorry, stream was buffering a little bit there for me. Nave, Gandhi, or oh my god, Gandhi, Nave has a question for you in the chat. I hope you can see that.
I am great. Man, I am so happy to be awake right now and commentating this race.
I know. I'm actually wait one quick here. Yeah, wait for a minute. Okay, that's the one spot where if you can get screwed over, I've gotten screwed over there plenty of times. Didn't happen to him. I don't blame him at all for waiting. Saved him a lot of time lost. But yeah, I'm just very glad
Beaver-
to also be here.
There's no reason for Beaver to be awake, so he needs to stop talking and go back to bed.
Yeah.
Beaver, you've had a
Awesome.
hard day's work. Your job here is done. You can go to bed
Carmelita
now.
on screen on your left hand side, by the way. Very important. Mark that off on your bingo boards.
It's a decent Marie section. Didn't give here. I mean, any problems, so it's good.
Oh, Killa also getting some
hitting
terrible
a lot
luck,
of
missing
-1s there.
and missing the Condor, which is even worse.
That is really rough. Yeah, we are not gonna see a sub 30 here, or the other way around. A greater than 30 here.
Sadly,
I think that's 227s on Carmelita, which is just very unfortunate.
Yeah, bad around see sadly for both of our runners.
Killa also
Well-
almost, skipping the cutscene there, even though we couldn't.
You'll be happy to know that I don't have that on my bingo board, so it's not really a big deal.
I think
We've got Carmelita on screen on Slink's
So-
side. Very important.
So I don't have the audio of the stream, but actually does the stream actually still have music? Because you kind of often lose music in EP2 when you do a full game run.
Yeah, usually
Yeah.
it's always right when you start the race as Sly that you lose music. At least from my experience, that's when you always lose it.
We don't have, at least I don't have audio, so I have no idea if there's music or not right now. We
Oh,
have
chances
music,
we have
thank
music.
God.
Okay, that's good because these alter egos are kind of boring without music. Good thing we still have music going on.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, these hacks are bad enough already for the speedrun. It's even worse if you don't have audio for them. Then it's just like the most stale, uninteresting thing ever. I hate these without music.
Especially end of Handor when the game machines. Oh yeah, no music.
I also just realized someone in chat saying we got a 620 big truck earlier in the run, so we got that. I might honestly have 2 bingos in a little bit because I
Oh.
have. If somebody gets a successful quick kill, which hopefully they both do, I'll have 1. Also, did we get 4 loots in Octavio Snap? Because I have that as well. I don't know if anyone in chat can answer that. There were? Okay.
I haven't seen a miss menu for a skip cinematic. That's what I need for
I
bingo
actually
as
think
well.
the miss menu in the photo op be the first cutscene, if I remember seeing that fast.
Well, in that case, I have bingo, but
There you
I'm not going
go.
to be like Nave and just ask people what happened. Okay, I've got to see it with my own eyes.
Wow. Shots fired.
Yeah, I'm be a confirm shot.
Oh no, killer there. Oh,
That is
sorry, Power.
rough.
Oh
That is
no, Mary!
so unfortunate.
No!
Dude, I've never seen that happen before. Holy shit. That's
Yeah,
instant.
That
Like,
is crazy.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, those rats can be sometimes so pain there.
wow. Okay, so.
And
Oh
Slink
no, and
fails the quick
Slink
kill!
missed.
No!
Yeah. Dude, what are you
Oh,
guys
no.
doing? Hit a quick kill. I need bingo. What is happening?
And also, that's
Oh,
the big time loss.
God damn
Because
it.
this is the one you don't wanna miss.
Oh yeah, because the guy, if you miss that quick kill, the guy will do that, and I'm not sure of the exact number. I think it's at least like two, no, it's like 10 seconds of time loss. Also, ironically enough, or funny enough, that was damageless alter ego, so that's now
Wow.
on the quick kill board.
Oh.
Wow. Wait, so if we got 150 coins in Follow Dimitri, I got a bingo from a damageless alter ego before I got a bingo from Get a Quick Kill. So if that
We did
happened,
not.
okay,
Yeah.
that would have been hilarious.
Let's see, does Swing
That
go
would've
for
been
the
crazy.
strat?
Yeah, again, I'm very curious to
No.
see if he even. I'm sure he knows it exists. Yeah, no, he doesn't go for it though.
No,
It's
he
right
didn't
there.
go for it.
Oh, he nearly got
Whoa!
screwed by the spotlight there though. Just absolutely dodged a bullet. That was close.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh geez, so much happening. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still held up by that Killa getting knocked off the side with Murray by the rats. I've never seen that happen before.
And then it said
People are
Clean
saying in
fails the
chat
quick kill, so
that he definitely took damage in the alter ego.
and that was a tactical death abuse there by Sling to set up this cycle, I think, for the spotlight. And then
Seems like
oh,
Nave is just
barely
lying
fails the
to
bite
us.
strat.
Wow.
Oh no,
Ah, that's
barely fails.
that jump can be easy to miss if you like half-ass it or if you just don't have the right angle for it. He does take a slightly different. Yeah, he is a slightly different setup from what I've had or from what I've seen some people had. So, interestingly enough, but thankfully he cleans it up on the second time, getting that. Hopefully, not much else going to go wrong for Slink or for Killa in this run. Hopefully, Killa also ends up getting the quick kill at the end. That was a clean movement at least.
Sling
Definitely
is
some
on the moving to
opportunities
the toothpick boss fight.
Definitely some opportunities for Kula to make up some time in this job. Starting here in a second with the quick kill.
Dude, if they've missed the first 4 quick kills of this run, I'm gonna freak out. Like that, this should not be happening. Oh, but I won't actually. But you know, it's just like, what the hell? Come on, kill it. You got it. You got it, buddy.
Let's see.
Very
Yes.
nicely
Well
done. There you go.
Well done.
Check
There
it
we
off the bingo
go.
sheet. It's done. Right now, I have 2 lines of bingo. Pog.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, toothpick fight. There are these things you need to hit how the visual actually tries to play, so toothpick gets annoyed and knocks to the area. Like that. Yeah,
Something to.
toothpick fight is it's kind of an auto scroller, but you kind of need to be fast when hitting those things on the side, and then you need to dodge tornadoes and that jumping attack kind of fight to not lose time.
Yeah, I think this fight, without question, is way easier than the El Jefe fight because there's no like small amount of frame trick you have to hit at the very end. But if you're not very careful with the movement, and especially if you don't move fast in the last section where you're hitting all the pistons to make sure he doesn't throw the electric ball, this fight can get really stressful. So you still got to be on your toes and make sure you don't take too much damage. But besides that, I feel you. It's not terrible.
So could I watch those dynamites?
Yeah, that too.
And Kula takes a death there.
That's not a
Falls
death.
off.
He meant to do that.
Like I
it's,
said, Kula takes a
tactical
death
death
there
abuse.
intentionally to skip the entering the train there.
And
Yeah,
Killa
so
gets
the reason he does that.
first try.
Nice, dude. Yeah, Killa, honestly, if it wasn't for the death with Murray, he's had a really good operation so far besides that. Um, but yeah, Gandhi, just to not to belittle you or anything like that. Also, that's
Oh
fine. That
no,
happens. That's fine. Yeah,
I don't
because he is in
remember
disability
anything in
frames.
this game.
No, it's fine. Yeah, but the reason he does that is just because like if he were to just go into the train car, the spotlight cycle would be all messed up. So he takes a death there intentionally to reset the spotlight cycle so he can do the bite strat faster. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now.
Yeah. Again, not to yeah. There are things I forget in this game too, just for the sake of the chat and everyone who was wondering that as well. So there you go. Killa also getting the like half second of time save, getting the early costume change. I think Slink got that as well, if I wasn't mistaken. I didn't exactly see.
Yeah, I guess we are a bit ahead of the schedule. I actually will leave the unexpected ties because we are ahead, so I have a bit more time to be in here still.
Be so happy. I was gonna ask Power like when are you leaving us? Because I'm gonna cry, but thankfully that's gonna be held off for at least 10 more minutes.
Yeah, might as well see how the first two the good job VP3 go for, at least for Sling.
Yeah, episode 3. The first 3 jobs especially. I wonder if Slink has learned the new strat that his opponent has made for the community. Power, I know you were practicing that quite a bit earlier today. I'll probably end up making a video on that once I get my capture equipment and stuff all set up again, but very cool strat to go for. Hopefully someone will attempt it.
Yeah, I have been kinda relearning EP3. It started that today by skin calls and then doing some practice.
Also seeing in chat that contrary to what some of us were saying about the toothpick boss fight, Nist seems to think this boss fight is a joke, which like yeah, I can also see that, especially just in comparison to the El Jefe fight. Like I said, that boss fight is nothing. I don't really think there's another boss fight that even compares to El Jefe besides Decibel. Because Decibel, there's also just a lot that can go wrong, especially if you're not prepared.
Yeah, I say for me in my boss ranking, I have the Seabelt and El Jefe as my top two bosses, because they are pretty tense fights.
Mhm.
The Seabelt
I
especially, the last best can be really scary.
Mhm. Yeah, what would you two say is your hardest boss fight in the run? Because I think just because of Note Glitch, I would say it's Decibel.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
I mean,
also because there's always a chance there will be an invisible orb and you just die
That
randomly. It's
too.
not fun.
Yeah, like that's the thing about Decibel is there's a lot of tech. Like, we'll get to that boss fight and we'll talk about it later in the run, but I'm glad we're kind of alluding to. I won't be here for it, unfortunately, but
I
like
will,
there's a lot. Yeah,
I will
there's
be in
a
the chat still.
okay, well, yeah, no, but I won't be able to literally talk to you about it, and you especially like the EP5 guy over here, you won't be able to give the vocal insight to it. So I feel good
It's
talking about this
fine.
now. Yeah, I don't know. I just like bringing mention to it, but yeah. Now Decibel, it's a fun boss fight. It's just like there is a lot you have to memorize about like okay, where do I go here? Where do I take damage? What tower does she need to run into? And then you know on the sections where you're just jumping along the musical wires, the notes can just be invisible and you can just die. I think that happened to me once or twice during the all bosses race. That or I was just stupid or both, but one of the two. Also, Slink just got a bottle for all of the bingo watchers, so there you go. I'm assuming that happened a few times already throughout the run, but just in
Also,
case you missed it.
USA's lead is at the moment 2-11 after episode 2 operation, so it's getting closer and closer a little bit.
Yeah, no, Gandhi was bringing mention to it earlier, but you got to be on your A game, and all these little optimizations, like Killa, who didn't miss the quick kill, who didn't die at all in the boxcars, that starts to add up after a while. And if Killa can just crunch out a couple more sections like that, not a couple, he's going to need more, obviously, but if he keeps crunching out stuff like that over the course of the run, this can still end up shrinking down in the blink of an eye, especially if Slink, throws a few more bones his way. We'll have to see what happens.
So Sling actually didn't do the new strat in this job. He actually did the old strat for the epic rest there at the end.
My stream was getting a little frozen there. Don't know how you guys are doing. Okay, there we go.
We'll see. Will Kyla actually go for the new strat in the Stone Knights Recon?
Yeah, do you think he's gonna go for that? The strat with the mushroom where you get on top of the giant pinnacle and take two pictures?
Yeah, I actually tried that. That jump is very hard, so I think I will not do that for my EP3 runs.
Yeah. I've done it for episode runs just because you can reset it. For any percent, I absolutely would not hold anything against these two if neither of them go for it because hitting it's great, messing it up is pretty bad though. So, I don't know. Gandhi, have you seen that new strat that we're talking about?
I don't think I have, and I'm hoping I'll get to see it here in a second. But
I
it's not
yeah,
sounding likely.
Hopefully, Kula goes for it.
yeah. I mean, if there's anyone who's gonna go for it, I would like to think maybe he would, but we'll have to see. Guess we're gonna find out in like a minute or so. We just gotta clean up these first few pictures, and we'll also see how Slink does going into unexpected ties. One of my personal better jobs in the game. I've calm golded this split quite a bit, not to flex, but there's a lot to talk about with this split, and there's a lot that can go wrong. A lot of optimizations to talk about.
Yeah, this is a very interesting split. You know, episode 3 I feel like is known for um things that are outside of your control, but this is a very, high skill
Wait,
split
holy crap,
here. Lots of
he's
Oh
movement.
going
yeah,
for it.
he's going for it. Yes.
He's going for it, yeah.
Let's see.
Sorry to cut you off, Gandhi. If he hits this, I mean,
No.
oh,
Ooh,
that's it. Yeah, is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna
that
go
is
for it again
rough.
now. And this is the problem. This is the problem with this strat. Is like, if you miss that, there you go. Now he got it.
Oh
Oh
man.
no!
Yeah,
That's the other.
it's so small thing where in the land there.
Oh, and that's not gonna get even close. I think. Oh,
What
unless he just
costume strats?
chads it. Unless he
Oh,
chads
Wow.
it. Okay, that's actually a sick
ooh.
backup. So third try is terrible, unfortunately, but that was actually a sick save. So good on him for saving that and avoiding more time loss. But yeah, that that there, if you just get on top of that little spot, allows you to take two pictures at the same time. The problem is that that little sheet of land you have to stand on is so incredibly small that it's so easy to miss it. Sorry for destroying everyone's ears, by the way, if I did. I didn't mean to shout. But that's one problem. And then as you saw there with his second attempt, even if you're standing completely still, if you're on a part of it that's like on the edge, you can open the binocucom and then he'll just slide off anyways. So, God. I'm terribly sorry if I destroyed somebody's ears there in chat. I didn't mean to I didn't mean to shout there. I just like I'd never seen somebody save that with the costume before I got excited.
Big heads up play there.
Yeah, no, seriously. That was just so good because like I said, that's the problem with that strat. That's kind of why I don't blame Slink for not going for it is because if as my dog is getting in the way, um if there is if there is a situation where you fail that strat, there really isn't a good backup. You kind of just have to try it again. Because by the time you decide, okay, I'm not going to go for this trick, if you try to run up and just take the pterodactyl picture like we used to, then the pterodactyl is probably just gone anyways, and then you have to waste like 15 seconds. So, high risk, high reward, as they say.
So Swing is getting to the end portion of this job, and will he go for the new jumps here?
Yeah, we'll see. I think if he's definitely practiced them, he should go for them. They are worthwhile time save. Didn't really get the best bubble cycles there, but he can still have a pretty good split here. I feel hasn't really made any major mistakes in this job that I've seen. And now he's
Oh,
just going to go for the old strats.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's alright because the new jumps are kind of tough, and obviously he still has the lead, so he can go with safe here.
Given the circumstances, and especially after that trick, I would be astounded to see Killa not go for the new strats, especially considering he's the one who discovered them, or at least made them usable. So I think we'll definitely see him go for him there, and then fingers
Also,
crossed for his sake, he'll hit him.
also, guys, now is the time I will leave the commentary for this time. It was fun to be here for this early portion of the run, and don't worry, you guys. Shadow and Candy will stay here, but you actually get Chick to join the commentary in a moment. So good luck for you guys to take this home, and I will see you at the next event, maybe.
Yeah,
Bye.
no Power, thank you so
Always a
much for
pleasure,
joining
Power
me.
Man.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Pleasure to have you here. Guess I shouldn't have prolonged that, but yeah, no, he's just. I'm glad to see him in the commentary. I'm glad he was able to join us. Some people don't give him enough credit for running this game, and I think if he was on SSD as opposed to HDD, he could really grind his times to be like in that top 5 echelon. So really glad to see him on the commentary, and really glad to see him around. But yeah, don't know how long it's gonna take for our next in line to join up, but we will have Mr. Zick, who, as I said, is another upcoming runner for Sly 4. Great guy. I'll be interested to see what he has to say about the job and the rest of this run.
Ula now is headed for the second half. Well, I don't know if it's half. The last part of
He
Unexpected
also
Ties here.
he doesn't go for the little skip there with the Sabretooth costume. That's interesting. So he's gonna miss a bubble cycle here. Not terribly big of a deal. And there's I was gonna say
Nope.
that's Ostrava. That's the wrong one. What? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love me some Ostrava, but like what? Nah. Yeah, so Killa here not having great cycles, at least from what I'm
Narrowly
seeing,
dodged
but
that bubble
now,
there.
yeah, he did do a good job of dodging that. Speaking of
It looked like
dodging
he was going
bubbles,
right for it, but then the guard kept walking to the left.
ah, guard saved him there. So, Gandhi, if you haven't seen these, I'm assuming, yeah, here we go.
I have not
Let's see
seen
if he gets
this. Nope,
these.
this is new to me.
All right, so he has to
Wow.
hit 4 of these. Gonna get the first 2 with ease. Bubble helps
Wow.
him out there. And he's gonna have to do the sneaky jump on this one too. No, he's gonna play it safe. Okay. All right. So that's not the trick in the full effect, but you kind of get the gist of it there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm
Yeah,
surprised it
so
took so long to figure out that we can go backwards. I mean, you can always go backwards, right? Like,
yeah, right. What's the problem with that? Nah. Also, speaking of, well, I guess speaking of potentially going backwards, Slink now is fast approaching what could just be the most influential job in the entire run with the ICSSs of getting stronger, where he has to hit 6 of these in a row in order to be optimal. And if you miss even one of these, you can't get the rest of them. So we'll have to see if he can hit them all, which hopefully he does. He's hit 2 so far. The big one is going to be skip 5, because as opposed to the rest of them, which are 3-frame cutscene skips, the rest of them are 1-frame, or yeah, the 5 is 1-frame cutscene skip. So he's hit 3
second
of them.
try there, but
Yeah, still pretty good.
much better than missing it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the big one.
Hopefully, we will still have music.
Very nicely done. You got
Well
it.
done.
Oh, a little bit of messed up movement there, but otherwise good. And there you got all of
And he
them.
hits them all.
All right, so yeah, he could have taken that a little more risky to go fast, where he can just go for the ICSS as he's starting to run to them, and as soon as the trigger comes into place. But in this kind of marathon setting, I absolutely don't blame him at all for just kind of playing it safe, making sure you get the skips and don't fail them. And even for playing it safe, he still got all of those relatively fast, only having to go for like 1 or 2 additional tries outside of skip 5. So nicely done.
You
Hopefully
certainly
Kill
do
finds...
not want to have to watch any of these cutscenes.
Yeah, no. I have had an any percent run where I have gotten to this point like 40 seconds under my PB, and did he? Oh, he did play this one. You're right. I've gotten to a point where I've gotten here like 40 seconds under my PB, and I just missed the first ICSS, and you have to watch all 6 cutscenes after that, so the run is just dead. So, thankfully though, didn't happen for him. Killa, of course. I'm not gonna say this is gonna make or break the run, but if he ends up missing any number of these cutscene skips, that could really set him ways back, which would be a shame considering how close this gap has gotten now at this stage in the run.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing a good job to close the gap. Slink has, not been giving him lots of opportunities to make the time up, but Cool has been finding it.
Oh, he does that, right? Okay. That's a strat where you can like press the PSN menu to kind of buffer it. I've only
That's
seen him do
interesting.
that. It works though. So whatever works for him, I'll give him credit. Yeah, no,
I mean,
Slink, like,
if it guarantees first try on all of these, you know, I
why
mean,
not?
you're probably not even losing time.
You know, it's like I was just saying, like if it works for you and it almost guarantees, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't do it, especially in a setting like this. So we'll see if it's
Like
tried and true.
this
There you
is a
go.
lot faster than like missing it once, you know, and
Yeah,
having to repause.
I might have to take after him here because that
I
looks.
like this a lot. I'm
I
doing
do.
this next time I play this game.
I forgot he did that, but yeah, no, that looks like a really good strat, and he got all 6 of them first try. So big time save for Killa. Now, assuming he doesn't get terrible RNG in this split, that is pretty big for Killa. So, folks, as Gandhi, different terminology. What's another word than alluded to? As Gandhi was talking about, as Zik now joins the commentary booth, uh, Slink hasn't been giving him a whole lot of opportunities, but Killa, outside of a few hiccups and bumps in the road, he's been playing like you would expect from someone who's got a 431. So, race is still very much alive and far from over. But besides that, Mr. Zik, welcome to the commentary booth. How you doing, man?
Hello, thank you. I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing? How's the race been so far?
Race has been excellent. Happy to see you with us as well, and happy to have you along. You know, it's been great. Still pretty close. Been like a 2 minute margin. What are you thinking of it? You been watching it?
I've been popping in and out. I was checking in around episode 2, and it looked like things were really close.
Yeah, no. Episode 2 especially, we had some tight moments. Episode 2 operation was up and down for both of our runners, and now the start of this episode, Killa had a pretty rough moment in Stone Age Reconnaissance. But besides that, Killa just cleaned up his act pretty much in this job. Got some really fast ICSSs, and yeah, all's been going well. So here we are.
You can see
Nice.
Slink here is intentionally failing some of these mini games because it is faster than playing them. You have to be careful though. You can see he's used 2 of his 3 lives, and you can see this mini game would often be one that you'd love to fail intentionally, but he can't because he does not have the lives for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he actually Sorry, Zach, were you saying something?
No, I was just gonna say I know from experience. Sometimes it sucks when you choose to, you skip 2, and then your next one is like the egg on the log, and you're like, I already used my skips.
No, Slink also. Holy shit, he got one cycle sumo. I
Ooh,
didn't know he could do that.
I've never done
Now
that.
he can.
Yeah, that is more than just having to mash fast because you need to mash. I believe it's square and circle. You need to alternate them, so you can't. It's not just press the button as fast as you can. You have to be properly alternating to go really fast.
Yeah, no, I've spent time with the Sly Sonic in like Discord calls trying to figure out how to do that optimally, and I'm still not great at it. And it looks like he was going a little slow there, but he still got both of the one cycles despite getting sumo twice. So really
Let's see
give
what
credit where
Kulu can
credit's
do.
due. I think he's gonna get it. Yeah, that was
Wow.
pretty good mashing, dude.
That is impressive.
Chads
They're
of
both nailing that.
Chads in this Fecta race, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That's not easy to find where you have 2 people who can mash like that.
Yeah, episode 3 is such a cool episode in that, like, at a first glance, it looks like oh, you have to do all these mini games. Like, you can't speed it up, but there's so many little, like, minute optimizations you can do in this episode that really add up.
And the music here, I wish I could hear it. It is incredible.
Yeah, no, it's
We can see. I'm very glad that we still have it for this.
yeah. Judging by all the 2020 shreds in chat, I take it we still have music for this section, which is nice to see. But yeah, no, it's very awesome to see that we still have music here. And to Zik's credit, I was going to talk briefly about a lot of the minor optimizations that you can do in this job, because there are different mini games that you should fail and not fail at certain times given the circumstance. I'll talk about a few of those if we see it. So I think if Killa, like, see here, if Killa only had 1 life and he got this game before baseball, most likely he would fail this game, because like then you would play baseball and that only loses you like 0.3 seconds or something like that. So a lot of interesting tech with this job and a lot of minute time saves you can really make here and there. So it's not all just a matter of, oh, hey, get good mini games and succeed, lol. And like here, especially, normally you might see him fail or play out the baseball game, depending on the cycle, but he failed it there because it was the second game of a set that leads into one of these cutscenes where Bob is like doing an exercise. So it's actually faster to fail it there.
Faster to let
Someone
3 fall than hit 4.
Exactly, yeah, there you go. Pretty much. Also, somebody just put a lot of copy pasta in chat as Killa gets double sumo back to back. That's pretty tragic. And now we see
Still makes it look easy.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I wish I could mash like that because that saves a lot of time if you can do that quickly. So good on these runners both for being able to do that, not giving anyone any leeway with being bad at mashing.
Link is heading upwards, I believe is the name of the job.
Going up, yeah. Different form of the job, but yeah, that's about the name.
I don't know, my splits say heading upwards.
I don't think I gave this split a unique name. I definitely gave a few splits in this game some unique names, but you know, heading upwards, we'll stick with that. Yeah, honestly, not a terrible job. Heading upwards, I guess we will call it now. A lot of optimizations you can do. Yeah, yeah, just a lot of little stuff you can do here and there that makes the job go a lot faster. The biggest thing I feel that a lot of people sleep on is the fight with Murray at the very beginning, because depending on the cycles of the guards and how quickly you can throw those dodos at each other, that can be the difference between saving 6 seconds and losing 6 seconds. It can really go your way or not go your way.
Oh yeah, those dodos can be a pain, and sometimes we get a rogue dodo in there that isn't part of the mission, and you're like, I thought I got them.
You have to figure out which one's sus. Exactly, as they say. Yeah, no, that's the most really annoying part. Also, Killa in the chat, thank you for confirming in the middle of your very stressful speedrunning. Good luck to you, sir. If he's listening to this if they're both listening to this commentary, I think that's hilarious. Hopefully, I haven't said anything terrible for their sakes.
I can't imagine racing and listening to this, like, to people talking about you racing. Yeah. There's no chance. I'm gonna say it right now. There's no chance either of these runners can hear me right now.
And here we see Killa coming up to the 1-frame cutscene skip. Now, no pressure, but if he misses this, the run is basically over and he will lose 10 minutes. Can he hit it? Just starts sweating profusely. Oh, that would be the worst listening to commentary in that case. God.
For a quick second, I was like, what cutscene skip are we talking about and heading upwards?
Yeah, no, I like for a second, yeah, I was like, oh, there's a cutscene skip here. I didn't know that.
No, yeah, definitely. There's no cutscene skip here yet, and definitely not one that takes 10 minutes in a 4-minute job. So.
Yeah, if you look over on Slingshot, Sling's starting to do this climb here, and while you really want to go as fast as you can, you do have to, you know, wait on these pterodactyls that are waking up and going back to sleep and know like the exact time that you can keep moving without getting caught.
Yeah, that's the other thing about this job, is that there's a lot of little stuff like that you gotta watch out for, because if you're inexperienced or you're just not paying attention, he almost did it there because he got stuck on the jump. It's very easy to just like anticipate a spike cycle in the wrong way and just die and lose a bunch of time. But for the most part, if you know the cycles and you know what you're doing, it's not extremely easy to lose time on this job. Unlike the next job that Slink is going into, which is the next real big RNG section of the run, and that is Starving Hippo.
Oh, we love penguins.
We do love penguins. I definitely
This is my favorite job.
Yeah, I have
of the series.
Of the series, yeah. No, totally right. Fuck.
That is a bold claim.
I was gonna say chickens is without question the best job in the entire series, right? Everybody loves chickens.
It's not a job. It's a level. Doesn't count.
Oh, that's what am I saying? Yeah, of course. Such a
yeah.
noob.
So the starving hippo is an interesting job. You've got these penguins that spawn. There's like 5 different places they can spawn at, and you can restart checkpoint to take yourself back to where Murray just was there, and sort of re-roll where the penguins are. However, there are complicated rules that state which spawns the penguins can spawn at, depending on which spawns they were just at, and if you restart a checkpoint or if you just squeezed a penguin. Remo and I did some analysis on this, and we figured out the optimal rules that you should follow of when you should restart checkpoint and when you should run to the next penguin. And so it sure is. It sure is.
And
That
something
was
to I was gonna say something to pay attention to when you're watching Slink go through these. So these penguins do move at like pretty much the same speed as Murray. I mean,
Oh
there's
no,
Ooh.
Slink.
oh
That's
no.
That's not terrible, but yeah, it sucks.
But yeah, these penguins' moving speed are actually really fast. The bigger ones are actually almost the same speed as Murray. So you're gonna see Slink try and corral them into a wall or a corner or something to get them stuck or slowed down a little bit.
yeah.
like that.
You can see right here. There's nowhere for that penguin to go. He's getting squeezed.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to try and do, and that's why at the very start of the job you'll kind of see most runners run off to the left slightly because the penguins like to run directly away from Murray. So if you run in a certain way, you can almost kind of manipulate the penguins into running into a wall or running into some kind of object that they're gonna like bounce off of, and therefore it makes it way easier for you to finally corral them and get one.
Yeah, and isn't it also like if you don't restart checkpoint, you can get like smaller penguins, which are a little slower?
Is that only if you don't restart checkpoint? I think that sounds right, but yeah, it's the smaller penguins are different from the bigger penguins, which is like the penguins. I don't know if they move at like half the speed, but they move significantly slower to the point where Murray can just run and catch up to them, so they're nowhere near as annoying to get as the bigger ones, and that's why you'll typically see the runners just make a beeline for the small penguins should one appear.
I believe Slink has not restarted checkpoint once. I think he's been going back and forth between, I want to say 3 and 4. It's been a long time since
Are you supposed to do
I've
that?
looked at this. I don't
Am I
know.
rust? I swore
It's
like
been
if
too
you,
long.
I know if you go to spawn 3, you should never restart checkpoint. As we see, Killer restarting checkpoint there. I
I
never
think
thought.
going back from and forth between 3 and 4 is optimal. I mean, it's not optimal in that you want it to happen, but it's optimal as in you did the correct thing.
Like it's better than restarting checkpoint and then ending
Yeah,
up
I
with
think
spawn.
so.
Yeah,
I think
that's actually.
mostly you're just restarting checkpoint if you get 5.
Yeah, no, 5 is the one where you never want to end up with because that's by far
Yeah.
the farthest away.
It's really, yeah, it's not only is it really far, but I want to say, if my memory serves, that you're guaranteed to get either like 2 or 5 or something. I don't remember, man. It's been too long. But
Yeah, I know I think you're
restarting
guaranteed a
checkpoint
bad
is
one
very
after.
fast. No, restarting checkpoint is very good after after getting 5.
Gotcha.
The options that you can get are better. So that combined with the fact that the spawn itself is really far away makes it I almost always optimal to restart checkpoint.
Yeah, I think one RNG outcome that I really love, which I think this is the case, don't quote me on this, but it's like if you get spawn number 2, then if you restart checkpoint after that, like one of your only options is you can either get 1 or 2 and then maybe 5 in there, but more often than not, you'll just like get spawn 2, restart checkpoint, and then get spawn 2 again, and you can just keep on doing that until you get spawn 2 for the 4th encabulator, and then from there you just run to 5 anyways and then finish the job, which that ends up consistently getting you like low 3-minute times in this job, which I consider to be pretty good. So
Slink
Yeah, and we
said
have
into
Slink over
ISIS
here.
Bentley. We're
Yeah,
saying
so
the
say
same
Slink's
thing,
starting his
aren't we?
Bentley. This mission, there's actually a lot of cool skips you can do with Bentley and his hover ability to kind of skip some of the areas and make it a lot faster.
Yeah, this is a really fun Bentley job.
yeah, we haven't seen anyone buy Trigger Bomb either, right? So he's gonna do this without it.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
gonna ask what abilities we have because I saw Slink has adrenaline boost.
Yeah, I think,
I
we
think
got.
they both do.
I think yeah, all we have for context, Slink got a 100 loot and Killer got a 200 for those of you who are just hopping in. So all the power-ups that we have right now is both of them have Paraglider, obviously, and both of them have Adrenaline Burst, but that's all they have. So a Slink man. Okay, he's not gonna do the crazy.
Not
strats
doing the
with
hover
Jump.
strat.
I am a big proponent of these hover strats. I really like them.
Me too. I'm glad you agree.
Yeah, I love
I
them.
champion them even. You might say I champion them. It's like boat hack AB in Sly 2. I found out about boat hack AB and I was like, this is incredible. Why
have to
isn't
do
everybody
this.
doing this? We have to do boat hack AB. And then I started doing it, and then people who are actually good at the game they can't be like, well, I don't want to do it. I mean, Gandhi's doing it, you gotta do it.
You're a trendsetter.
Yeah,
I am a
exactly.
trendsetter. That has been said about me.
Let's see. I think Slink could have probably gone to the top one there. I'm not sure on that, but yeah, this room that Slink is in right now in this job, this is probably the hardest section of Ice Bentley is managing this room, where, especially depending on what guard cycles you get, you have to make decisions based on what guards you want to pickpocket first, and you also have to pay attention because these guards can just stop on a dime at any point, and if you fail, obviously, you run into any guards, you have to restart the entire room with none of the gems collected again. So, pretty
Yeah, this
annoying.
room is very scary, and it doesn't seem like it would be, but at least in my experience, you're always like, oh god, I don't want to get caught. It's so embarrassing if I get caught here. But
Yeah, no,
it's
that's
not easy.
No, yeah, I remember when I first started running this game, that room always gave me a lot of trouble. And to this day, even, like, this job, if you're stressed out or under some pressure, this job can still give people a lot of trouble, so don't take it lightly.
I mean, Nave laughs at you, yeah, so you have to take that into account.
Oh, that's just no fun.
Yeah, well,
So,
it's Nave, what do you expect?
it's.
Nave would never laugh at me.
Uh,
Me and Nave
yeah.
have something special.
Well, if you're asking me what I expect from Nave, I'm expecting him to, like, laugh, and then I'm like, you weeb, and then just go, like, ooh, ooh, or something like that. I don't know. That's typically what you
That sounds
expect
like
out of
Nave,
Nave.
yeah.
And then he probably goes on a 5-minute rant about, like, some Zooter seed and why his least most important race was, like, terrible. But I don't know. I'm joking, by the way. It's all a joke.
All right, Kula's doing it.
There, the
Yes.
people's champion.
I mean, look
dude!
how
There it
cool this
is.
is.
That's sick.
This is a cool strategy.
Hey,
I
look
think
how,
I'm switching sides, guys.
Look how
Go Finland.
cool it is.
Yeah, that's funny.
Ooh.
That is funny.
Listen, I'm here
This
for
is
2
the
more
bomb
hours,
there.
folks. Get used to it.
That is unfortunate. It like clipped the inside of that little. Oh
Oh.
god, getting bashed around by eggs, invisible
No,
eggs.
Nobody get egg rolled. That should have been a bingo square. Nobody even knows what that is anymore. Whatever, it's fine. Hopefully nobody has to learn what that is.
Slink is headed into fan favorite job, duty calls.
Duty calls.
Yeah.
And we have no sound glitches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear, so we're gonna have to be especially observant to make sure we don't miss any dialogue skips that Slink might get here.
Yeah. So chat, you're our ears here for the sake of this job. We apologize, but Knuutti bad at broadcasting and he didn't give us the sound. I'm kidding, by the way. He's wonderful. Thank you all for setting this up. We love Sly Golds, but yeah, no, we can't hear the audio, so y'all are gonna be our ears.
I'm just gonna assume that if Slink intentionally fails the job, it's because he successfully got a dialogue skip.
Well, you would hope so. So yeah. See.
Or I guess
Killa,
if he fails the job, it's intentional.
Killa there
That's
missing
rough.
missing the
That's rough.
second flag strap, but cleans it up. So it's all right. That's funny, Nave. It's funny, commie pasta.
So in duty calls, if he finds any, you will find Slink going for some loots here because while the Grizz is talking, they don't lose time. Grizz just keeps talking away, even though the loot animation is playing and the world is frozen. I think. Doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is, so we get loot.
Yeah, no, this is by far like the biggest coin farming section of the entire run. The problem is like sometimes there's a bit of a clash between trying to get as many coins as possible and trying to do whatever you can to get the dialogue skips, which speaking of dialogue skips, I guess now that we're here we should talk about the debate between Swedish and German for the language difference. So do you want me to take that, or what are we thinking here?
Yeah, I bet you know about it.
All right.
I was just say, I play
I'm
on
not
English,
confident.
so
Okay. So I guess that narrows it down, makes it easy.
Well, hold
So
on. Let's take a look. See if Slink can get this dialogue skip first. You can see he's using the Banaki com to try to like lag out the game a little bit and try to achieve it.
he's waiting behind the
I
guard.
don't I don't think he
No.
got it.
Based on the pickpocketing, I'm gonna say he didn't get it, unfortunately. Sag, yeah, all the Sages in chat. Um, yeah, so that's it. And Kill is getting into this job, so we won't have to worry about him getting skips for a little bit. So, um, putting it as simply as I can, and this might be a little bit of a long-winded explanation here, so bear with me, folks, but there is debate between like which language is faster to use in the game, whether it's German or Swedish. Now, the reason this debate exists is because of the dialogue skips, and as you all know if you played this game, Grizz will stop to talk on the phone during this job 4 separate times. There are 2 sections one where Grizz is talking to Paradox, and one where Sly and Bentley are talking, and then you get a checkpoint. But sometimes, because of like some audio file glitches or whatever it is, we don't exactly know, Grizz's voice line will just not play, and then it will just immediately skip to the part where Sly and Bentley talk, and then you get the checkpoint. This can happen on any of the second phone call, the third phone call, even though that like virtually never happens, or the fourth phone call, because there are 4 phone calls in total, obviously. And the reason why people debate, it's like it's a 500 loop, by the way, Pog.
Big
The
one.
reason why there's a debate is because based on what language you pick, and based on how many dialogue skips you can pick, based on how many dialogue skips you get, it can make a certain language faster or slower. So, if you are just playing episode 3, you will typically see a lot of people run on Swedish because in order for Swedish to be the fastest language across just episode 3, all you need to happen is to get 1 dialogue skip, which is reasonable because around 50% of the time we've determined you will get dialogue skip 4 if you slam a guard in the right way to try and manipulate some audio files. So that's not bad. The problem is getting only skip 4 is not fast enough to make Swedish the fastest language across the entire game. And otherwise, German is the fastest language across the entire game. In order for Swedish to be the fastest in that case, you need either 2 dialogue skips or one of the dialogue skips that is not dialogue skip 4. So, typically speaking, or most of the time, you will see a lot of people who run any percent run in German because the chances of you getting dialogue skips are not very high, and so most people just figure, all right, I'll take what I can get. I'll play in German to save myself some time. However, if you're like me, there are some people like me and Mappiotho now who have personally started running the game in Swedish for any percent because I personally feel that the potential to get that time save is worth taking that little bit of risk, especially when, as we've talked about before, language isn't super influential, and it's also not like you're completely handicapping yourself if you pick Swedish. Because Swedish, I don't think it loses that much time with duty calls out of the picture, so there's a big debate. So the point I'm trying to get to here is with dialogue skips not in the picture, the fastest language for Sly 4 any percent is German. With dialogue skips in the picture, with an optimal idea of how many you can get, the fastest language is Swedish. So there's a big debate about it. On average, you're going to see Germans faster, but some people, including myself, like to run Swedish because it has the potential to be faster. Take a breath. Is that
And
good?
Kula missed skip 2, and Slink missed skip 4, so no dialogue skips yet.
Ugh.
We're still waiting to see if Kula can hit 4.
Has he? That was skip 3, right? That Cola just missed.
Yes.
Okay, so
I
if
think.
he, yeah. So now, for anyone who hopefully understood that explanation, yeah. Well, now Kill has missed both of skip 2 and skip 3, so already it would have been faster in this run if he had picked German. Because now, even if he gets skip 4, that's slower than if he just picked German and gotten like 1 skip, no skips. So
Yeah, although you can definitely see the rationale since he knows he's behind, to start out to go for sort of the riskier language. I mean, it's not hugely influential, but could definitely see,
The
because Swedish has
potentials.
the potential to be faster, and you need to make up time, right? You need to take some risks.
Yeah, which
potentially, or-
again, like we've been saying earlier, with how little wiggle room there is in Sly 4 compared to some of the other games in the series, I don't blame him. Like
Yeah.
try to make something happen. So
yeah, you gotta find the time. We've got Carmelita on screen, on Slink's screen.
let's see now if Killa
Cole's
can at
going
least
for
get.
a skip 4 here.
Ah,
He's in position. He's just got to time this correctly, and theoretically, it is consistent.
theoretically, with a massive asterisk. And looking at chat's reaction,
I
I'm
don't think
seeing
he
him.
got it.
I don't think he. Question mark? I mean, he's getting loot.
I don't remember exactly when it happens,
No,
but I don't think he got it.
no, he didn't. That's a bruh moment. So we have no dialogue
No
skips
dialogue
across
skips.
both
That's
our runners.
crazy.
Wow.
I
So
mean, people in chat are gonna think we just made it up.
yeah, no, it's just like
We
what
all
is this guy?
conspired to pretend this trick exists.
we planned it all. The whole thing was made up.
The bingo game is rigged. Nobody could get dialogue skipped. I'm sorry, it's all out the window. Also,
There's a
welcome.
skip coming up here for
Well,
Kula,
yeah.
where he gets to skip some of this cutscene coming up by, I believe,
Also-
opening the Banaki-com or something.
Shoot, I just missed on the right screen. Did anybody see what Slink bought?
I want to say Powerman said he had enough for
He definitely had enough for
Trigger Bomb and
Trigger Bomb.
Rail
I was
Sprint.
gonna say he definitely bought
There you
Trigger
go,
Bomb.
yeah.
There's
Oh,
Rail
and Rail
Sprint.
Sprint, okay.
I don't think he
Yeah.
got more than
Okay.
that.
No, because he got like a 500 and then I think another 100. So Rail Sprint I think is 400 and Trigger Bomb is 6. So he would need at least 1,000.
Yeah, the next gadget you're looking at getting is probably Raging Inferno Flop or Charge
Yeah.
Shot, and you need quite a few more coins to get
Yeah.
those.
I was gonna say,
Very
is
infrequently
Charge Shot the
happens.
next best one after those two?
No, Charge Shot's probably like the bottom of that list. I think it only says.
Gotcha,
No,
okay.
well, that's the
Second.
rest of the list. There is
Yeah,
Raging
exactly.
Inferno Flop and then Charge Shot. I mean, I think Charge Shot's probably cheaper, so if you don't have enough for Riff, then you go for Charge Shot. But
Well, here's
both
the
of
thing.
those
You
gadgets
also
are not a big deal.
have to take into account like how many more menu inputs is that if you can buy Charge Shot but not Inferno Flop. Because like you were saying earlier with Auto Fire might not be worth buying unless you buy it with something else. So is Charge Shot worth it?
I think I want to say it saves like 3 seconds or something. So if you can buy it in 3 seconds, which I think you can if you're already in the menu.
Also, real quick, oh, he's not going for it. Huh. Okay. Sorry, Gandhi, I was gonna say right there, with Trigger Bomb, there's a new strat there that can save like 6 seconds or so. I'm sure we're gonna see Killa go for it. I don't know if Slink just didn't see it or if he like didn't know about it, but there is something you can
It
do
could have
there
been. I mean, if it's difficult, it could have been intentional.
that,
I was gonna say, I think Killa has the money for
To
both
play it
Rail Sprint
safe.
and Trigger Bomb yet. So there's Trigger Bomb.
Yeah,
Yeah, Kula's,
so-
they're buying the same gadgets.
that exact same
Yep.
power-ups the whole way through. And that's gonna be it for gadgets because I don't think at this point nothing else is gonna be worth it.
Unless you can buy that Charge Shot in less than 3 seconds.
Slink also
Yeah,
getting
if
the
he-
ICSS
can't.
on the. Yeah. I will say, like buying Charge Shot at this point by itself, that just wouldn't be worth it because, as Gandhi
No.
said,
Yeah.
yeah.
You have to open
Assuming
the Thief Net. It's too
Yeah.
slow.
assuming Charge Shot saves 3 seconds, opening Thief Net by itself takes 4. So even if it was like directly over Charge Shot, that's not worth it. Yeah.
So this Bentley minigame, again, I always play Sly 4 in English. This Bentley minigame has a cutscene skip that you have to do in other languages than English, right?
Yeah, Slink, you just saw there like how he paused the game and then it loaded into the hack. That's him doing like the circle input and the pause button at the same time. And I don't know why it does it, but it skips the little like job complete text at the end of the hack in other languages, but it's not there in English. So sorry if I cut you off, Gandhi, earlier.
No, but we do have Carmelita on screen on the left side, so make
my
sure you mark
God.
that off on your bingo boards.
Gandhi's just like playing a drinking game at this point. It's like, hey, every time you see Carmelita on screen at all watching this Fecta back on YouTube, take a drink while you're at it. Please don't do that.
I had the plan.
We are not responsible for anything that comes of this.
No.
I had
That
the
is your-
plan to, as a joke, mention it every time, and then I forgot. and then Beaver came in chat and mentioned it, and he reminded me. So you can thank him for this.
Good old Beaver. Yeah,
Coolest
Avatar.
coming
Like...
up on this bit.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh, that
Ooh,
happens.
that is rough.
You can be like a
Doesn't know what you are.
smidge too far, and that happens, which kind of blows.
Slinking
And he's
a
doing...
really nice skip there. This Bob.
That's the new
It was
strat.
very
Well
clean.
done.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that was
also...
cool.
Yeah. That saves like at least 6 seconds, and that's also the reason why you gotta be careful. No way. Oh.
Oh my gosh. The
Does that
style voice.
exist? Wait.
I've
Does
never
that
seen.
exist? I've never seen that before either. Can you trigger bomb boost up there? Well, even if you could, he wouldn't have the health for it. But I don't know if that was for style or what. I'm scared now. Jeez, I'm sorry. I feel like I keep cutting you guys off. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're perfectly fine. We have Slink on the right here doing this section of Sly, and you can actually do a little, so the first part you are stuck as a Sabertooth, so you're stuck on the timer of that ability, but in this next section you use the paraglider for these vents, and you can actually do some cool skips along the right side of the wall. You just have to be careful for some death planes. Oh, Slink is just taking the
He's not doing the
vents.
ICSS. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you can see definitely he's
Making me look like a liar here.
He's choosing a more consistent strategy, knowing
Hey.
probably that he's ahead and he needs to not make mistakes.
I've messed that up on good runs before where I'm like, I should have just did the stupid vents.
Yep.
So I don't blame him one bit.
I mean, to be fair, it saves 2 seconds. So, like you said, I guess I don't blame him either. But
Hopefully we'll see Kula do it.
I bet he'll do it. If he was gonna go for the trigger bomb skip, if he was gonna go for the rock jump in Stone Age Reconnaissance, he's gonna go for that. You know, like he's got ground to make up. So, oh, that's
Ooh,
also
little
just...
boost there.
Yeah,
Fancy.
that's
That
the
is
kind of stuff
sexy.
you do with trigger bomb. Oh, having a
Ooh.
terrible
Oh, no.
second
It's
low.
not good.
Yeah. Pretty rough Bentley section for Killa still, unfortunately. The Bob section's a bit better for him.
Yeah, we get to see these Bob skips again here on the left, while Slink does a very long boss fight.
Yeah, this Grizz fight, I think this is literally over half of the job. This fight goes on for a long time. I don't know. Also, Killa there
Yeah, and
getting
you-
the jump around. That's nice.
Very nice. And yeah, there's not a whole ton you can do to speed up this Grizz fight other than like know what attacks he's gonna do. So if he's like doing Here Comes the Grizz, you just want to run at him and get it over with. Or making sure you're trying to hit like 2 of the ice blocks at the same time when he's fortified. Other than that though, you're just kind of rolling with it.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you can really say is like, besides those tiny optimizations, there's not a whole lot you can really control to make this go faster. You can't like Crash Bandicoot slide jump over the barrier and start punching him already, you know? It's like that doesn't happen.
The dream, that'd be great.
I don't even know, granted, I don't even know if you could like glitch over there if you could punch him, because he might still have that little ice shield around him there. So
Oh yeah.
yeah. That would be pretty sick though if somebody could like discover that. Like please, wink wink. That'd be awesome.
I love the funny thing about the Grizz fight is like in between the phases you have to mash square to punch him in the face, but the last one you can just sit there and then the fight will just end on its own.
Yeah, and
Kula
that's,
is going for the skip here.
and I've confidence.
There we go. We're seeing the skip.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say that
Well
skip
done.
is absolutely free, but like at this level of play, you rarely see people miss that. So very nicely done by
Yeah.
him. Glad to see him get that.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's like you're kind of just taking advantage of what Zik said. Like pretty much just make sure you're punching multiple ice blocks at the same time if you can, and if you're fast enough, you'll see him dodge most of those stalactites and ice waves in order to complete this fight a little bit faster, which it looks like he's on a pretty good cycle for this phase. Nope, there's one block. Sag. But he's doing alright.
Hey, have you guys heard that Here Comes the Grizz?
Like in right now? Or
I would just say you hear it so much in this fight.
oh yeah. It's like it's just funny. It's funny to like try all the different dubs and see like how many different forms of Here Comes the Grizz there are. Some of them sound really good. I used to practice this game in Spanish for a bit, and I remember the line he had, Spanish Grizz, for like, "Here comes the Grizz," is pretty good. So
Man,
what?
this fight is long.
Yeah,
It's
that's
very
what I'm saying.
long.
Okay, somebody can fact check me on this. I literally think this fight is over half of this job. It's a long boss fight. And if not, it's at least like 5 minutes long. Yeah, Avatar. Avatar terms.
I was gonna say it makes the race look neck and neck right now. They're both in the Grizz fight.
It is a close race, but it certainly seems a lot closer than it is right now.
Yeah, Killa, unfortunately, on phase 1 of Grizz, where Slick is going to be entering the third punching phase relatively soon. He's got like these 3 more. Here comes the Grizz, and then after that, he's going to have a "Yo, gotta lead, oh god," or however that line goes in Swedish. Wait, he's playing in German. Damn it! I'm getting my languages confused now. Sorry.
It is still cool to see that, 14 hours in on our 4th game, that the runs are still this close.
Yeah, no, like I'm really happy to see that this race has been as good as advertised. I think that if Beaver didn't summon the powers of Sly Cooper Jesus and set like a 12-minute gap in Sly 2, this would definitely be like neck and neck right now, especially because all things considered, Bacon made up a lot of time in Sly 3.
He did.
So,
But
you know,
props to Jake. I mean, he PB'd by I think quite a bit.
yeah,
like,
what was he got like what, a 622, and I forget what his PB was before?
No, I think he got like a 611.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. I'm not giving him enough credit.
We can do the command here. Like 611. I'm a genius. Wow. Yeah,
Dude,
8-minute PB. That is huge.
In a community race too. Holy crap. GG's, man.
I mean, Bacon Man had a great run. But yeah, Jake certainly had an incredible run.
Mm-hmm. Well, both of those Sly 3 runs in general. I feel like there hasn't been a bad run in this entire marathon so far, which is great to say.
Yeah, I mean, the Sly 1 runs were good. It definitely didn't feel good for parts of it. But definitely, as an overall, I mean, they were both great runs.
And
I will say, watching Neon miss Cletus over and over was it was painful to watch, but he definitely shaped up for the majority of that run, and he put down a good time. And as a result, his team is ahead.
God. I don't know if anybody was there for the one Sender stream when we played Jackbox, and like one of the responses for Guespionage, I think it was like someone put a response that said, "What's a worse feeling, the rage you feel after getting purple ringed, or the absolute agony of Neon throwing world record?" Like that's the way you feel watching Neon miss Cletus over and over again, bro. It's bad, but no, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm glad to see that everyone's still at least putting their best foot forward, because Sly 1 especially has just been such a hard game to run in a marathon setting. Like whenever you see somebody run it at like GDQ or whatever, it's always going to be like, you're not going to get the 31 Sly 1 at GDQ, it's like, it's way tougher.
Anything can go wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile,
Slink here starting episode 4.
Yeah, back to the actual game, excuse me. But
now that we're done with 4 minutes with Grizz.
Nah, this is so back to what we were saying about like this race turning around, folks. I will die on this hill. I say this episode right here is where we separate the boys from men. You guys can defend me or not on this. I think this is quite easily the hardest episode in the entire game, especially
There's a lot of hard stuff in this episode. Yeah.
There's a lot of fun, hard stuff in this episode. There's also a lot of hack mini games.
That too. Well, it is like, I guess, the Bentley episode, but it does kind of bog it down. Yeah. Zick, you've run this episode, right? Haven't you?
I have. Yeah.
Okay. I know you were doing episode 3 not too long ago. I didn't know how far along this game you'd gotten. So. Oh wait,
yeah, I was just stepping through for a while, trying to clean up all my episodes.
Yeah. We've got Carmelita on screen on the left.
Yeah, Killa finally.
Carmelita on screen.
How many?
So if we watch Slink here on the right, it's gonna be trying to do a little skip here to get the
Sorry.
gear a lot sooner here.
Oh no, he's doing what I'm doing. He's gonna miss the cycle now.
I hate jumping back here. It's so awkward.
Okay.
And
Got
then
it though. Now he's got it. Yeah.
is that high enough? Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
no!
that jump is oh no!
Ooh,
Oh,
man.
getting a little too antsy there. Damn, dude.
Getting
Wow.
greedy.
Yeah, so what was happening there, at least what I'm pretty sure was happening there, is Sly moves very differently in the air depending on what you do first, if you jump first or if you move the analog stick first. What I think Slink was doing there is he was moving the analog stick just before he hit the jump button, and so that's why Sly, like, shifts to the right slightly or shifts to the left. I'm also seeing apparently the stream died. That is not
That
good.
is
'cause
rough.
now- Hopefully
is
we've got
not
a
good.
hopefully we got a local recording here because like that's terrible.
Don't worry. Us commentators are here watching. We're making sure there's no funny business.
Yeah.
We're splicing
Okay.
the data as we.
All right,
There's
we're
no
back.
funny business.
We totally didn't just put a splice in so Killa can make up like 3 minutes and 5 seconds somehow. But anyways, we're back to the race. How's everybody doing?
Kula's going into the episode 4 operation.
The stream just comes back on for 5 seconds. Oh my god, he's on all rolled up. How did that happen? Where'd time go? Nah.
Here in a moment, we're going to see Kella going for the same skip that Slink was going. So we'll see if it goes a little smoother there on the left. While Slink does a hacking minigame.
No, this is an alter ego. Okay, yeah, it's a jump hacker. This hack also, a lot of people sleep on how difficult this hack can be and the time save it can gain or lose you in this jab.
Meine Panzerjägerbomben müssten den Schalter auslösen.
One of the harder shell crackers in the game, I feel. Is that what it's called? It's shell cracker, right? I'm not.
I think so, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
Dieser
I'm pretty
Could
sure
be
it's shell
called anything.
cracker. System
I only
cracker
remember
is
the alter ego ones because I hate them.
Yeah. No, the alter ego ones just suck. The
Well,
other ones, despite 6-axis controls, are alright.
We'll see how Kula navigates this room.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
there's having the
having a
same
little
problem
trouble
as
getting
Hunter.
up. Yep. There
Got
it
up,
is. Alright, much smoother.
He's gonna miss a
Alright,
cycle,
let's-
but he got the skip, so as long as he doesn't get zapped, which he doesn't.
Didn't get
he's gonna
zapped, that's all that
Yeah.
matters.
gain some time back there. Alright, yeah, so still anyone's game. That's alter ego haters. What am I talking about? Everyone's an alter ego hater.
I like the music.
Yeah, population everybody.
Did the stream die again?
musste Minen ausweichen.
Dude, is Twitch just messing up in the middle of this run? What the hell is happening?
Yeah, Slink just made easy work of those firewall barriers. Barely even had to shift around.
The restream is like, okay, yeah. No, Slink definitely, yeah. I've sounded like a broken record here, but Slink knows what he's doing, and both these runners obviously do know what they're doing very well, but Slink, yeah, demonstrating very well. Pretty clean movement there, getting around all those firewall barriers, and showing what optimal movement there really looks like. Unlike Killa there, unfortunately. I don't...
Missing that little
Kinda,
jump.
yeah. Sorry to be a scumbag, but just that was not a good example.
Ooh. Oh man, he gets proxy and
That
then
was-
his restream
Kelly
goes
gets a
down.
proxy and crashes the
Oh,
stream.
no, dude. Wait, did he get proxied? I missed that. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. But
you got a weird
I'm
little
guessing,
launch there.
I'm guessing his stream is delayed. I think it might be trying to catch back up
Yeah.
because it did come back in. Oh man,
Oh my
Twitch
god,
is
what's
having
happening?
a bad time.
Twitch
So
is
on our
having...
left over here.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Twitch is just taking a dump on us right now. What the hell? This is the best episode in the entire run. You're gonna do this now? Why, Twitch?
Twitch hates Sly 4 confirmed.
Yes, absolutely. Twitch hates Life 4. Twitch hates fun. Sag. Oh my god. Everything is buffering. Jesus. Okay, meanwhile, we see Slink there. Getting to that rope there without any issues, so good there. I'm really excited for the next job to see what everybody's going for. Based on how Slink's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes Juggling Act a little bit safe. Killa though, Juggling Act, ooh, especially considering
Yeah.
he has, yeah, especially considering Killa has Rail Sprint here, this could make or break the run for him.
We could see some really cool stuff there.
Uh,
I think
I
it's a
mean,
really cool mission.
it's also, in my opinion, if you're going for all the hardest strats, it is bar none the hardest job in the entire run.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Gandy, I don't know what you think about that, but I personally think if like you're doing all the hardest strats in Juggling Act, like nothing else even compares. As
Yeah,
we see
Beaver
Slink
complains
here-
about it a lot. I know that much.
Yeah, listen, a Juggling Act, I've felt the pain as someone who runs this game a lot more than most people. There are some days where Juggling Act, and there are other days where Juggling Act beats you. You know, it's like a flip of a coin from a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
So, I don't
Let's see
know.
what happens.
Yeah, I guess we will. Slink now fast approaching it. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take this a little bit more safe, because you do not want to be stuck getting manhandled by Juggling Act. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see, like, you know, Slink knowing that he's in the lead to kind of take things a little safer in a lot of these harder missions. Or Killer just has to try and make up time.
Kula
Yeah, I mean,
there,
that's-
just grabbing the boys.
Yeah, I don't know if either of you saw that either, but I think Slink failed to grab the. Slink had a few mishaps in that job. He failed to grab the gear, and then he failed to grab the wood before the fire cycle came back. So he lost a little bit of time. in that
Oh, I
job.
didn't see the wood one. Okay.
No, yeah, you guys were looking over at the proxy, and I noticed that he missed to grab that. So both looking in different places.
That's why we're all here. So we can have
Exactly, you know.
6 pairs of eyes. Or 3 pairs of eyes, 6 eyes.
6 pairs of eyes, I mean, Monk S. Jeez.
Imagine
got
6 of us in
glasses.
here talking over each other.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'd be opposed to talking to 6 wonderful people, but for commentary, yeah, maybe not for commentary.
Blink here, just waiting around.
Yeah, it's a waiting game here at the beginning of Juggling Act.
No, that's not where you shoot the arrow, because that happens. Okay, sorry. Sorry, my inner like 1.5 second optimization self came out. Anyways, he's going inside the tent, and I think he's gonna hit. Yeah, he hit the little early load there, so good for him to get that. I guess the arrow position doesn't matter a ton there because he had rail sprint, but you know, Killer there almost getting screwed by crawl skip, but he gets it. So
That scared me.
yeah, that skip can be scary. It's pretty hard if you don't practice it. So he got it though. Slink not getting the first jump at Juggling Axe, not a good start. I'm surprised to see him not just go for the rope, to see him go straight for the platform. And he's going
that's
for
bold.
ring jumps!
Ooh, he's doing it. Yep.
And he
What a
gets
legend.
it!
Easy.
Wow.
Nicely done! Oh,
Easy trick.
alright, I'm sorry
Those-
for doubting him. Dude, he made that look easy.
Yeah. For those of you at home, this whole job here is governed by a
Yeah,
cycle
okay.
at the very end. So
Oh, you're not going
you
for
know,
another ring jump?
it's not about
Listen, there's doing that, and then there's doing the ones before. Like, that one... oof. Like, yeah, I don't blame him for not doing that one. But credit to him for doing the first set of ring jumps. That was epic. Wow, I'm really surprised he went for those, but I'm really glad to see him hit those. That's pretty epic. And that's still significant time save for his sake. He's gonna let that cycle? No. Ah, damn it. If he hadn't have fell down before he grabbed the rope or had gotten to the first set of ring jumps, he would have made that cycle. That's Juggling Act.
I'm kind of having a rough time with the cycles here on the tower. Had to kind of take a slower backup cycle.
Yeah, that camera manipulation before running to the job trigger is very important. I guess he must have tilted his camera the wrong way or something unexpectedly. Speaking of cycles, we'll see what kind of cycle Slink has at the end here with the final arrow shot. Looks like he's going to dodge the dragon head, which is good. Is he going to make it? He does.
Oh
There's the
yeah,
target
lots
on.
of height.
That's-
This is awkward.
That's not terrible. That's not terrible. It could have been like the target was just getting to the top and he would have had to wait a whole another cycle, but that's not great. But could be worse. Do the jump? Yeah, okay. All things considered, you take that juggling act. That was not bad at all.
Yeah, that was definitely good.
Mhm.
Is Killer gonna make this? Okay.
he
I was
did.
looking a little close there.
Oh, nah, he got it. Yeah, the backup there is actually kind of difficult from my experience, so I'm very glad to see him hit that. It's not, it's not common you see people fall down from there, but it can happen.
Let's see what Ku has in store for juggling act.
I think we're going for the rope.
He's
Yep.
gonna land the rope, and we're gonna see him go balls to the
Go for
wall,
ring
of
jump.
course.
Oh.
Oh,
Missed that one.
That-
And he's gonna miss that
Luckily,
one.
it's not a huge time loss, but
Okay.
nice. There we go.
second
Alright.
try.
Mhm. Hopefully, the problem is like one tiny mistake in juggling act, and I don't know if he's gonna be able to make the absolute. Oh, that's rough too.
Ooh, yeah.
This cycle at the end might be looking rough for him now, even if he lands this jump at the end. He is doing it.
Oh, we're going for it.
Oh no, dude. Oh no, that's so sad to see.
Will he go for it again?
I think he has to, right? Yeah, he's going
Yeah,
for it.
he's going for it again.
I think he might be jumping a bit too soon. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yep.
You gotta
That's
wait till that.
unfortunate.
You gotta wait till that starts swinging a bit further back, because otherwise you won't hit the circle boost. Like now, if he lands, I guarantee you he's gonna make that. Oh no!
oh man, this is not good for
Oh,
Kula.
he might have to take the arrow shot now. He's gonna die. And he's
Oh, he's
yeah,
going for it again.
That's
No
gonna be the
fear.
circle boost, dude. He's gonna miss it.
There
Oh
it is.
no! All right,
Nice.
cool. He just hit it. All right. Oh, see, I was worried. Normally, when that thing is like at the apex of its swing, you shouldn't jump because it's a lot harder for you to get the circle boost. But he does get it. The unfortunate thing is that he gets it after like 3-4 tries. So, pretty unfortunate juggling act. And this is what I was saying is like, these are both phenomenal players, but sometimes it's like you beat juggling act, and then sometimes juggling act just absolutely manhandles you. And there's a reason why I call it the hardest job in the entire game, because even if you practice it, there's still some times where it can just kick you down. Which is unfortunate.
I respect the commitment, though.
No,
It
I
wasn't about the
absolutely-
time save then. It was the principle. Can't let the rings win.
Nah, I do respect him for, you know, buckling down and getting that, which unfortunately, oh, he's gonna miss that too. The dragon head's
Yeah,
gonna
he
push
ran
him
into
down.
the post there a little, and so he.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Yeah, that was a
man.
really awkward cycle to try and hit there
Oh,
with
this
the
is
head
very-
right in your way.
This is a very unfortunate juggling act for
Nice.
killing
Okay,
that.
second try.
That's cycle 2. It's pretty rough.
Juggling act giveth and it taketh. Oh yeah, this cycle's
Well said. Yeah.
certainly one of the cycles of all time.
It certainly is one of them.
Slink is in an alter ego. Let's
Does get
see
the
if he can
Gets him triggered
go
though.
damageless somehow.
We still haven't gotten one of those yet, have we? I think I missed like 1 or 2 things on my bingo board at this point. Yeah, no damageless. I don't even think I have anything. Yeah, because we never got a duty call skip in, yeah, episode 3. So I don't think I have anything left besides damageless alter ego that I can get. That's literally the only thing else, and I can't get a bingo from it. So sad.
Oh yeah, just got a notification a little bit ago. Sly Golds went live. I didn't know that.
What? Wow. Twitch is stepping their game up.
We should
You
get
know,
over there.
only took them like 15 hours to get the notification out, but hey, better late than never, you know? I guess that might have also been because the stream died like 3 times.
Yeah, I think it was the death of the stream.
Alright.
So we're gonna have possibly both of them sitting here in an alter ego hack.
Yeah, I mean, this one thankfully isn't terribly long. Like, this split, even with the alter ego in total, is still only like 4 minutes, I believe. It's not terribly long. This quick kill can be a little bit awkward, though, because the screen is still scrolling up right as you're trying to get in his face, so you gotta be careful. There you go.
Nice.
And I
I-
believe...
I
If I'm
don't
not
think he took
mistaken-
damage.
Did he not?
I didn't.
Didn't see
Somebody
any,
might need to
but
check
don't
the
quote me on
clip.
that.
I didn't see any damage.
No,
but
Ostrava
there
saw
might
what
have
you
been.
did. I
There
think
might
that's
have been a
bingo.
little bit at the end.
Someone has to check the footage. I don't know. You know, good for Slink, though. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the first quick kill he's gotten this run, because he missed the previous two, so good to see him finally make that up as he moves on to Eye in the Sky, which can be another difficult job.
We've got an update. Slink is currently 2 minutes and 58 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
So that juggling act
Yeah, the juggling act really
has
set
widened
back a
the
little
gap
bit,
there,
but there's
yeah.
still plenty of room to
Absolutely.
catch back up.
Yes. So what I'm looking to now in terms of massive time save, let me think here about like where his biggest moments are. Like what would be huge is if Slink took a laser in the Galeth section of Short Supply. I think that would be huge for Killa. My other big point of like, oh, this could go wrong is I don't know if he knows the new optimal movement in Mechanical Menace. And this is all also for Killa's sake, by the way. I'm not just talking like bias here. Because I don't have bias as commentator, shouldn't have that. But yeah. That's like Mechanical Menace, I think, is the big part. Short Supply, maybe hard target for the ICSS. I don't really know. I'm definitely thinking Decibel Fight as like his biggest moments left, but I don't know. We'll have to see what happens and where he can clean it up.
Yeah, we don't get biases. We just have commentators' curses.
Yes, apparently so. Now, even then, I wouldn't want to have bias towards either of these players because I really respect both guys. They're both
Oh,
awesome.
absolutely.
Yeah, I've talked to
So
both of them a
Slink,
lot.
ooh, Slink missing this jump here, getting it second try though. That's very nice. And so Slink's gonna be trying to he's gonna skip this cutscene here. He's gonna be trying to hit some good cycles to get to the second and third blimp. So we'll see if he can get a good cycle on this second blimp here. 'Cause this is one where if you miss the cycle, it can feel awful.
This one, I think he's got it. Yeah, he's got that. Nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
that looks
no!
great. Oh no!
Oh, man.
So,
We cursed it.
we did. God, Sync, why'd you have to mention that? Also, I'm pretty sure I just said Sync.
Immediately punished.
God, dang it. Yeah, no, that unfortunately, I want to call it almost like a frame jump on the Galeth hooks. That can happen. And unfortunately, he does get the frame jump though on the Spire, which is very nice. But yeah, that's just an unfortunate little miss hook spring for Slink there, because that cycle was gonna make it. That cycle was absolutely
Yeah, that was a good cycle. Killa getting a nice quick kill at the end of the hack there on the left. Good to see.
Unfortunately, Kula did take some damage there, and according to Gnist, so did Slink.
No.
Just as the health bar is leaving, apparently it went down.
Rip bingo. Slink also
We may never get it.
So Slink's scaling this last tower, and yeah, you can kind of abuse the Spire jump there to cut those corners very sharp. You just have to be careful to not do it too early, or you're gonna fall to the ground and be very sad.
Yes, you will. Yeah, very sad. That job is very easy to mess up, and yeah. Also, look at that, like near perfect alignment of the job complete screens. Holy crap. Yeah, no, I just like it felt like Slink was doing a lot of good there, and then just if not for the mistake with the hook spring, that would have been a great split. So it's tough to see.
Mist, of course, very familiar with the techniques for damageless.
That's right. Yeah, I guess he would be the master to talk to about that. And Power
Unfortunately for us, the runners are probably not considering that. Probably not too interested in making sure they don't take damage. Wow. That in sync drop down from the hideout was beautiful.
Yeah, we're in a good zone here. Like now they both finished at the same time, and they're they both completed the job at the same time, I should say, and that was just perfect to see them in sync. Yeah, good.
Unfortunately, they're not at the same job.
Would you say they're in Slink?
I might, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. I didn't think of that one.
Let's see if Killa. Oh, yep, first try on that jump. Good to see.
I mean, hey, now he has time to make back in this job now. If he just
absolutely
plays the split, yeah.
If he can hit this cycle, that's a little time.
And
also, Carmelita on screen to the right.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I was also gonna say, like I said, I don't know how familiar Slink is with the new Jake movement in Mechanical Menace, and this job is still very, very difficult. So we'll see if Slink doesn't get pushed back a little bit more here, if he can pull this out, or if he's gonna have some difficulty.
Yeah, Killa hitting that cycle perfectly, making up a little bit of time there.
Also got the frame jump, poggers. You don't really see that a whole lot. Poggers getting in trouble. So what do we got? I'm gonna be like deadlocked on Slink's screen here, so forgive me if something happens to Kill and I don't see it.
Or my eyes are locked on the left side. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Might be a little slow for that cycle. Oh, he just made it. Now he just needs to hit this one. Wait a second. There you go. Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful by
that.
Slink. Can he hit the jump
That
on
was
the
really
first
well
try?
down.
Beautiful. Flawless Mechanical Menace right there by the American. Well done.
Textbook Mechanical Menace, it looked like.
And
Oh,
now he's really wishing he had charge shot for those extra 3 seconds of time save.
I mean, yeah, he would be on Com Gold pace technically, right? That was really good. Hold on, what the heck are you on about? I see that message you just sent. I don't know what you're on about. I'm not talking about such scandalous things in the middle of commentary. Don't be putting that on me. What are you talking
Got
about?
Carmelita on screen on the right side.
Yep, there you go.
If anybody's got that on their bingo board.
We'll check back later.
Let's see. Literally, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but like if you watch back this entire like 18-hour VOD of like how many times Carmelita was on screen, how many drinks would that be? You know? Especially if somebody's like said the word, like, oh, by the way, Carmelita's on screen every time somebody mentions it. Oh god. I don't want to think about that.
The Sly Gold's lawyers are still telling us that we are not responsible for any issues that happen if you decide to do that.
Alright, that's all I needed to hear. Also, by the way, Carmelita on screen on the left side now as well.
Wow. That's rare
that.
that 2 Carmelitas on screen. You do not see that every day.
No. Especially not in this game, when she's on for like 30 minutes total. Oh my god. Dude, I guess that's something else I should mention, is that Carmelita, if it wasn't for all of Sly's crazy gadgets, I think she would easily be my favorite character to play as in this game, and it sucks because you only get to like actually take her out in the overworld and do things like twice. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy that you can like select her from the hideout and she never actually has like a job that you need to go to as her.
You know, I remember playing this casually my first time, and I was always waiting, like, okay, when's the Carmelita job going to show up? Or, like, when am I going to at least see a complete screen as her? Which I thought would be this job, but...
Still waiting.
Yeah. Kill also, by the way, getting...
Oh, yeah. Making this look easy.
Near
Getting up
perfect
through?
movement.
Nice.
Well done.
That was perfect.
Can he get the jump first try as well?
Jump.
Oh, what are we kidding, dude? Both of these runners
Holy.
making Mechanical Menace look
Incredible.
easy. Okay, we get some, like, applause in the chat for that. Seriously, both of those two, mad props, because that is not easy movement. You have to be really tight with that, so good on them for making that look so simple.
Cue the
Very
GDQ
well done.
applause sound effect.
I would, you know, if I had a soundboard, I absolutely would put a Discord call.
Unfortunately, there's no soundboard mechanic in the Sly Gold's events
Fortunately, not sad.
server.
Hey, mods.
That's probably for the best. That's probably for the best. You don't want that in my hands.
No. I can already imagine like all of the sound effects that someone like Gandhi or God forbid like Augie or Rude would put in there. That's too much power.
Too much power.
Oh,
No
that
way.
should come to light.
Warum
Ugh.
ist das nicht unser kleines Geheimnis?
Yeah, but speaking of which, alright, so now Slink moving on to what I think, most likely we'll see him play the Galleth section a little bit safer. I don't anticipate him losing time to that laser I was talking about. It would, like I said, be really tragic to see him get hit by that, because you can lose like a minute from that. But if he just plays it safe and waits out the cycle, I don't think he should have much of a problem. Killa is about
Yeah,
to
you're not
finish.
gonna lose a lot of time waiting on a cycle, so you might as well do it just to be safe.
Nah, yeah, like the first two are pretty consistent, and then like just don't be the hero and try to rush out and like beat the lasers, even though you're playing as Galeth. I know that might be a little bit difficult, but you know, you gotta have some restraint. Understand that you are in the lead, which Slink seems to have understood by this point in the run. So I don't anticipate him having much trouble with that. Trouble? Trouble with that. Jesus. I've had some like weird stuff come out of my mouth. Not even like inappropriate, just like what are the words? It's like Shadow, what are you saying right now?
Words are
dude?
hard.
This happens. Press circle.
I-
Good boy.
I'm assuming it already happened at some point during this run, but if it hasn't, or if anybody in chat missed it, here's your opportunity. I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, there's another bingo sheet. Okay. Well, I'm glad he's taking this now because the chances are I'm probably gonna have to take a break. Right around all rolled up.
Just Link going into our first Murray section here. Gonna have to throw a bunch of these guards into the vats, and we'll see what kind of spawns he gets for the guards. The first couple are very consistent. It's gonna be those ones in the back that we're really gonna watch out for. Nice, doesn't get hit.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well here. He's got this all there. Then we'll have the rat. These first four guards are pretty consistent. Just a matter of
Yeah, these are all consistent. After this, you can get one like up in the balcony there, and it's just a bad time.
Looks like he's got.
You seeing that he
pretty good
got one, but he
RNG, though.
Yeah, he got one that was a little further, but he decided to go for the other one first to let it come to him. And yeah, oh wait, missing a stomp. Murray's stomp is like deceivingly like short ranged.
It's a lot shorter than it was in the old games. I will say that.
Yeah, as someone who learned Slide 2 before Slide 4, I still overestimate the range of that stomp move in Slide 4.
You know, because in Sly 2, you like if you're trying to pick something up from those newspaper boxes in Paris, right? You can stand a good like newspaper box and a half away from it, and Murray will still.
Oh,
be able
yeah.
to- yeah, he can still like pick it up. In this game, in
You're gonna
jobs
be
especially-
inside of it.
pretty much, you know, like in jobs, especially like Grand Key Larceny in his section, I always have to wait until like a coyote is about to punch me, and then that's the visual cue of, oh, okay, I can pick it up. But if I don't wait for that visual cue, I end up stomping and just missing them a bunch
Yep.
of times. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Firestar, I just want to point that out in chat real quick. Fire, that is an amazing comment that needs to be framed on a wall. That is wonderful. But yeah. Slink also not going for the Jake strat there. You can do a little thing where you jump off the rope and get to that earlier. That saves like 2 seconds, but not going for it for, you know, obvious reasons, as we mentioned before. And yeah, there is. All right, welcome back, Andy. We were just talking about how terrible Murray's stomp is in this game, and like why the mega stomp should just be the default.
Yeah, it is. It is really finicky, especially like in, something fishy. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, something's fishy.
Yeah, that's I don't know if you heard that crisp soda open.
I heard a little bit of it. I heard like a rumbling. Didn't know it was a soda, but what kind of soda you got?
I've got a crisp cold Dr. Pepper right here. Sly Gold's is in fact sponsored, but no, it's not.
But I mean, if you want to, Dr. Pepper.
But if there's anybody from Dr. Pepper in chat,
Right, we're gonna see Slink coming up in the Galeth section of Short Supply. But first, I got to talk to you guys today about Raid Shadow Legends. Like, you know, that joke's been run to the ground. I'm sorry, that's a very overused joke. You know, there's the Murray stomp, by the way, for Killa. He was like right next to the guy, just didn't pick him up. Yeah. Sorry, Ava. We're being careful, alright? I'm not taking anything seriously. We'll be fine.
Kula's auto split missed. He can't hear me now, I'm sure, but I actually developed a custom plugin for auto split that makes it so that it never misses. It's my finger.
Manual splitter gang is what I'm hearing.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
for me personally, like, okay, listen, auto split is cool and all. That's what all the new hip kids are doing. There is no better feeling than finishing out a good PB and just like forcing your index finger down on that space bar or whatever you have for the split button. That is just feels good.
Yep. Absolutely.
Cannot beat that.
Couldn't agree more.
What do you have?
We've seen him in this laser section. We'll see.
He's
The,
gonna. Oh
Ooh.
no! Oh no, dude! All you
That
had to
is
do
rough.
was wait. I told you
Oh
all you had to
my
do was
man.
wait
gosh.
like 10 seconds.
You called it.
Oh
You called it.
no, dude! All he had to do was hold still. Oh no, Slink, brother. Oh God, please.
Well, this is a really good opportunity for
still.
Killer to come back now.
Holy shit. Okay.
He's definitely
Alright.
playing it safe that second time.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna say that was a minute. That didn't feel like a minute, but that's what Killer needs, you know.
Team USA is in shambles.
Oh.
That is really rough.
Listen, that's the kind of thing that sends you on a downward spiral, though, you know?
Yeah, Slink needs to keep his head in the game.
Oh, gosh. Like,
He's got a lot of game left to play.
and shell-shocked heart, too. All that can go wrong there, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Wow, I can't believe he just hit that. I would
He
have
was
thought for
focusing on having to split soon. Yeah,
Dude.
okay, dude. You keep coping.
Sure. No. Killa, focus on the game, Madge. I'm kidding. I love you being here. Good luck on the race to both of you, but still.
You better not be able to hear us right now.
Maybe not. I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, so you want to talk about tragedies. This is, I guess I shouldn't say this is not going to happen because the commentator jinx has been strong today. But could you imagine if he went into the vision of a certain someone and lost like 2 minutes in auto scroller?
There's no way. I mean, it
Yeah,
can't happen. It's impossible to happen.
Listen,
There's no chance. The chance is 0%. It will not happen.
maybe not by the Black Knight, but if there's like a guard or something on a rooftop he doesn't expect, man, I mean, oh
Nope,
gosh.
it's not gonna
I'm
happen.
hoping it doesn't happen, but oh gosh, please don't.
It won't happen. Here's the thing.
Well, we have Killer
I
going into
dare
like-
it to happen.
I dare it.
I would be absolutely stunned if of all
If it
people,
happens, I will leave.
well, I mean, I was gonna talk about like Killa 2 with the lasers. If both of these two hit the lasers, I would be absolutely astounded.
Here we go.
Just take a breath. Don't rush this.
Look at that. Look at that.
There
Oh,
was
see?
that small
Yeah, there you
breath,
go.
and that
Get it.
saves time.
He's out of there. He's out of there. It's not even like difficult if you just take the breath, but it's,
That's what I'm
it's
saying,
so
though.
tempting to, just run. It's so tempting to go.
Ah, that's what. Okay, like I'm not the one running. I know. Like I just like, dude. All you had to do was wait like 2 seconds, and you saved.
Oh no! See, that's it. Killer didn't have to focus on splitting. It was
Dude,
obvious.
do you even know? Like, do you even know if Slink uses an auto splitter?
I think he does. He used one for Hundo at some point. Maybe not now. I'm not
So
sure.
you're just over here making things up.
Listen, I know he used one at some. Okay, listen, dude. The man hasn't streamed in like how long?
No,
I don't
sorry.
remember
I
what
meant
his
I
stream
meant
is.
Knuutti's making things up, not
Oh,
you.
okay.
Just
Okay,
so we're
sorry.
clear.
I was
He
gonna
was,
say.
saying he's focusing on splitting. I mean, he's just doing everything he can to attack manual splitters, and it's honestly kind of disgusting.
I don't appreciate that either, Knuutti. So please stop attacking manual splitters. I like it.
Right, so let's see how this shell shock heart goes over here.
Yeah, so this job as well, like Trigger Bomb is an absolute godsend in this job. There's a reason why this is the
Oh
last
yeah,
job.
for sure.
Yeah. There's the reason why this is the last job you can buy Trigger Bomb before it overall becomes slower is because just with how many like terminals and dart gun like targets and everything you can just blow up instantly.
Yeah, there's like 3 in every section.
Pretty much. I mean, you joke about that, but nah, that might literally not be too far off. So, yeah, he's all there. Also, Killa, this is any percent not Hundo. What are you doing, Omega Lol? Just taking a ball.
Ooh, Slink missing a laser loop there.
Gosh. The lasers are just killing Slink right now, bro. What's happening? And also...
Oh, this is the infamous laser loop right here.
Yeah, this section too. If he doesn't do a great job of taking these guards out in a row, this could be bad. And don't look now,
Ooh, this
but
is
that...
interesting.
Oh,
Ooh.
dude.
Oh, I don't like
I
this.
that. Yeah, Jinx.
I don't like.
Oh, no!
Oh no!
Jeez, no, this is the bad part now, because they're just going to come spawning
This is
back.
bad.
This is real bad. Yeah, it's going to break it.
Wait.
Oh! How did he
Wow.
get that? I'm amazed he got away with that.
That is quite the save.
I know, that was like last second. Finish that loop.
Jesus. Has Karn been on screen any times? No, I don't think she has.
I'm
I
not
could
sure,
be
Niv.
wrong, though.
I'll make sure to look out for her. I'll let you know.
We'll keep you updated.
Yeah. Do that. Okay. Wow, dude. I mean, that could have been way worse, but I don't want to say Slink is falling apart, but dude, he's letting some up now, and we've got all of episode 5 to go. You know, like this.
Yeah,
could-
hopefully.
this-
Yeah, hopefully he can just shake off that mistake from that earlier section and just keep focusing on holding the lead.
I hope so. I mean, for his sake, I hope so, dude. Like again, that's just with how much I've seen him run this game. I'm just astounded to see him make that mistake. Like he never does that, dude. Like wow. And Kill also, all right, just being an absolute Chad. That's the power of Trigger Bomb, there, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot about that jump. Wow, oh wow. He's on the shell cracker. If Killa doesn't get screwed by the lasers, they'll be pretty close.
Hey, do we have a chance for more damageless alter ego hacks here?
Be on the lookout, you never know, right? Oh my god.
Alright, so if Killa can get good laser loops here, it's another chance to just make up a little time. Those little fragments of time are going to make all the difference.
They have been, yeah. Which I think literally just wait at the top here. Yeah, he's doing the thing I like, so that's the optimal
Yeah.
strat. Yeah, he's still gonna get that pretty easily, I think. Booyakasha. Yeah.
Well done.
You
Dude, that was a long little end to that loop.
Yeah. Basically, that's pretty much what you want to do for everyone running this game. Take note is like wait kind of in the middle there at the top. They all will almost form a line, and then you can basically just like hold down the right stick and wiggle a bit. All 4 of them just die, and then you have a good amount of time to make the loop. Which, as long as you don't, let go of the button, you should have time to do. So, yeah, he did that. He did that pretty well. Nice execution by Killa, and also just doing some, other crazy strats there. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, we're getting fancy here with the bombs.
I'm telling you, dude, this is why I'm like high on Trigger Bomb, is because I think like there's got to be more stuff in the game like that we haven't thought about, and then once we find stuff like that, we're gonna have a serious conversation. Like, okay, guys, look at how much this is saving. How do we keep excluding this from the run? Like, it can't happen. Now they're on the same hack, bro.
Closing the gap slowly.
Wow.
Avatar Omega Lol. That's a great message too. I
I
also
don't think Slink's taking damage.
Yeah, no, he could, He's looking for it still. Hold on to your seats here, folks. Both the race
could
and
be it.
Yeah, this could be the
This
damage
could
that
be
Slink
the
is
one.
able-
We'll get the bingo judges to double check for us at the end here.
Get the VAR ready.
It will be really cool to see if we can really close this gap in episode 5 and get like a neck and neck end of the race.
Can Slink hit this quick kill as well? He's missed 2 this run. And he's gonna miss another one.
No.
Ooh, that was. Oh, no, missed it. Yep.
Yeah.
That is rough.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That is just more time that Gula can take advantage of.
All I'm saying, look, I don't want to speculate too much. One of these guys absolutely grinded EP5. And, oh gosh. How many calm golds does Killa have in episode 5? Can somebody fact check me on that?
You know where you can find out? You can find out at slygolds.com.
Slygolds.com. Our only true sponsor is ourselves, Giga Chad. We don't need anybody else.
Ooh, I like that little
Oh
bomb
my
boost there by
gosh.
Slink at the end there.
Listen to my Naki com too. Oh, there we go. You know, Trigger Bomb, if you don't have Trigger Bomb for that strat at the very end, that can be annoying because then you have to do a really tricky jump. But with Trigger Bomb, that's pretty free. So he got that,
We've got
thankfully.
Penelope on screen. Not sure that anybody cares.
Spoilers on the right side.
Yeah.
Hätte Bentley nur nicht auf
How
Coopers
could it be?
wunderbarer Diebgewäsch gehört. Wir hätten mit Waffendesign reich werden können.
One on
Die
full
zwei
game, yeah.
brillantesten Köpfe der Welt arbeiten zusammen. Die Welt hätte uns
Nope, it is not Carm. They've not. It is Penelope.
Wird mich verstehen. Armer Bentley.
The joke is
Ist so
that
süß,
the
wenn
answer is
ahnungslos
probably no.
ist.
Ich glaube, mir wird
Oh.
schlecht.
Dude, all I'm gonna say, like, I will say this right now, if Killa actually is able to pull this back, this right here, ladies and gentlemen,
Wow,
is
that was
why-
good.
yeah, good
That
quick
was
kill
quick.
by Killa. This is why you grind endgame, because you can be on a run at this point where you're doing so well, and then it can just crumble, absolutely crumble. So I don't
Yeah,
know,
being
man.
able to go into the end game and just like be confident is huge.
Yeah.
The last
Nothing
thing
else.
you want is to go into the end game and there's like several different things that you're worried about and you're shaky on.
By the time you go into the end game, the hope is that you can get a PB in more than one universe out of like 14 million. For those of you who get that joke. Also, okay, he saved that though.
Missed one little bomb there.
Yeah, but thankfully he was able to make it up, and Slink missing his mysterious
Ooh,
reflexes strat.
yep, that was awkward.
Ah, a little bit.
Do we have a
Oh my god.
bingo square for hard target?
Maybe hard target ICSS. I would think if anything is going to be on there. I don't have it, but someone else might.
Ein schneller Schlag und sie löst sich.
And if not hard target skip, we should, or if not the ICSS, we should definitely have a bingo square for like if somebody gets like a 43 archery, something like that. We should definitely have a bingo square for this job if we don't have one. There's a lot of potential.
Jetzt brauche ich nur noch
Knuutti,
zwei.
take notes.
Dieses
There you
Gerede
go.
lässt mich nach
You
einem
did it,
Pferd
yay.
lechzen.
All right. Now who's gonna get this ICSS is an
Ein
interesting point
fester
now that we
Hieb
bring
und
it
sie
up.
müsste sich öffnen.
And how is archery gonna go? Because archery is another thing that is, like, a lot of people sleep on it, where you really do need to practice it quite a bit, but it can save you a lot of time if you get it pretty well. Pretty good at it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those things when you're first learning it, like, oh, you just do the mini game, but then you realize like how much you need to optimize that and practice it. Oh, yep.
Slink had the, I'm pretty sure he got the outcome where I saw the skip cinematic option on screen for a brief
Hoffentlich
moment,
hat
then it went
Sly
away.
das Bogenschießen
So he was like basically within a frame of it. Unfortunate, but yeah, we'll see how the archery goes for Slink if he can't make some of that lost time up in the previous two jobs in this little minigame. Because like you said, it's at this level of play, when you're as experienced and as, you know, good at the game as these two players, you want to start having some wicked shots, Giza. Speaking of which, do we have any slice on wickeds in chat? If we do, you know, now's the time. See how this goes. Oh, Killa.
Oh my
also somehow
god,
just cheated the missile. You guys saw that, right?
Yeah.
that was close.
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't take damage from that. That was wild.
According to Bacon Man, they are a minute 43 apart right now.
This gap was
That's a
like,
good
what was-
minute. It was like 250
almost-
something, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was close to 3 minutes earlier in this
Oh,
episode.
Before Mechanical Menace, yeah. I think it was literally 3 minutes, if not, like almost. Pretty good archery from Slink though. Right now, I haven't seen him really miss a lot of shots besides that one.
Besides the one right when you say it.
And commentator Jinx, get out of here. Nobody likes you. That's the commentator Jinx. Yeah. Hit the dragon. 41. 41 archery. There you go. Pretty good archery for Slink.
Yeah, that was pretty solid.
And Killa hits the ICSS.
Ooh, gets
Wow.
it. Nice.
Oh my gosh, dude. This EP5 is gonna be so intense.
It's gonna be really close.
Dude, we're gonna get all rolled up and it's gonna be like if somebody gets note glitched, chat is gonna blow up. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe we've gotten this close. And we gotta see what his archery is, but holy crap. This lead for Team USA has just absolutely vanished in the span of 2 games.
Killa's about to get a 43 right here.
I'm quoting you on that. It's gonna happen. A phenomenal start. Yeah, here, I don't know about you guys, I find the most optimal strat is just like, once you know where the targets are, the main thing is just you gotta make sure to hold on to a shot and don't let one go prematurely, because if you miss a shot, you can really get flustered easily and then just end up missing a bunch of targets, which Kill has missed one or two, but this has been very solid so far, and he's gotten pretty decent.
Yeah,
range
very
in
good.
top of the plate. Yeah. Haven't seen him do a lot wrong. He missed like 3 arrows, I think, but that's nothing.
There's been a lot in the middle here.
That's 42. Yeah. 42. Yeah. That was great.
Okay, so I was 1 second off. All right.
I'll give you that, you know?
That was so incredible.
Oh, great archeries by both our runners there. That is not easy to do. Oh, man. Yeah, now, meanwhile, this job, I'm not going to say this is like a free job or anything, because you can still mess up, but not a whole lot of crazy action in this job, besides like a few optimizations you can do with some arrow shots and whatnot. So I guess, while we're sitting here, what are you guys looking forward to the most in episode 5 besides Decibel? Because if you ask me, I have to see how Copycats goes. That's my one point.
Ooh, that's a good one right there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Copycats is gonna make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's another one of those episodes where there's just lots of little minute optimizations you can do. Lots of little ways you can lose a second here, a second there, and you could really see things close up.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention too, like, besides, I think Heavy Metal Meltdown and Lost and Found, every job in episode 5, it feels like, is just really long. Is that just me?
Oh yeah, some of them do feel very long.
Yeah, because Copycats is like almost 10 minutes. Then I think Operation is nearly 13, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. Up in Smoke, despite what you would think, ends up being like 6 or 7 on average. Like, some of those jobs are really long, so you have to stay focused for a long time.
And Heavy Metal Machinery is not the longest job, but it is, if you're going for really tough strats, it can be a difficult one.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's one job where you can just miss a few darts, you can miss, like, one of the optimal jumps that some people have found, and that all goes downhill. Or even Open Sesame, I think, is going to be a huge job, too, with all those ICSSs.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm sorry if we've talked less about, like, explaining the game, and we've gotten more in, like, the streamlined territory of, like, you know? Yeah. This is just the point where
We just have both the runners right now just going through this boss. Very straightforward fight.
Yeah. Slink there now missing a beat, and I don't think Kill is really going to miss one either. Here we go.
Komm schon.
Let's see if
Yeah, this should be pretty straightforward for both runners.
correctly.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not
as long as you're
hard,
timing
but,
this correctly, which, yeah, just can't rush it.
Sometimes,
Listen.
yeah, sometimes you get ahead of yourself and you miss one.
Just don't miss an arrow. You know, just take a breath. That's where you gotta be at. They're not talking, are they? They can't be talking at this point. I don't think I've seen them DC.
Anzug ist
No,
so
they're not.
oldschool.
So I wonder what Slink's thinking right now. Like, if he even knows how close this race is. Or Killa. I guess Killa is watching the stream. But who knows?
Cool is at least in chat.
Slink is officially out of England. And he is on to Arabia. Oh boy, folks. Here we go. This is where things get fun. Contrary to what Sly says at the end of Cairo, this is where things get fun.
Episode 5 is a really cool, fun episode.
Oh yeah, like I talked a lot with Power Man because he loves running this episode too. Honestly, like the early game can suck, but I would say if not for episode 1, this would be my favorite episode to run in Sly 4. It can be really fun to run.
Yeah, I could do that for sure.
Like, I don't know, some of the jobs just like learning all the optimal strats and stuff like Up in Smoke and Copycats, and then finally getting one of those optimal runs. It just feels good, you know? It's so great. You know, notwithstanding that it also has like the worst flashlight guards in the entire game.
Oh god, yeah.
Gandy, were you saying something? I saw your mic flash. I'm sorry.
Nope, I was
Okay.
not.
All right. Making sure. Oh.
Killa
Yeah,
here, wrapping up. Good fight there. Wrapping up our final job of episode 4, and they're both gonna be in episode 5 now. Slink starting the photo taken here on the right.
Yeah, so not a whole lot to say about this job besides like it takes a lot of practice to really get the memorization of where you've got to stand for certain pictures, especially for the first picture coming out of this lamp shop that Slink is in right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's the carpet picture, and then you know, like sometimes depending on where you're standing, even if you're like an inch too far to the left or right, the game just won't give you the opportunity to take a picture, and it can be really annoying. And then there's also the load, which can vary at the very end, so it can
Yeah,
suck.
I mean it's a waste of time to open your binocular comm and realize you have to inch over like half a step and then reopen it and take the picture.
Yeah, it's really annoying. And then sometimes, like, with the last 2 pictures, if you're not careful, the guards can get in the way. And that's also really annoying. At the very least, like, the movement, once you get used to it, it's pretty box standard. Slink looks like he's doing a pretty good job to know where to go. Except he landed pretty low on that rope.
Yeah, it may look a little weird, but oh, he does have to do that little half step.
That's what I'm talking about.
No.
That is dumb. That's dumb. But
That
yeah,
was very
that's
dumb.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. See, you know what sucks about the picture too is like some people what they'll do is they use the shadow from the palm tree as a trigger, but the damn thing can move and shake. So sometimes when you go there, like without even thinking about it, you'll think you'll be standing in the right place, and then you just aren't. And it's really annoying when that happens. Oh, that picture though, jeez. Killer just coming out of the lamp shop. Yeah. Slink doing a good job of manipulating the monkeys at least so he doesn't get a grenade thrown at him. Good last picture for Slink here, it would seem. Nice. Okay. How long's the load gonna be?
It's very convenient that you can just restart checkpoint after that last thing and get right to the objective.
That load sucks. Oh my god, that load sucks.
Whoa.
Dude, that's terrible! Oh, I think that's like the worst you can get. Holy man. Just nothing going Slink's way in this endgame. What is happening, bro? Kill also, phenomenal job with that picture on the carpet.
Having no trouble with that one.
Not at all. Frizz is now 10 years older. Not sure how this occurred, but it happened.
In the 10-year load.
Slink now also going on to Open Sesame, which, much like Getting Stronger, is going to have 3 ICSSs that are all 1 frames, and I believe they all save like 12 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can fact check me on that, but I believe it's 12. And unless you miss the first one, there is no backup for any of them. So it's either get it or just lose 12 seconds, where at the very least there's an alternate route if you miss the first one. So very important that the runners hit these. There he is again. Sorry if you can hear that. Oh, Killa also just getting a phenomenal load. Oh my gosh, dude. Gandhi, I feel like you've been awfully quiet over there. I'm sorry if I was talking like when you're trying to talk, or you're just like,
No. I've just got nothing to say. You guys are killing it.
oh, I'm killing it. But Killa's there.
I'm zoning. Yeah, whatever that means, that's what I'm doing.
Ah. See, I think that was gonna be one funny thing, is that if I ended up running this instead of commentating, then like it would have been a run between two Killas. I think that would have been a pretty good joke. Yeah. Didn't happen. That's alright. Slink hitting the first ICSS, which is pretty good. See if you can just get the rest. Guards are also giving him like really bad luck. He's just getting really inoptimal spawns there. Here's the second. Misses that.
Ooh.
Oh no, yeah, missed one.
At the very least, didn't take him too many pauses to miss it. Actually, you know what as well? Something I didn't consider. Killa, I think, is going to have the same strats for these ICSSs as he did in Getting Stronger. So
That's
I
a
don't
good
even
point.
know. I don't even know if you can count on him missing one of these. And he's going to get hit there, though. Oh, never mind. Grenade got caught. So if Slink misses this, we'll see. Hits that one. Okay. 2 out of 3 is not terrible. Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, he'll take those.
If you're
Cool,
him, you
probably
would
get
you
that
would
12-second
yeah.
advantage. Well, he's
Killing
throwing some
things
of it
suck
away
there.
a little bit.
I mean, listen, he hasn't gotten them yet. I'm just saying, like, if that strat
Yeah, I
works
mean,
for
if
him
he's
like it
doing that
did,
technique.
yeah, I mean that seems
it
to work
seems
like a charm
consistent.
for him.
What is that?
I haven't considered using that, but I might have to.
Yeah, I
Is
think
it like
everybody's gonna
buffering
be
a
doing
pause
that
using the
after this
middle
race.
button?
Yeah.
I think what he's doing is he's like buffering it with the PlayStation menu, and then you might be able to just like hold the circle button, so then when you come out, it hits it on the first frame.
Okay, that's kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you
just an
probably
educated.
just like tap and then immediately hold, sort of like the pause buffer in Prison Skip in Slide 2. That would
Don't
be
you
my
guys
guess.
don't you guys do something like that for Wet Tiger CSS?
Yeah.
For Wet Tiger.
Um,
What's
yeah.
Wet Tiger?
For the
Okay,
Bentley,
oh,
Bentley
oh,
bomb
God
thing.
damn it! It's what is it?
Oh,
What's the job?
yeah.
Leading
Yeah,
Rajan, that's it.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
That's the
not the
job.
operation.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Leading
right. Wet
Rajan,
Tiger's the
yes.
operation. But yes,
Yeah.
I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Melon
So,
Rage, yeah, Melon
thank you. Yeah.
Rage.
Sorry, Slide 2. Once again, I haven't run Slide 2 extensively, so I'm not super familiar with the jobs off the top of my head. But yeah, Killa getting all 3 ICSSs as we've seen, so huge for him. And don't look now, folks, but it just seems like this gap keeps getting on smaller and smaller.
Diese Lauferei. Ich glaube, ich habe
Oh,
mir ein
gosh.
Leckerchen verdient. Ich habe etwas.
Wet Patiger. Ostrava, I don't know if I want to know what Wet Patiger is, if that's something different, but that's kind of sus. Can we get a spray on him? I don't know what he's referring to. I don't know if I want to. Maybe I'm just an innocent child. Who knows?
But yeah, unfortunately, like Duty Calls, we are kind of just stuck here following these 2 around, except there's no hope of any sort of skips in this one.
And there's also no reason to get money. Unfortunately.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, at this point in the run, power-up consideration ended, considering they both got Trigger Bomb and Jurassic Thievery. That ended after EP3. There's no real reason to buy anything at this point.
Nothing is worth entering the thief net anymore, which is sad.
I almost wonder, like, if there's a situation in this episode where it would be worth having meter recharger in order to get, you know, for the thief costume. Because if you could somehow get that and have that for a job like copycats, maybe you could find some use in that. As we see Slink miss a sword swing and miss another one.
Ooh.
Holy.
Yeah, those are rough.
Unfortunately,
I
this is
hope
just
you just get
time
a
that
little
Slink.
greedy and
Yeah, Slink just can't afford to lose this time here. This gap just keeps closing and closing.
No, like, the problem is, like, now we're at the point in the run where losing a minute becomes easy, you know? Like, you fall in the water in copycats, or God forbid you get note glitched, like I keep saying in Operation. There's just, like, I don't want to sound like a pessimist, like something is going to go wrong, because Killa is a long way from, like, pulling this all the way back. Don't get me wrong, like, he still has a huge gap to close, but Slink is just giving him a lot of favors right now, I feel. So, oh jeez, man. Again, I don't mean to condescend or like sound biased in any way, because I really hope both of these guys are doing the best they can, and I hope they continue to play to the best of their ability for the whole run. But just geez, man, it's crazy to see how this is turning out. As we see Killa now finish that job with a very strange camera angle. I don't know why the camera was behind him like that. I've never seen the camera go like that before, where it was behind Sly walking into the tent. It's usually zoomed out like it is now. Interesting.
Slink is on his way to Rugrats.
Yeah, so what do you guys think of this job? And Gandhi, is this another one where you haven't seen the new strats for this?
Oh god, there's new strats for this one too.
Yeah, funny enough, Killa was the one who found some new tech for this. Also, welcome back, Jackie. Happy to see you in the stream again.
Ooh, this might be new for me as well then.
Killa saying he hasn't ran EP5 since February. Omega lol.
You can't even tell. It's looking flawless.
Honestly, you know? Like, I was practicing Sly 4 this morning, and I haven't ran the game in like 2 months, and already I forget how to do everything. Forget how to breathe, essentially. And look at this man out here. Just like, this is what I'm saying, though. I'm so glad we get to see these two square off, because this is just such a great match between two awesome guys, two awesome competitors. And I'm really glad this race has lived up to the hype. I'm really glad we're getting to sit here and talk about it like this. Yeah, but Slink, so to kind of jump ahead a bit here, the first new strat, if he goes for them, is going to be in this first room here with the, well, the second room, I guess, with the Cobra pole, where once he gets to the top of it, he can do a cane jump to the far right, and he can then glide over to where the giant, like, bag of stuff is, as he gets a little trouble getting up the pole there.
Getting hit by a snake there.
Yeah. So you'll see here, like, on the far right, there's that bag of stuff you have to drop with the Cobra head in order to get into the next area. You can do a far cane jump off of this pole he's going to climb up, and then you can cane stall to get the ledge grab over by where the winch is, and then save yourself time. So let's see if he does it, which he's not going to. So kill him most likely, since he coined the strat. And again, given the gap, I would imagine he goes for that. Slink just doing the old strat. I would, however, imagine he does the skip where you skip the second set of monkeys. Also, Killa, they're doing a little bit of a jump, alternate jump across the lake. I don't really know if that saves any time, but he does it, so there you go. Yeah, so that's a ways off. The main problem now for Slink is just, like, getting into this room, managing the scorpions, making sure before you pull this winch, make sure every scorpion is dead, because you don't want to... Yeah, make
Even
sure every
one scorpion alive will mess you up.
Yeah, which again, like, with how this is going, dude, just the idea now is just don't lose time. And I'm not kidding.
let's see Kill on the left here, going for this jump. Hopefully
I'm
he
assuming
goes
he will.
for the
There he does.
There it is.
And he gets it with
Do
the
you
cane
do it?
stall. Very well done.
I was gonna say, so do you do a little cane jump there for that? I usually just jump it.
I might have misspoke. I don't know if you need to do a cane jump there. It kind of looks like he does one. Oh, Slink there getting a little
Slink
unfortunate
fell.
with the load zone. Yeah.
That was rough.
I might have misspoke. I don't think you need to do a cane jump there, but the main thing is like you just have to know where to jump. Also, I don't know
Yeah.
what
He fell
he was
again.
doing there. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there.
Ooh.
I think he forgot
Or
where
was that on
the jump
purpose?
was. No, he forgot where this jump was is the thing, which he should make this now.
Gotcha.
There
That's
we
the
go.
jump
You
he
do
was
have to
trying to
take
go
that a
for.
little
That saves
while.
him 2
Oh.
seconds. It allows you to skip the second set of monkeys and waiting for their flashlights to go on and off, which I think he got it.
Yeah. And you do have to be a little careful there because there is a little death plane. You
Gosh.
missing a
I
circle
think,
boost there?
dude, I don't know if it's nerves getting to Slink right now, but something's not right. Something's definitely not
He's
right. Like
losing a lot.
he's making a lot of errors I haven't seen him make, you know? He's gonna do this though. Nicely done. Just gotta go back to the loading zone.
Waiting for the
That-
camera.
Yeah. We'll see Killa do something a little more risky than that, because he'll do something like that, but he does something a little differently. You'll see him climb to one of the top Cobra poles, and then he'll jump over to the other side. He'll catch one of the green vines from the bottom, get back up to the loading zone, and then he'll skip another pole in order to get there pretty fast. At least I'm assuming that's what he's going to do, because he's already done all of the Calm Gold movement, and that's what he does in Calm Gold, so we'll see. I'm really hoping he does do that, though, because it's a pretty epic movement. So it's, yeah, right this pole. He's going to get the checkpoint, jump onto this pole, glide over. Oh, and he gets caught by the snake.
Hit by a snake.
That does happen. He's going to try it again. He's just got to wait for the cycle. No, he's going to take it safe. All right. I don't blame him. Yeah, so he had the right idea there. Unfortunately, I think he might have been a little too low on the pole, or he might have taken slightly too long to get back, one of the two. But the snake just barely catching him, and that gives Slink a little bit of wiggle room, as I think he just left the hack as Killa's entering it.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, but this hack isn't terribly, terribly long. Loop skip, alright. Yeah, so that's a pretty unfortunate error for Killa there in Rugrats, but otherwise, pretty good split. Also, by the way, that cycle sucks. I'm convinced if you... I think you can make that cycle. If you can, it's like 1 in a million, because I never make that cycle. As we see Killa finish up. Alright, now here's the real most important part of the run, and I don't want to divide the chat, guys, because this is like some big controversy we're about to unveil. Who is Team Copycats first, and who is Team Up in Smoke first?
Well, according to my splits, I do Up and Smoke first.
Boo!
Ooh, I do Copycats first.
Copycats first, gang! Abe Ungod, yeah, definitely. No, I've always been a fan of doing Copycats first, just because it kind of keeps your head in the game, and also I think Copycats is definitely the bigger reset point of the two. So if I'm doing it in episode runs like I would anyways, then I'm always going to Copycats first. Yeah, Power Man also Up and Smoke, or yeah, Copycats gang. Damn,
Well,
all
we got
y'all are
Stink going for Up and Smoke.
yeah. All y'all are crazy. Y'all do Up and Smoke first. Like, where are all the Copycats people at? Thank you, Power Man. I don't see enough of y'all. What is this chat?
Looks like Slink knows what's going on.
I think so, yeah. So this, actually, this is going to be interesting now if they split off, because I think Killa might do Copycats first.
And Copycats,
Yeah.
yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Wow.
ooh, this will be interesting.
So
So
we'll
we're
have
not
no
gonna catch
idea
back
until
up.
they meet up.
Yeah. Until we meet back up at Heavy Metal Meltdown, we're not going to know who's where.
And they're 50 seconds apart. That is
My
that is
God.
crazy.
Dude. Do you guys remember how big of a gap this was at the end of Slide 2? Like, holy
I mean, it was like 10 plus minutes, right?
yeah, it was at least 10 minutes, and then it was like 12 minutes, I think, and then Bacon
Now
made
we're
it back.
within I was gonna say we were within a minute. It's crazy.
Yeah. Slink also, he missed one of the bombs at the very start. Oh. Up in Smoke, of course, a very difficult job to do optimally, consistently. Very easy to just miss one bomb on the sly. Thankfully, didn't miss too many jobs. What? I have no idea what... I said like I confused bombs with jobs because I was thinking of like sly pun because I said sly in that set. Oh my god. Somebody else needs to talk for an extensive amount of time because my brain is failing me. Oh my god, I'm sorry, boys. Oh,
Vorsicht da unten!
Slink
Good
doing a
info.
good job to
Bomben los!
make sure all of these bombs find the targets.
Wartet doch mal!
you know that third section was very optimal. That was basically flawless. It's good for him.
We have Kill on the left here starting copycats. It's one that, while the pacing can be a little weird with these wheels, it feels like it goes slow. There's a lot of tough strats you can do here, a lot of cool movement.
Cool movement, and there's a lot of tiny stuff you have to watch out for, like the cannon cycles
sure.
and how many times. Yeah. Even right here, we're gonna see immediately a very tough section with Sly, where he's gonna have to use the thief costume to try and slow down these platforms moving through the water. And even if he falls in the water once, that's gonna be huge because all his cycles with all the platforms are gonna be messed up. Because this is consistent, by the way. These same platforms will always be here. So he knows what he's doing. Unless he messes it up, then he might have to improvise. Yeah. Not going crazy with the circle boosts, but that's still very good.
Still looks very smooth.
Yeah. No, this is still a very good section. We'll see how this one goes. Yeah. Because that part right there is not too hard. This is the hard part because then he has to like circle boost the chain. I think he missed one there. Yeah, okay. So normally what he would do is he would have circle boosted to the further one. He would have been able to get a spire jump on another barrel. And then straight from that barrel that was moving in the water, he could have did a double jump circle boost over to that chain directly, but that was still pretty solid movement, all things considered. So good work. Also, I want to see how he does this movement. Yeah.
Slink
Pretty
has
smooth.
unfortunately already taken damage.
No! This is the second to last alter ego hack we're gonna see. Because
The dream is dying.
Oh, the dream is about to die, Satch. Yeah. Because Killa's alter ego hack is the last one. That's it. Wait, Killa, quick, if you're listening, please don't take damage in the alter ego for the fans, please. The bingo players demand it. Please. Yeah, also, this is what I was talking about here in this alter ego hack. This is the only one in any percent where you'll see those lasers, and if you get hit by them, it'll actually stop the screen from scrolling, and so you have to be careful about that, because it can actually lose you time straight up, so gotta be careful of that. But besides that, it's just your standard alter ego hack, and then the boss is on the left side instead of the right, so a little bit of mix-up, but still nothing you can't handle if you've done how many by this point.
It still feels like it takes an eternity to do this one.
Oh, well, yeah, this is literally half of the job, which is saying something, since this is mainly like the RC job. It sucks.
So ändert man den Kampfzustand.
So Killer going into the next slide section here. There's actually a really cool part coming up. Ooh, that was very nice circle boost there. There's a really cool part coming up with these guards watching a hallway where you can actually just kind of jump around behind the guards instead of really using the thief suit for the flashlights like you're intended to.
Yeah, I know in his most recent PB, Killa did fail one of these jumps. We'll see if he gets him again. He missed a circle boost there. He could have gotten to that second one, but still doing all right. We'll see if he gets around these guys here.
Ooh, it's a very tough jump.
And Slink,
for it
as we're
again.
going to see on the left, misses another
Oh,
quick
man.
kill. So Slink also
He's trying to
is gonna need
bomb the
2
last
cycles,
health.
and that's terrible. Oh, Slink missed
But
2
on the other
cycles
side,
there.
Cool is having a meltdown with this first. With this
Yeah,
Yeah, this guard's really,
Did he
yeah,
get caught
he's
twice?
giving up on the
Things would
strat.
go the regular way.
Damn. All right. Wow. Okay. That sucks for
Both
him.
players-
But I guess the
Yeah, those
Losing
jumps are
quite a
not
bit of
easy.
time simultaneously.
no. Wow, that sucks for him. Both our players too. So, how many alter egos are in the game? 4, right? There's 4, 5. There's
That is
5. I
not the
think.
kind of information I have.
There's 2 alter egos in episode 4. There's none in EP 3. There's 1 and 2. There's 1 and 1, and then there's 1 and 5. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think Slink at best is like 2 of 5 on quick kills in this run, which, with all due respect, is not good. Like, that is not good.
Yeah, I know he missed
Kill
the last
also-
2. It's rough.
Mm. Also, you'll see Killa here. He does take out the one cannon immediately, but doing a pretty good job of managing these cannons here. You want to keep these all alive until you can kill all 3 of them in like 1 or 2 shots, because after you start, the more cannons you have dead, the faster the remaining cannons will start firing. Like you see here, now that that cannon is the only one left alive, it's just machine gunning cannonballs at him. So a little bit of a struggle there, but still gets done pretty fast. The main caveat for Killa in that split being the unfortunate mishaps with the guards, but the rest of Copycats was good, but now Slink, it looks like, doesn't have to play perfect in the split in order to match Killa on that front.
Yeah, he just needs to,
Yes.
as we've been saying, take a breath, and he'll be fine.
Yes. And yes, Fire, earlier in the run, I think it was Killa who got an ICSS on one of the doors in Sushiya Startup. Got the name right that time. Let's go. But yeah. But yeah, no, Zek, to your point, yeah, just absolutely. Like, both of these runners, it's just like, realize where you're at and realize what you're doing, and just don't let it be now where you have a breakdown. Because this is where you need
Yeah.
to keep a cool head. And I will say right now, that is accentuated when we get to Deja Vu. Because if you make mistakes in Deja Vu, that can literally flip this run.
Yeah, hitting one wrong orb in the Decibel fight, and ooh, it's gonna be rough.
That too. Well, no power talk. What I'm thinking right now, past episode 5, which this might be a bit premature because obviously Kill also taking a lot of damage there. After we're out of this fight, once we get to Deja Vu, the big 2 sections I'm gonna be keeping my eye on are Ob, where if you miss one of the circle boosts, you can fall in the void, die, and lose like a minute. With Galeth, where, like I said before, like we've been saying, if you get super frustrated, it is very easy to just start raging on the Galeth section, and that is how you miss a lot of really tight cycles and just die to poison gas and how it goes south real quick. So it's definitely already gotten so interesting, and it's only gonna continue to get more. Killa Omega lol. I love how he's just like casually dropping some messages in chat even in the middle of this run. Like, what a guy. He's just out here having fun. No disrespect to Slink, of course. I'm just sure he's also focused on the game. I just think it's funny. Killa's here in chat as well. Speaking of Slink, knowing how well Killa did, we'll have to see how he does on this section with water. Really good start with those circle boosts.
Yeah, that was smooth.
Very smooth. I don't think Killa ended up doing that. Hits that one, and if he might have
Ooh,
cane stall.
yeah.
No, beautiful, flawless first
Well done.
section. Might have let the time stall go a little early, but still a really good first section. That
Ooh.
was risky, but he
That
gets it.
box was
spooky.
out of there.
Yeah. He might make up for it with going to that spire. We'll see. He's not going to be... actually, no, he could make it from there. No, doesn't circle boost, but pretty good movement. So both runners showing their finesse with the... what's it called? You wouldn't call that a ravine. What is that called? Just like the river? I don't know. The water. Both of them showing their, their knowledge of that water section, just making it look easy compared to how most runners would do it. So very well done. Slink also having very good movement on those boxes. I'll have to see how he does on the cannons. As we see Killa going over to Up in Smoke.
We'll see how Killa does with these bombs. First one's pretty easy.
Yeah, the first section isn't too hard unless you try to rush it, but it becomes a bit of a pain to rush back and forth. Slink, very good first section with the cannons. And it looks like Killa missed a bomb there, actually. So, to your point, Gandy, there you go.
Very easy. Yep. No mistakes.
Yeah. Mess it up. Slink did miss a bomb, though, so both the runners kind of trading little blows to each other back and forth between this split. Just a matter of if Slink. I think if Slink can close out this copycats to be pretty good, he's sitting in a really good spot. Because this is a big job, as I said. There we go.
Yeah, and Killa did
That was
have
a
like
good second round.
4th try on that guard section.
Yeah, very true. That's what we're alluding to. But yeah, like those guards really did cost Killa a lot of time. What was otherwise a pretty good copycats. So
Let's see how Slink tackles them. I mean, he might just go. He's been doing a lot of stuff safe. He might not go for any of the jumps around them.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where it's interesting if they're watching or not, because if he knows
going for
that,
it.
oh, he's gonna
He's
go
going
for
for
it. Oh,
gets him
And he
first
gets
try.
both
Oh,
of them.
wow.
There you go.
Very impressive.
I was just about to say, knowing your opponent, if you're watching, you know that they messed that up 4 times. You'd be like, I'm just gonna take the safe route and save that time. No, Slink's a mad lad and goes for it anyway and nails it.
I think what Killa might have done wrong is that he might have tried to paraglide boost over their heads when he was a little bit too close, and so he was just barely nicking their heads or like their shoulder blades, if they had shoulder blades on their models, but you know what I mean. He was just barely nicking their backs as he was jumping over them. So I'm not
At
sure.
least one
but
of the attempts, I think he like made noise on the opposite side of them, and they
Yeah.
turned around to see him.
That's why not trying to self-plug, but whenever I do runs of that, after I get past the second guard, what I do is I change into the thief costume, I jump forward once, and then slow time. Because if you just run from there, if you're close enough to the guard, he can actually hear you. And as I discussed earlier, considering the guard already like went into the state of, oh, who's there? He can just turn around instantly and catch you, and then you're back to square one. We also see Slink there doing a phenomenal job with the cannons. This was a really good copycats for Slink, so some big upside coming into the end game here.
Gula did take damage in this hack.
No, rip bingo. Apologize to all the bingo players in chat. I had no control. Neither did any of the commentators. Let's see.
Can blame the script writers.
Yeah. Like, unfortunately, missing that circle boost to the rope, taking one too many jumps. But like I said, otherwise, this split's been pretty alright. Pretty alright, I mean, yeah, this is a good copycats, it's really good copycats. All credit where credit is due. Nice.
Let's see how far ahead Slink finds himself. Assuming he will stay ahead.
I think this hack is a decent while longer. I definitely think after both of them missed one bomb in Smoke Bomb, and I think after Slink's copycats, he definitely widened that gap a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back over to a minute ahead.
I think for sure.
This is what I was telling you guys, you know, like I was saying, like copycats, there's a reason why I think it was the biggest job to watch, and there you go. It's a hard job, and there's a lot of stuff you can just do wrong and not realize it, but Slink, you know, like arguably there's like 1 or 2 little bits of movement here with the circle boost and whatnot, but that was a really good copycats, so well done. Very well done, my good man.
Like you said, there's still lots of stuff to come. Deja Vu really could make a big difference.
Yeah.
Same with the operation here in episode 5.
Yeah.
Kula's looking to get some time back by getting this quick kill here.
I mean, dude, just to get a little personal here, I almost choked the most recent community race of this game to the Gallet section. I failed it like 3 times in Deja Vu, and I thought my run was over.
He misses it.
Missed it. So, dude, I think overall we're like under 50% on quick kills in this run, which is kind of unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been rough.
That was the end of... Okay. Yeah, so the cutscene's about to end right here, and right when this cutscene starts, it takes like just over a minute. So, yeah. I think that prediction was spot on, not to pat myself on the back, but it's just about a minute, that gap. I think Slink definitely saved himself a bit there. Now if he just has a solid heavy metal, and if he can get through operation without too much trouble, I think he's in a really good spot.
No karm on screen. You just wait a
Oh,
little
don't worry,
longer.
don't
Nate.
worry. You'll
Oh,
get some
there's-
karma
He's
on
coming.
screen.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of
He's
karma.
coming.
That's just you, kid. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. That was disgusting. I'm sorry. That was
It
disgusting.
was. Yeah.
There's a no. I'm actually not gonna say that. Never mind. Keep the commentary, somewhat tame. Yeah, still a lot of stuff to do in heavy metal though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Slink not implement the new strat that Killa found. We'll see if he will be able to hit the little paraglide boost out of the hook spring if he knows the optimal distance to hold it. He's just gonna play it safe again. Don't blame him. So there you go. But yeah, no, I mean, game plan here, just don't miss too many darts. That's the best I got to say to you, Otherwise,
56
feel like this-
seconds.
yeah. 56, yeah. So, like I said, right around that
Yeah.
minute threshold. Not a minute, but yeah. I'm honestly surprised though that that
It is
gap
crazy.
only grew by 6 seconds with how many times Killa missed those guards. I thought it'd be at least a minute.
Slink was quite a bit worse on the quick kill. I think he took another cycle, whereas
That is
Gula missed it. But
you're
then
right. You're right. Yeah, and he is
Yeah.
going for the strat actually. Scuff boost, beautiful.
Nice.
You're a legend.
That is a
Airstall.
tough strat.
Yeah, he did what you should. Is you just have to be patient at the top there, wait for a second, and then you got it. So he did what he needed to. Good job. Also gets a little bit of an optimal boost there, where Salim went into the animation where he was falling off the chain, but then he just, was boosted there anyways. So great job. Just got lucky. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Bentley section, as I said, because there is one trigger that's kind of easy to miss if you half-ass your movement, and it's just very easy to miss a bunch of darts, and that can add up again. Gets the ICSS. Nicely done. Now will Killa get his strat. At least I think he found this. I think he went too soon. No, he got
That
it.
was.
Alright.
Oh no! Wow.
Yeah.
I was concerned about that one.
I was scared too. Yeah, I thought he went too soon, but no, the air stall really helped him out there.
Alright, so here's our Bentley section. See if we can get these hits.
I don't like where he's at. Oh, nice shot.
well
Okay.
done.
I normally like to go a little further to the right, but he was in a good spot for that. Yeah.
One
Some of
missed shot
these,
there.
the collision on these transmitters is extremely weird, so it's not like you can just shoot to the corner of them and it'll always work. Sometimes it's very finicky. But yeah, no, if that's the only dart he misses, that's not bad at all. Let's see if it is, though. Also, sneaky little adrenaline boost he fits in there. Okay, I see you. Okay, missed 2 darts, but that's alright. Pretty good job with that split. Killa also doing a pretty good job with the split so far. Let's see how his darts go. Great shot
Wow,
there.
that was a quick shot.
Going a little high there to get down to the trigger, but otherwise nails it. Oh, that was such a
Wow.
clean shot. That was
That was
clean.
really good. I thought for sure that missed. I was like, he shot it so fast. There's no way it's gonna hit.
Ooh, I'm a little concerned with how far Killa went out, though. Okay, I might just be... I missed this trigger one time. That's why I'm getting a little antsy about it. I think he should be fine, but there's a chance you can miss a trigger you have to hit there, and then you can't shoot this until you get it. But no, he got it. Wow.
Those were fast darts. I
Yeah.
mean, he is fighting. He is fighting for this race. He is trying to get every single tiny little bit of time save he can.
Yeah, no, besides, if it wasn't for the misattachment to the rope outside when he was trying to go to the job trigger, that was a really good heavy metal by both our runners, honestly. Really good heavy metal meltdown. But now, yeah, here we go. All it's going to take, if I'm being perfectly honest, all it might take is one mishap in Decibel, especially if it's during the final phase of the fight with the electric towers. If somebody messes that up, that could literally decide the run. Because we're at that point now. This is the penultimate job of the game, folks.
It's reduced down to 49 seconds.
49.
Wow,
So kill us.
7 seconds up there. Wow.
Yeah. Listen, man, he
He did it.
developed that. Or go ahead, Zick. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I mean, he just had some very clean shots there on those things at the Bentley section.
Also, according to Ostrava, that's calm gold.
By 5
Which,
seconds.
Yeah, which congratulations
Wow.
to him.
Oh my gosh.
I previously had calm gold for that job, and he just destroyed it. So congrats to Killa. Good job, man.
Carmelita is currently on screen.
And a lot more.
A lot of Carmelita is currently on screen.
Previously, we only had a little bit of Carmelita on screen. We were just waiting for this. Like all the other previous Carmelita sections, nah, those didn't count. This is the only time that counts for Carmelita being on screen.
Everybody,
This is a
move your
Carmelita
mouse
stream
to
now.
the center of your bingo board and click it so that it's lit up blue or green if you're really cool.
I'm also going to take this moment to 07 to Slink for not being a furry. Thank you for not shaking.
I have a sneaking feeling that Cool is gonna shake.
He might do it once at the end. I don't know. Yeah, no shakers here. Not a whole lot to say, except if anyone's got to use the bathroom, do it now, I guess. But,
I don't know why you would do it now.
nah.
You don't want to miss this.
I absolutely don't want to miss this. Dude,
What if
this
they
is...
shake?
Oh, God, you know. Why is that not a bingo square? Like, shake with Carmelita and slide forward? That should absolutely be a bingo square.
Man,
Mods, get on that.
they could have
doing here?
they could have shaked simultaneously there. Wow, this is almost identical.
Yeah, I mean, look
That's
at that.
This
really
is
funny,
really
different
funny to
character.
see. Oh my god.
That's freaky like Friday in some other way, man. Holy crap.
I hope
Oh.
that each of these segments are the same length so that happens again. Wow.
Hmm.
No shaking.
No shaking, yeah. Furries get out. Neon's not even here, but furries get out.
Kula
Well,
misses an input. That is going to
No!
cost quite a bit of
Oh,
time.
no. That's the thing that
Slink
shatters
as well.
confidence.
See, that one's shorter.
Oh, we're not gonna have it synced up, unfortunately. Almost, but nah.
I mean, really well played from both runners so far in this job. It's been clean. It's been professional.
It's been clean until this moment.
Oh my god, he did it for the
Ah!
fans! Oh
Ah!
my god. Wow.
Like I'm unfriending you on Discord. I'm kidding. No.
The chat is in shambles.
Chat is completely divided.
That's
Beavers
why
and-
he the GOAT.
Why Team USA?
Was that Kula's last shake?
I think it was. Oh no, it wasn't.
Man.
No, there's one more.
Kula can still bring it back.
Oh god. And Frizz looking like he's already packing his bags to come immigrate to the States now they know that Shirky's over here.
Ohne dich wären wir nie so weit gekommen. Aber ich glaube, jetzt schaffen wir es
God.
allein. Du hast dir den
If
Ruhestand
Killa does it
verdient.
too, I mean chat's gonna blow up.
Genieß ihn. Von dem Bauchtanz.
No, abstains.
Wow.
Good boy, he abstains.
The self-control.
You know, you can't get distracted by anything, and by anything, I mean anything.
Du sagst es, Kumpel.
Missed the ICSS Omega lol. Wait, do we have audio?
Mehr als ich erwartet hatte. Eine
Holy shit,
I
faintly just heard the ba ba ba. That music plays there. I
You sure you're not
faintly heard
imagining
that.
it?
No, I'm hearing it. Because I heard Bentley's like German voice too.
you have the stream open or something? Because I don't hear anything through the screen share. Oh
Avatar
wait, I do hear it. Oh
Yeah,
my
you
god,
hear
I
it?
turned it all the way up and I could hear it very faintly. I could have had very faint audio this whole time.
Sag. No, Avatar. So funny thing, Avatar said like you should always have music here. That's actually not true. I forget who it was I was watching, but actually it might have been Slink. You know what? It might have been Slink, but I vividly remember I was at here and somebody did lose music, and I remember it happened because Sonic made a comment in chat and was like, "Dude, you have no idea how rare it is to lose music here." But it can happen. It's just like it's rare. I've only seen it like once. Also, Avatar.
So
That was
currently
not a disc.
very close.
Yeah.
Less than a minute difference.
Still. Dude, I still. How did Killa save like 7 seconds in that job? I still can't get over that. Like, that's kind of insane.
Let's make it a tie.
Imagine just casually getting a community gold in a race.
I really want to get off the bench for my team and, you know, represent the USA in the 100 times crabs tiebreaker against Knuutti. I would destroy him.
So,
wouldn't even
oh
be
yeah,
close.
so mods, what do we do if this race ends in an exact tie? Because now Gandhi has volunteered for the 100 crabs tiebreaker. God.
That would be a really rough way to go out for Team USA. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, it could be 10 times fish skip. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Oh yeah,
At least
I mean, then
it's
we
not
just
that.
lose if it's me. I've never done that trick.
I haven't either.
Nope, I think it's a myth. I've never been able to pull it off.
It's an old folk tale that went around the swamp of Miss Ruby for eons. No slide runner has ever successfully pulled it off. If you try to pull it off on PSN, it just crashes the game. Not always. Oh. Yeah, no, so, you know what else I just realized? I mentioned earlier, but something else that could really impact this job in particular is rat fight. I mentioned it briefly in episode 1 Operation Zik. You weren't here for that, but I was talking about how there's only 2 rat fights in the entire game, and of the 2 of them, this is the one where it is significantly easier to lose time.
Yeah, you can get hit very easily in that section.
Well, you can get hit, and then like it's also just a matter of like where are you standing and like how quickly can you throw the rats. Like getting hit can, you know the strats. Yeah, been there. Also, I think it's funny what James just said. Like Team USA, if we have to call upon someone who wasn't in the Quadfecta, Team USA can conjure up Geeg, and then we can put him in the loop for 10 times fish skip. Which, like, I'm not dissing Finland, but you know, like, that's gonna be tough to beat because Rude's already been taken. So. Yeah, so now over on the right side, we'll see if Slink knows the tech for the rat fight, which it looks like he does. Good start with an optimal spawn. Except that's pretty unoptimal. Tried to pick up the rat the second time, which you can do, but didn't. But see, now he knows the strats. Yes, you can damage abuse. That guy won't hit you, and then that allows him to pick up the second rat and throw it immediately. So he knows the strats, and based on the guard spawns, this looks like this is actually going to be a really good rat fight for Slink. I don't know the exact time, but he's done what he needs to. And also being really smart there, taking damage again. That throw, though, very unfortunate. And Sly not doing him any favors. Alright, cleans it up, though. So, if it wasn't for that last pair of guards, that was a really good rat fight. And now here we go, folks. This is where the fun begins in this job. It's Decibel. 2 note sections. 1 fight to end them all. And then we are on to Deja Vu and the conclusion of the run. Are we going to see Team USA close it out? Or was Bacon Man and Killa's heroics enough for Team Finland to transcend into Team Winland? Do not go anywhere.
Team Winland.
Did you just come up with that, or did you have that ready?
I had Team Winland ready, but the whole line, nah, just made that up.
That's a good one. Team Winland. That's good.
We'll see, though. Slink obviously on the music notes of death. as they are so claimed. Not really, but they could be. Except he gets past the first one, so that's one death trap out of the way. Killa now just getting onto the glass boxes.
They're 41 seconds after the rat fight.
Holy shit. So Killa
Wow, that
got
gap
a
keeps
phenomenal
closing.
rat fight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. See, like, it was a 48-second gap, 49-second gap, and that's how much rat fight can close. Because Killa just had better luck on the last 2 guards of rat fight. Killa, though, also getting the optimal setup here where there are no notes to start. But this is also a little bit scary because now you don't know, are you going to get glitched? Very optimal movement. He just needs to not get cursed, which means I should shut the hell up because I'm commentating. You know what's going to happen.
He did make it.
Made it through one. Got one more to go. I think Slink, after this phase of knocking Decibel senseless, is going to be on the second note section. Oh, jeez. If only this was 100% when you had the Guru staff piece, which reduces damage taken by 50%. That'd be huge,
Wow.
but now the last fight of Decibel, last phase of Decibel, I should say, is going to be very stressful. Slink as well, he doesn't seem to realize that, I don't know if he just prefers to do it this way, but he doesn't activate the slow motion ability instantly in order to make sure no notes will spawn from the start. We'll have to see. A lot of empty space on this note section for Slink. You see the light at the end of the tunnel, and he's
He
past
makes
the
it there
death section.
That was very smooth.
Now, yeah, so now this section is consistent. You just got to know what to do, but you know, if there are any 2 people in the world who know what to do that aren't named Remo and Beaver or Avatar or any other amazing runner of this game, people happy, it's these 2. So, you know, point out 2 names on that long list, but still. The problem for Slink, though, that damage there that he just took is actually kind of huge, because now he might not be able to tank one of the note attacks. So that could be huge as far as making up time, also taking a little longer to activate the actual swings. If it is the circle swing, that's bad, because that doesn't advance the fight at all. Killa also gets past the death traps. Now we're both on the towers.
I don't think anybody wants to see either of these runners get hit by
No.
an invisible note.
I
You
definitely
don't want
would
it
not
to
have-
end that way.
No. That would have just been so tragic for either of these runners. Especially give credit to both people. Like, Slink, he's really had, like, some good splits in this episode 5. And Killa, you could tell he's, like, playing his heart out, man. Like, he's doing all the optimal stuff. He knows the game, and he deserves to be in this competition for Team Finland. So, here we go. This is really, really so intense, folks. This is why I love commentating, though. I would not rather be anywhere else. This is great. Slink also knew what damage to take and not to take. So as long as he doesn't get smacked in the face by a particular elephant with a trumpet stuck in their trunk, that should be the final hit, and he's back to Paris for the
Ooh,
finale.
nice.
Killa
Oh,
not
man.
too far behind, though. Getting the second trumpet swing, and he has a lot more health than I thought he would have. That's interesting. Because that is the last hit. At least I think it's the last hit, right?
Oh wow, yeah, he's got like full health.
Yeah. Actually curious as to how he has... Actually, never mind. He doesn't have that much health. He needed to take like 3 more hits. I was jumping to conclusions there.
So
Decibel very close to the
deja
tower,
vu
though.
will
Oh.
decide it all.
That was stressful. Dude, honestly...
31 seconds. Oh
yeah,
my
I was
god.
going to say, Killa might have
Whoa.
made up some more time there, because look how close that was.
That was a really
Holy.
clean fight by Kula.
He's just
Folks,
getting
don't-
tiny seconds here and there. It's
Carmelita's on
awesome.
screen.
Hey guys, I'm telling you right now,
Wait.
though... What were we saying, Zach?
I was just asking, Carmelita's in this game? I had no idea.
But yeah, no, as someone who quite literally has been looking up to Killa, as someone who's just been amazing at this game, Killa is, like, this is what he does. Like, when you're trying to run against this guy on the left side of the screen, you realize, like, wait a minute, how the hell is he saving all this time? And then you really break down what he does, and it's like a circle boost here, a slope jump here, he single jumps when you should double jump here. It's just like, any speedrun he does, you know, he knows the game. At least for the Sly ones he's done, and from what I've seen him, just absolutely phenomenal players we have here, and I cannot give them enough praise for what they've done, for making this such a competitive race.
Yeah, I saw him say there in chat of 51 flat for episode 5. That is a really good episode 5 time.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, for a marathon, absolutely. That is also just a phenomenal EP5. Killa would probably tell you otherwise. He's probably thinking like, dude, that was so trash. But no, for a marathon, believe me, that's a good EP5. That is a good EP5. Whew. You having fun yet?
Just needs Slink just needs a good. He just got to do deja vu perfectly. Not even perfectly, but just like no, mistakes. And then he takes it home. But that is easier said than done. It is not an easy level. There are so many places
and
where
folks,
you
let
can
me
lose time.
Yeah, but thank you, Candy, for reminding me of that, because that is important. But just to reinstate for everyone watching this now, as Rude mentioned in chat, Team Finland at the most at one point was behind by upwards of 13 minutes. And look where we
insane.
are right now. That is absolutely unbelievable that the race is this close. Oh my gosh. I would have it no other way, though, as Slink heads to Deja Vu with Killa trailing not too far behind, making sure we never have to hear that awful decibel music again. As we are in final job of the game, this is what you live for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
We're
See who
back
pulls it
where it
out.
all started.
Where it all began.
16 hours ago.
Quite literally, yeah. Not just where this game began, but where it all began. Everything has led to this moment.
Slink is taken off in the Ryoichi section.
Mm-hmm. Listen, these two. Well, the first major thing is going to be the first skip over one of the toxic fans, I guess, or the
Yeah,
gas.
I'm gonna
pipes.
be honest with you. I don't remember the order that the things happen in this level at all.
I can take this then. So
I look and I'm like, oh yeah, this part. Yeah.
So the order is Ryoichi, then we go to Bob, then we go to Celine, then we go to Galith, then we go to Tennessee, then it's the Sly fight.
Clean stuff from Slink.
Good Ryoichi, yeah, good section there.
Yeah. Slink needs to make this jump. This circle boost is deceivingly hard. Beautiful.
Well done.
Nice.
Now,
Very
do not go balls to the walls on these cycles. Be safe.
That was good. That was a good weight.
Take a breath.
Yeah.
A lesser man might have gone.
That's the words to live by. Take a breath.
Kula's through the Ryoichi.
And now he's on to Bob. Yeah, Slink, he needs to hit this one more jump here with Bob, and then he's out of the section. Gonna play it safe, go a little higher, and he's gonna hit it. That was scary for a minute, but he's got it. He's out.
Nice.
Killa gets
the circle
also
boost.
gets a circle boost. Is he gonna try and skip a cycle? Is the question. He might.
Oh, that's risky.
No, he doesn't.
Not going for it.
He waits as well. He knows what he's doing.
Slink here looks like he's having a little bit of trouble with the rats, almost. Taking a little while to kill some of these guys. On to Celine. Killa, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for the riskier jump, where it's just below. He does play it safe as well. Good movement, though. Slink, I think, might have almost bonked on there. Something else Remo taught me was, like, you can just cane jump that and not bonk. And now here's on to the big section. Galith, I would say, is definitely the hardest part of this entire job. Almost forgetting he could skip the cutscene there.
For sure. Definitely for sure.
Yeah. Alright, so doing this part is one thing. Doing it fast is a whole nother beast. He does get the first hook there, and it looks like he's going to get this second one without much trouble, so good for him. No bad landing with the double jump. Now just get around the gas pipes. Can he do it? Might have gone a little far, and he gets a death. Takes the death.
That is bad.
And that is going to set Killa off onto the section with Celine nearly taking another one. That might put him a bit behind on cycles.
This race just got a little tighter.
Can Slink make this jump, though, is the question. Nails the jump. He's going to make the tube. He does. He's on to Tennessee. Oh, my God. Killa there nearly missing one of the tubes. Yeah. Killa there might screw him up on cycles, though, if he doesn't take a death here, which he might not. Playing it safe there with the gas pipes. Can he make that circle boost? Yes. Doesn't. Gets another scuffed hook jump, though. And we'll have to see how that affects him, but that's huge at this point. Especially
Slink's rat fight there was a little slow.
He was, yeah, but Killa
also
made a mistake, and Slink has a consistent setup for the proxy here. Gets it, no problem.
Wow.
I don't anticipate
Made that
him
look
going
easy.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the jump there that saves like 3 seconds. You can do it where you jump across the first gap, but not going to happen. Slink here getting
He's
ahead.
just gotta
Don't look
bring
down,
it
folks.
home.
Yeah, just gotta bring it home.
He can
Slink
taste
is
it.
not
He can
letting that
taste it.
lead go.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he can taste it because I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows anything. I think he's just at the end of the run. He could be like Kula could be almost done for all he knows.
Oh, Killa also missing the strat. He went for the
Oh,
alternative,
no.
and that might do it. Oh boy.
I don't know if he can come back from this.
I don't
Slink would
know if he
need to
can.
really
Yeah,
mess up.
Slink would need to miss an input on Paradox. That's what it's got to be. Or he can get frame jumped, but that only loses you so much time. And maybe Slink can't taste it, but all the American boys and girls, potentially, and it's like 1% of the chat, I don't know. It's like, all the Americans can taste it now. All you gotta do is push a few buttons against the Frenchman, and you are golden. I mean, there's not much left to say here, though, folks. Just press a few buttons, don't mess up. But regardless of outcome, can we just acknowledge how freaking immensely insane this race became? Absolute GG's. GG's to everyone. Thank you for letting me be a part of this marathon and commentating. It's phenomenal to be here and to see that this race came so close. Just like everything, dude. Like, Bacon getting that huge time, Jake getting a PB, this race being so uptight. Like, both of the Sly 1 runners, Remo too. Oh gosh, just so many great runners in this community and in this race were just giving it all they could, and just great times across the board and a great time to be here. But that being said, it's not over yet, folks. We still got to close it out. It is not over until the fat lady sings, or in this case, the skinny guy sings, because the fat lady is nowhere to be found. We killed her, you know. She's back in Arabia somewhere. Who gives a rat's? We're here.
Whoa, I don't think we killed her.
Well, we, you know. You shove a cork in a lady's something that's pretty... Okay, I shouldn't say that, but, you know, Jesus. Hold it together for like 2 minutes, Shadow, Jesus Christ. And there we go. Slide down a blimp of fire. Oh, I really missed it. I can also just barely hear the German La Paradox. Jump cut, pause the game. Nice.
I think it's Ein Paradox. Slink is approaching time.
He is.
Yeah, here it comes.
He's got one more cycle. He's got to at least swing back under. There's a mashing section. He's going to have to do another one. He's going to have to swing under.
God, it's so cool how close this is. That's so cool.
I know, right?
16 and a half hours later.
There it is. One stab to the gut. Give it to him. Push off in the face. And ladies and gentlemen, for all of America, Team USA are the champions of your 2023 Sly Cooper entirely Fecta. I messed that up. God damn it. You know, GG's to everyone. I wanted to say Sly 4, but then I realized we played like 3 other games in like the span of, you know, 11 hours. So
Sly 4 and the other games.
And the other games, yeah. The game that everybody loves, Kappa, and the ones that nobody cares about. Omega Lol, but yeah. GG's to both Killa and Slink for a phenomenal race. And GG's to Team Finland. They're about to finish things up in just a minute. USA barely closing it out in like less than a 30-second margin. We got some phenomenal runners from all across the world, ladies and gentlemen. GG's Killa, GG's Team Finland. GG's to everyone for a phenomenal race.
Yeah, GG's to all the runners. That was such an incredible race. How close it was there. Everybody did so awesome.
That was fantastic.
43:05 is your time. For I believe Killa, I think Slink might have gotten a 4:33. There we go. There you go, folks.
I think that was my favorite Sly Gold's event that I've been able to see and be a part of. I mean, it was really exciting. It was really cool to see all these fantastic runners of both the US and Finland of all 4 games. I mean, there was some great gameplay that we saw here today.
Candy,
Really
see how fun
incredible.
it is when I can commentate for more than like an hour and we can be together and do this all.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah.
And we got Zik here. So Zik, yeah, absolutely. Power as well. Thank you for being on the commentary with us, and Zik, thank you for being here, dude. Pleasure to have you.
Yeah,
on.
thanks for having me.
Well, I guess we should say thank you to all the Sly Golds mods and everyone who made this possible, all the runners from across the world who signed up to participate. Myself included, I apologize I couldn't be there in the runner slot, but it ended up working out. You know, Slink ends up closing the deal and it all works out, and I was a part of the event anyways. I'm always happy to be here, and whether I'm commentating or just in the chat having fun, or whether I'm on the screen, it's just great. It's great to see all the runners. It's great to just be here. I love this community, man. It's been great, and I hope we get to commentate more races like this in the future.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Well,
I guess
on behalf. Oh yeah, sorry.
No, please go. I've been talking for too long, man. You take it. Go ahead. It's your
Well,
show.
Zik, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I think I'm good. Just thank you for having me, and this was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, on behalf of the Sly Golds mod team, which I am a consultant for, thank you to everybody who participated and everybody who watched this race. It was incredible. There's so many people who it could not have happened without. Thank you to the runners from Team Finland, Rude, Remo, Bacon Man, and Gula, and from Team USA, the 2023 champions, Neon, Beaver, Not Jake, and Slink. Thank you to all the commentators who participated: Nave, Yamada, Fire, Takei, Ostrava, Rude, Frizz, Knuutti, Pokiyaki, Alapo, Bowerman, Shadows, Zik, and of course, myself.
Yo,
Thank
Ostrava,
you to...
sorry
Yeah?
to break it up. Ostrava with the 8 gifted subs, by the way. Turn up in the chat. Thank you for that, dude.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Thank you to Frizz for doing all of the wonderful art that you've seen in relation to this event. And last but not least, thank you to Knuutti for organizing the whole thing, for hosting the whole thing, for designing the layout, and of course, designing the bingo boards. This event was incredible, and thank you to all of those people who were involved, and to all the people who came to watch. And I think that's it. I think that is it for the 2023 Quadfecta US versus Finland relay race.